Good afternoon, Astana. Thank you very much for joining us very early, especially with how late it all ended after that incredible game yesterday between Falcons and FURIA. Did you guys have fun?
Спасибо, что пришли после такого долгого вчерашнего дня. Надеюсь, вам понравились вчерашние игры. Хорошо было?
There we go. So, for today, things are a little bit different. Before we get to the main event and the main matches, we got some people you might know and love ready to throw it down, put their pride on the line for a show match of all things.
Да, перед тем, как мы начнем наши официальные матчи Spirit против MOUZ, у нас впереди шоу-матч между двумя командами стримеров.
So, let's bring our first team onto the stage. Give them a good round of applause. Love them or hate them, boo them or cheer them. You can do what you want because it's a show match. Our first team, it's Team Strogo with no Strogo. Hello, Team Strogo over here. Different looking Strogo. Welcome back, Perfecto. You can talk in your language. How are you?
Все хорошо.
Question. Who is better, you or Strogo?
Actually, me or Strogo? Yeah. I think me, but one is good again.
So do you think that he sabotaged his team? He just said, okay, I'm not playing, so he can make sure you guys can get the win.
Nah.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's how I want to see it go down. I had to get the information. I had to understand things. You can explain it to everyone.
Да, ребят. Спросили, кто сильнее, Перфекто или Строго, соответственно, и не поставили Строго специально свою команду для того, чтобы она победила вместе с Перфекто.
For our second team, they are not cheating. They are keeping their full team as it was announced. So please, guys, make some noise for Team Booster! There we have it. Our teams have taken to the stage. Adren, come join us up here. Nilan, come join us. Same team, different sides. I see what this is looking like over here. Nilan, this is like young versus old and retired and useless. Sorry, my friend, I couldn't see you there. Old, retired, and useless, right? So this is an easy game for you.
Well, they have a replacement of Perfecto, so we'll see.
That's why they had to do it, right? Because he's going to be dead weight.
Yeah, 100%. But I think Adrian is a You know, the horse that came back.
Okay.
Наш ведущий спрашивает Неона о том, будет ли легко против Адрана, так как он уже старый. Я не знаю, как это произносить на сцене рядом с тобой стоя. Но вы сделали замену в виде перфекта, и теперь будет проще, да?
Ну, конечно, и так было бы проще, но с перфекта будет и еще проще.
It's going to be even easier with Perfecta, but it was easy before.
Even easier. Okay. Adren, give it to me. Predict the scoreline. Yeah, what are you going to... It's cash, man. This is like your year, your era.
I can say they can choose the score.
Wow, you're going to
they
let
want.
them have rounds.
I let them choose the score.
What do you say to that, Nilan?
13-11,
To you?
of course.
You said 13-11? Yeah. Okay.
They just want more rounds, more time on stage. Nilan, I'll give you one opportunity here for the crowd, a fun show match, all the viewers at home. Anything you want to say?
Да, всем спасибо, что пришли. Это на самом деле огромный праздник для Казахстана. И да, спасибо.
This is a great celebration for Kazakhstan. Thank you for coming.
Салем Астана! Woo! Да. Давайте вместе поболеем за нашу команду и порвем противников. Давайте, давайте, поболеем, зажигаемся.
All right, guys, shake hands, take seats. Get yourselves ready. Good luck in the game. Nice to see you again, Adren. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Well, I think as they get ready, they get their huddles going on. I want to find out a little bit who you might favor in this one. So, if you are a fan of Team Strogo, make some noise.
Так, а кто сюда пришел поддержать бустера? Что-то, ну, может быть, еще немножечко? Так, попробуем. Team Strogo! Everyone on right.
Yeah, and I can even see there's a Strogo flag out there. I'm impressed by that. Good going, little man over there. What about Team Booster? Maybe a little bit more. But either way, let's get into the game. Let's get into the show match. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Ooh, you know, the rumor on the street was last night was the game of the year. Well, little did you know, it was actually this morning, Mohan, that the fireworks were saved for. So here we go, show match on the big stage. And, wow, we got some old dogs back in the server. We got some fresh faces in the server. We've got breaking news journalists in the server, too.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see if the rubber meets the road here for everybody in this show match. I am personally really excited to see actually the substitution of Perfecto playing and how high level the game becomes now because of it.
It's a question we always have to ask ourselves with each and every show match. Who's going to end up being the sweatiest? A guy like Adren letting Nealon pick the scoreline, still just as, you know, honorable and humble as ever, but...
Well, it's true that all show matches go all like the full distance every time. For whatever reason, they almost always tie, and if not, go to overtime.
Checking with production, Mohan, to double check whether or not there is overtime.
Oh, there definitely is a possibility. Absolutely.
First to 13 wins, like every other game of Counter-Strike. Now, the real beauty of this show match is we are delving into the depths of what, Mohan? We're delving into the depths of cash. The best North American map of all time. With two North American commentators, and from what I can see on the player list, Stanislaus in the server. That's one of the greatest North American in-game leaders of all time.
That's good luck to have that, for sure. Cash is going to be awesome. We've been waiting to be able to watch it, to be honest, and I think, yeah, as James said, this is Adrian's era. I don't think there's any hairs left, man.
Gotta make sure.
I like it, yeah, you gotta stay fresh. Perfecto drove over here immediately. He's setting up his PC.
Isn't that always the classic?
But they're still Team Strogo. That's cultural impact.
Oh, Strogo. I thought it was Team No Show.
Oh. We got a bunch of showmen on stage.
Oh, man, life happens. Must be nice to be in a place where you can just pull out Perfecto. you know.
And they have a major MVP as well. A lot of people forget. Adrian's got the major MVP.
What would have happened if this show match was taking place in North America, where Cash belongs? We would have had to call in who as a stand-in. We would have gotten like Flom or something.
Eric, I think, maybe.
Oh, well, okay, that one not so bad.
Yeah.
Instead, Perfecto ready to hit the server. Well, not quite ready, clearly, but last second stand-in. So respect for being able to roll out of bed and get ready for the big game. Because this is, this is going to define whether or not Perfecto gets to come back to Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Okay, yeah.
It is all based on this game and this game alone.
I hope we still let him in anyways, but yeah, it could be that. And I mean, it is an onboarding to Cash since Cash is coming back in.
Overdrive's in this show
great.
match because he's looking for the next big thing.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to do some scouting. It'll be up to him if we can get Perfecto back on a top team.
Whoever kills Overdrive the most gets to join Spirit, I heard.
Okay, yeah. This guy's an unbelievable talent.
Damn it, I used all my jokes before the game started.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what that means.
Reaching
but
for
that's
aliens.
a death stare and a half.
Yep.
Shadowkeck, Stanislaw. Oh, you're going to have fun with this, Mohan. So you claimed that you know how to speak French. And, well,
Yeah.
I'm going to see whether or not you can nail by the end of this show match. Crouton.
One more time.
Crouton.
Crouton.
Crouton. Give me that side salad.
That's French.
Tom and Adrian. And for Zorzor, Overdrive, Booster, Tried, and Nealon. I like that, we're supposed to kind of keep a limit on the amount of actual pros/ex-pro players on this team, but we threw that out the window in the final 5 minutes before this one happened. I would have liked to have rolled out a red carpet for Perfecto or maybe dangled him in from the ceiling. We do this fake tech pause. Strogo nowhere to be
comes
found.
in like Lady Gaga from the ceiling.
Yeah, head first.
I like that.
Straight down in a dress made out of meat. The real experience.
I just want to see this map right now. I want all the wave of nostalgia to come back.
Cash remake a long time coming, although not too many changes. What, no new box is about all that's changed?
Yeah, is that it?
Yep, as far as I can see. I haven't had a time
Took
to play
that
it
window
myself.
out in mid.
I have,
which is good.
Yep, no window, no
That
scaffold
ladder to
climbing.
that window was not good.
Still white box, still the south boost middle.
Still your favorite call out of any map?
Useless. It's just such a nice call. I mean,
Yeah, because we can think of a useless on every single map. Like Shrek, for example, in Ancient could be useless.
it's one of those broad terms we should be able to apply to everything, but we just don't get a chance to. The only problem with it is every time I play Cash and somebody says useless, I'm not sure if they're talking about the part of the map or me.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you got to stop standing there just to make sure. What's the useless part of Mirage?
The entire thing.
Don't say the whole thing.
Nah, I jest.
If you did that for Inferno, it'd be okay.
If Perfecto knew this was actually a show match, we could probably just give him any other player's SSD.
Yeah.
Stick Donk's SSD in there. See what happens.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be a boost. I'd do anything for Donk's SSD. Like, it's almost certainly got to be the settings, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, change it up. Frazzle him for the first semifinal later.
I want to know what Overdrive's crosshair is. Crosshair says a lot about you.
Yeah, true. Follow recoil.
You think he's a follow recoil maxi?
No,
Okay, yeah.
but I am.
The people are out there.
It's actually on the up and
No,
up.
you guys exist for sure.
You know it's on by default now when you first install the game?
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
My
All right.
God, it's happening.
Let's get into it.
The
It's
Astana
new.
show match begins.
Cash.
Okay? This one's for all the marbles.
Oh, I already love it.
We've only got about 4 marbles, so it's really low stakes, except for your reputation. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's perfect. Looks great. Oh, we still know our cross smokes. Nade's excellent. for Zora in the back of the site with a very clean tap. Could make it 2.
Oh, collateral USP, huh?
Collateral USB headshot in the show match on Cash.
It's not every day. Get a little flank from Tried, the old tried and tested, they call it. The flank around A main. Perfecto. Would have loved the clutch. But it will be Team Booster with the first round.
Yeah, that's big energy over here from Booster.
We've never seen that strategy. We should do that from now on. Headbutting your teammates when they win rounds instead of giving them high fives.
Yeah.
Fist bumps are so outdated.
Any fear or nervousness that you have could just be hit out of you.
The old classic tech pause into pistol into tech pause.
Perfecto's got to do 2 more settings. He only got 1 kill that round.
Team No Show, let's go. Fortunately, Strogo couldn't join us today. Feeling under the weather. This tech pause is actually for Overdrive because he just realized he actually has to play. Thought he showed up today to just be a coach.
Came to scout, yeah.
Thought he was keeping an eye on the roster for talent. No, sir, you're pushing buttons, buddy.
We have Barys observing this match today.
Yeah, we flew him out just for this one specifically.
Hopefully we don't miss anything. Yeah, that's the biggest 6-7 I've seen.
Perfecto, it's not that deep, brother. Just let it go.
See, this is what we need in the grand finals of a tech pause. You can just yell at your opponents. You can't talk to each other though. Should still be able to.
Think about how much more fun Apex would be if you didn't have to kind of shackle him in these moments.
Yeah, the era wouldn't have ended last night.
Oh. I think in show matches you should also be allowed to throw things at your opponent.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
PGL said that one was a safety concern, so we weren't allowed to bring it to you today. Put on the mask. Actually, that's funnier.
Yeah, that is funnier. Yeah, I want to see the in-game chat too. Speaking of North Americans, we have Nealon.
Yep. The second best North American in-game leader in the server right now.
There we go, okay.
Second only to Stanislaw.
Okay, tiebreaker. We're not friends anymore.
Voided results. Team kill up next. Is Overdrive scrolling Twitter?
Yeah, I want to see a tweet about his teammates at the end of the game. I want a full review.
I think he's just grateful that he didn't have to pay to play with them today. Second round? Shall we?
Nope. Dylan's got a Zeus in this round. And we got the deco by because it is a show match.
Tell me J-Raz is still trying in the show match.
He's got to practice this, obviously.
Yeah, he's not saving this for upcoming majors.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Singapore's around the corner. See, but this is what I want to see. All right, you lose the pistol round. Strogo, they're not here to play optimally. They're here to buy Desert Eagles. And it's Overdrive dead. He goes for the ego peek into B main. He was feeling himself after all that tech pause, and well, his momentum comes to a quick end. Old Deagle upside the head will do that to you. Stanislaw wants another one because he's already got a hit. Addicted to the Deagle. Can't blame the man.
Already got a good crossfire here. Flash, tactic, everyone's blind. This is the level of CS we're gonna bring. Nealon calling.
Adrian and Katam. And they're not gonna find anything. But he thinks he might, so he takes an extra second. And now he's gonna come running at A main. He's gonna eat a flashbang. Booster's got it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, that's
wow.
Okay. Yep, that's vigorous.
Oh, they have to decide. That's love right there.
Like playing next to Degster.
Yeah.
Don't find a bomb plant. Flashbangs make the most of that one. Flash into B main. Flash into A main. T's can't find a round, but they will find guns at least. Coming into round 3.
Got the booster op. And Overdrive up to bat.
I'm going to count the amount of times that Overdrive dies first. So far, it's 1. But you have to respect a man that looks to take space. Speaking of which, we get a push outside of the A site, and you're not allowed to escape. Perfecto's got you. And they've also got a little mid-control here. Teach Drogo, or past tense hat. Zor is able to get the kill back.
No, he isn't. That's an off kill from his teammate.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Just to kick off.
Oster's got Adrian again, and
Oh,
we're going to find an empty B bomb site. CT's forgot there's 2 bomb sites on this map.
I'm loving how it's looking so far. Yeah, this is a free plant. Just needs to actually go over here. Shadowkek, I mean, he's going to get caught off. Oh.
Yes.
And of course this, oh, okay. Yeah, too hard to get down. Can't get down there silently.
You know they made that way bigger, eh? The,
Yeah, what's the call out? Oh, where'd Nealon come from? There's only one guy left. Perfecto in a 1-on-3.
Back
Playing from within the site, yeah.
Oh boy. Perfecto fans salivating at the thought that he's going to pull this off.
Oh, that's a good
Moster
line.
comes through with a second op kill. And that's going to be a third in a row for the CTs.
Said,
They're not doing it all
Not
game.
one more time.
Want it?
No, he
Want
said,
it?
please.
Come get it.
On the mouse hand? No, it's a keyboard hand. We're all good.
Hey, J-Raz, can we get a flyby of the catwalk on A site real quick? I want to show Laundress how it's changed. Look, it's not only thicker from the wall, but it's made of solid concrete.
Okay, different. Yeah, it's not metal anymore.
I don't know how often you go for floor bangs, Mohan, but it's made all the harder. And also, the railing is way less intrusive.
Just run off of it.
So that's like kind of cool. It's also nice and grassy up there. Nothing like some city foliage. Here comes the fast A play though. Team Strogo's already got players out. Running through a smoke grenade. Kneeling in for Zorzor and for Zorzor again. So down to the Tech 9s. Forklift player gets one back. That's my goat, Stanislaw. But it is 4-0 and they're getting laughed out of the server. This is just quick work to kick off semi-final Saturday.
It's end of the round. We need a slap. Almost dislocated his shoulder doing that.
I don't think we've ever had an injury in a show match yet.
We are real sports.
We're looking to break new earth here in Astana. Double op setup. So now this is the biggest sign of sweaty nerds in a show match. If you pull out the double op setup in a show match, you're a part of the problem.
Yeah, I thought the 13-11 scoreline was promised, but I'm not sure. Ooh, like the idea there. Another great flash tactic. This goes from bad to worse from Strogo.
Agent said this was going to be easy and made even easier now that they have Perfecto. Well, I don't see anything easy about these first 4 rounds. But he also said that they could choose the score line. So maybe it's just letting Buster get to 13 before they get their 11, but I don't know if he realizes. Got to answer at some point.
Yeah, this would be nice for Stroko. They've got mid, they're starting to go for the A crawl. Walking right up highway, but Nealon is taking out Adren easily. It's a tight spot. He can't really move a lot. Oh, he'll get cleared, but he nails that trade.
Perfecto's got one back, but Nealon with another headshot. It's a 1v3 attempt for Stanislaw this time around. You got low health on 2, and Overdrive's got an op.
Okay.
Let's watch that Overdrive op. I know we're always supposed to watch the clutch, but it's been a while since you observed Counter-Strike, Prius.
Actually, he just did the Ludwig land. And he said, man, that was hard. I said, go back to Valorant.
Okay. Hopper misses it, eats the flashbang, and it's all a bait and switch. I like that. Overdrive misses on purpose so that the terrorist pushes out A main into Nealon. It's a much safer play. Really big brain move for the 5-0 start.
Oh my goodness. He didn't go for the slap this time. Have we ever seen, is that Tom Cruise? Have you ever seen a 13-0 in a show match?
Not that I can remember.
No, I don't think it's ever happened. There we go. Simple drops out of heaven. It can't be Barys.
That bomb's looking at that B site. They think they've identified a weakness, but little do they realize Overdrive's about to start his playing career off this show match. Ooh. And he's gonna have some pressure on him now. Nealon trying to set him up. That was clean.
Yeah, that was good.
Not a bad shot. Oh, a 2K. Although that Under Heaven player's got the answer back. 2v4 coming together. Boaster's gonna stop it with a 5-7. Give himself a flat.
Oh, yes,
Come
do
on.
it, yes.
He's got to
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Last shot.
Oh, man, not everyone can do it like Simple.
It's a nice try, though.
There's lots more rounds to try that. We need to see it happen. Oh, and another.
Still, for Zorzor with the impact.
Damn.
Buddy's coming up big.
6-0. Shout out to Overdrive for the big 2K op in the back of the site.
Great op double.
It was.
First one had him flustered. He still reacted.
Right. I mean, he's putting his money where his mouth is here. He's got the Twitter fingers, and now he's here in the server, so.
You know what they say, Mohan? 7th time's the charm.
Yeah, where did they say that? Oh, I've never heard that
Egyptian proverb.
Oh, I see.
Lucky number 7. Overdrive's got it again.
Yeah, went for it.
Power of the AWP.
Locked down. That's a great flash out of Perfecto. He can do support still. But the ops are just reigning dominant. We've got 3 ops on the CT side.
Of course we do. Osters, though, not quite connecting. Quite like the others. But now you got 2 ops trying to keep you inside of this mid box. And, well, smoke grenade to try to alleviate that, but you're already committed, and Tride's gonna come through with another headshot. Stanislaw waiting for another 1v3 attempt. Oh, it's a 1v4 in fact, but hey, he'll peel half of them off of the mid play. Problem is he's gotta get that bomb. And the bomb player already pushed out middle.
He knew the rifler was over here.
What's Overdrive gonna get up to?
Zorzor so low on health.
Hey, that's for Zorzor to you.
Zorzor dies, and now Overdrive has to deny this clutch. A 1v4 brought down to a 1v1 by Stanislaw. He's trying to make the read. Oh my God, he's setting it up. He's got the op up in heaven.
Ben Break gives him what he needs.
Oh, please.
Opper up in heaven, goes for the P250 kill,
Oh,
and gets it!
Okay.
Overdrive, another multi-kill.
Okay, he's
and
playing to
his
win.
first clutch.
He's not trying to make the moment. He's playing to win. He denies that 1v4. He gets a clutch.
You think he'd like, maybe smile or celebrate or... No? It's all business?
Took a lot of bullets. Took a lot of bullets. Got the job done, though. Oh, okay, the last one.
Not a bad clutch whatsoever. Moser going for the wall bangs. You got to respect that.
Adrian 1-7. He'll have his pop-off movement soon. But look at him, so charitable. He's the only one with a Tech 9.
Trying to find somebody in these smokes. He's got a whiff of it, but there's that Neil at M4 still locked in the corner. Perfecto looking to get lucky.
Oh, and it happens. And they finally bring one home. I don't know. Buster's gonna make this hard.
Yeah, that op finds man advantage back. CTs looking to just really twist the knife in this wound, but that nade's well placed. Being tried down a little bit, and that just kind of cues him up for his headshot. You don't poke the beast like that.
Oh,
now
this is
Overdrive,
snacks.
another multi-kill.
He's in snacks.
Oh, the knife's out. On a moment's notice, suddenly it's fun and games. That's a crazy knife kill.
I love that.
This is the same guy who hasn't looked up from the screen, opping as soon as he could. He's got multiple multi-kills. He's got a clutch to his name and a knife frag. Overdrive star of the show, but Perfecto on for an ace. Ah, denied by Tried.
Oh my goodness. From Snacks, Overdrive gets the knife kill, and that sounded like a team frag. Oh, Team Booster have so much money to work with.
Counter-terrorists win. Perfecto's thinking, God damn it, I shouldn't have rolled out of bed today. Let's roll back that knife kill.
He just turned enough that I think it was a backstab.
Oh, got him. Perfecto's good and all, but to ask him for the ace, I don't think so. Overdrive making that money right back onto his op. Buster losing money via team kills, still back on his op, almost smoking middle.
Yeah, gotta be careful with the op up.
But almost only counts with frag grenades, not smokes. Overdrive under pressure. It's because his teammates all over him. Get the hell out of the way.
They're going for the full B attack. I like this move from Try. This all
Bomb. Ooh, nope. Or maybe, yeah, okay. Good on him to fall back.
Oh!
Poster keeping the wall banks going. That's Tried dead to a team nade. How did that one happen?
Not sure. It's a retake utility looking like. Not much left over.
You know what they say, 9th time's the charm. Nealon's flank starts to make this retake happen. Please, not the 4v5 retake. Poster dives to Shadowkeck. That's a clean wall bang. And Nealon still trying to buy his time, held off by that B main player, goes for the duel, and by God, Team Strogo on the brink of it. Finally!
They broke it through.
The round hits the scoreboard, 9 rounds in.
You know what they're gonna do next. Beat pop.
How many ops on the CT
On
side?
the CT side, they actually don't have money. Somehow, they must have mismanaged their economy a little bit. This is the way in for Strogo. Do you have any go idea?
Shadowkeck looking for more, and it is a massacre out middle. Only Tried left over. He was hoping they'd come B yet again, but that's not the case. We got Team Strogo all over that A site. Bomb's a little bit late, but better late than never.
They're calling for it. They thought it was going to be a repeat B-pop. I did too. But Strogo, they have range. They're not one note. You got a spotty record in calling these, Connor. So how many kills does Tried get?
In this 1 versus 5 with the bomb down?
Yeah.
None.
Okay. Are you sure? Everyone's getting softened up.
It's true. They're really trying to give this to him, aren't they? Saving, of course.
Called it. 5 alive.
I can only get predictions correct in show matches, not real games. It's a good thing that save got denied. You're not supposed to ever save in a show match. It's actually should be made illegal, if you ask me. I think either fine them.
Oh, and they're forcing every round. It's full tilt. Nades go over top to try to catch the A main push. But it's going to be taken. Strogo keeping it simple.
Good idea. They just don't find the damage. Desert Eagle kill on the spam doesn't line up, and Katham is looking for the mid-holds. One kill's all he's gonna find. Shadowkeck's blind. You'd be a madman to believe in this retake, but let's get a little crazy. Nealon finding one. Try, gets the next one, and it's all a big distraction. It's all about Zorzor. Flanking around with that P250. He'll kill Stanislav, looking for Adrian, but nah, can't stop him. That's Tride's job. We go 1v1, bomb 12 seconds. There's a world where he does this. And then he decides to stop trying.
Yeah, can't chase this one down. He dies, and Strogo pick up another round. It's 4 deaths for them. Actually, that bomb goes off to wipe the board, but because they force Team Buster, they got tilted. They lost 1 round. They lost all their money. They bought 1 M4 in the previous round. Now they're going for close to a max loss buy. They've a scout, an auto shotty, an M4. Here it comes, as promised, the B play.
Where there's a will, there's a way. That shotgun's getting set up to catch you off guard. You think it's just the M4, but here it comes, the noob tube, the XM1014. Perfecto loses his head to it. He's gonna try to draw them in. He wants to get them done for, but Shadowkeck and Stanislaw know that a 4th round is much needed here for Team Strogo because this win is so important. Most important round of their lives. So don't worry, walk away, take your time. It's not like we have anything else to do.
They have the utility to try to snake this one out. The smoke is too shallow. They can't dip in for the bomb. They're flashing though and watching the flank. Not getting tunnel vision.
He'll switcheroo. Shadowkeck holds the flank. And that one fizzles out.
Yeah, okay. Team Buster can't really improve on this half. 9-3.
Overdrive's gonna take the reins. He's calling the next pistol. He's fine-tuning the team. He said, hey, lock in, kids.
Yeah, yesterday's game, that was something else.
I think I prefer this one. Maybe I'm just a romantic. I like that we give them the full minute to really talk things over. You know, you got to make sure that you're coming into the second half ready to go.
Game is game.
God forbid you get caught off guard in the pistol round. This is a make it or break it moment.
If Buster gets to 12 rounds, they should unlock Molodoy and have another sub over for Strogo.
Do we also dangle him in from the ceiling?
Yes, please.
Well, speaking of which, get me the crane.
All right, let's see how CT-sided this map is.
I never recommend doing terrorism in shorts and sandals, but...
Is that like when you wear shorts on the plane?
Yeah, basically. Buster not sure where he wants to take the team, but he will lead the charge, and I gotta respect that. Adrian catching first blood in the CT hold. That's gonna flush Team Buster over towards the B site. Stanislaw looking a little bit nervous, shaking in his boots. As the B main peaks come through, that bomb's looking to cross underneath it. Stanislaw shooting at the first target, and that's just the perfect setup for Manor. Trying to get that bomb on site. Overdrive wants to plant the bomb because he's the main character. And as Adrian's getting closer to the retake, Zor Manor gets another 3K. No quad, no ace. It's Nealon's job to try to shut this down. They're on the brink of double digits. Overdrive sees his name up in the big lights, goes for the push, misses all his shots. The knives are out.
The burst
and
fire
Overdrive ruins the fun to make sure Boaster get double digits.
Busting out the burst fire in the back line with the knives approaching. I can't think of a scarier situation to be in a 1v3. CT economy is going to be in shambles for the rest of this game.
Oh, we did it.
What? Oh,
we did it.
Yeah. Time to go for a clean shave. That's how I always feel when I get a wall bang scout headshot.
Nothing hits like a wall bang and a fresh upper lip. Oh, that was...
Hey, you're in the way. That was...
It's all going south real quick. That scout's got a mind of its own. Nealon likes to live dangerously. Shadowkeck found out on the A main push. Overdrive making sure he holds off on that flank. Every team needs its pillar, and that is what Overdrive is. An 11-3 Team Boaster lead.
Might be Team Stro go home.
Ooh.
Wonder what kind of bragging rights you get for a game like this.
None.
When you get the kill once, you got to be doing that for the rest of the game now.
Just a wallbang battle. That's where this one should end. You know, like the good old American Civil War. Line up. Straight shots.
10 paces and all that.
That's what I'm all about. If you're not packing gunpowder down your musket in between every single shot,
okay.
War, it's just really lost its class.
Sure.
Oh, see ya, sucker.
And that's a good split.
Fast knives out, another one coming. Never mind, it's a no-scope instead, just as stylish. And Team Strogo, or like Stroganoff, the way they're getting served up on a plate.
Okay.
More
Not
knives to be had.
Surely.
Yeah, stick them like a pig. Team kill in the middle, but be careful or else Perfecto's gonna win a round. To be honest, I thought that was the last frag, but I guess Perfecto is still alive on the other side of the map, still with this Desert Eagle. And remember, this is his tryout game. He thinks he's gonna get back on Cloud 9. He doesn't realize that, they're not playing anymore.
Henry was jamming. Oh, okay. Before he's even done peeking.
Get the soul patch. Can't call this guy a neckbeard.
I need to know the lore.
It's called psychosis. They've done it, Mo. Believe your eyes. Also, that's just something.
Fair enough.
Team Boaster 12-3. They could end it here, but instead they decide it's gonna be revolvers. Oops. Nealon was asking for it.
Can you get kicked from the server for the team damage?
It would be the funniest way to lose this game.
Yeah.
Just when you thought it was over, we're gonna bring you a little more. And if Team Strogo were to just push down these last two R8s, we could get into round 17, but they're gonna hold a default.
They haven't even seen the Negev yet.
Imagine. Bait him in. Oh, there is one.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Up and over it goes. He tried to, it's the bait and switch. There's actually an AK on the field. Now he's gonna give himself the 1v5 attempt because he knows they're gonna try to knife him. You get one, buddy.
Flashes are great.
One is all you get. Oh, there's three. The revolver's back. They're low. A quad. On for the final. Knife fight denied.
Okay.
They could have
Yeah.
been gentlemanly. But Adren's had enough. He robs away that R8 as well.
Yeah, the gun came out. Just got to finish the job.
Only 8 more rounds until overtime. By the time this game's done, that kid's gonna be an adult. Do you know the actual name of the T-side auto sniper?
G3SG93S.
And a few less letters.
G1, that's it.
Oh, now I'm second guessing myself. G3S G1?
Uh-oh.
Or the ZEUS, aka the X27, aka the Zeus X27. G3S G1.
That was pretty close.
The old Overdrive Nova, a gun as old as him. It's the closest thing we do have to a musket.
Now this is a sweaty position.
Auto shotty drop in. Perfecto starting to get a feel for the game, but Stanislaw over here in the sunroom's got the bomb in front of him, and come on, bro.
Yeah, we'll see about this one. Really want to save that thing?
You see, he can do this because he actually has nothing better to do.
This is content right here.
Overdrive's idea of a fun time.
The Twitter guy comes out in real life.
7 rounds to overtime. See, but this is how you know that they're all still a bunch of tryhards, because where was all this antics during the actual rounds? Remember when we had a triple op setup on Team Boaster
Yeah,
on
the
their
CTs
CT
were
side?
sweating. They played to win.
Oh, now it's all fun and games. Now it's Novas, Zeus's, and knife kills. Because you think you've got it in the bag, but little do you realize you got Stanislaw on an op here for Team Strogo. This guy camps Sunroom the entire round and tries to 1v5 again. I'm gonna let James Banks up on that stage.
Unleashed.
Zorzor's trying to bait him into overdrive, who has the rattiest, most hidden angle of all of Cash. But it's a great setup, because he gets this headshot. Now that bomb's thinking about going to plant over on the A site. gets Zeused out of it. Here we go. It's going to be money, finally, for Team Boaster.
Okay.
And Tried will be given a chance at a 1v3 with the Desert Eagle. This is a legitimately winnable round. All set up by Overdrive, because we know he sets up every team for success. He's the reason Spirit won Shanghai, but he's not the reason that they'll win this show match.
No, they
not
tried.
yet anyways.
Maybe with one more Nova kill from the Sunroom.
6 rounds.
They're letting Perfecto get warmed up. Let's see if they live to regret it.
That's what they needed, Mohan, an injection of money. We're looking at AK-47s on all of Team Boaster except for Overdrive's Nova. Because now he's addicted to the thrill.
Needs the op. Okay, there we go. He goes for the AK.
They step in, they say enough fun and games. Both teams seem to realize round 19 is going to have a more serious note. Overdrive, entry fragger of the year, some call him. Eats a flashbang onto the approach. His teammates all still stuck behind him, but he gets his job done by any means.
Oh, what?
Satam hits that no-scope onto him. Boaster's got his kill out middle. And this house of cards of Team Strogo seems to start crumbling, but then the Perfecto curveball. Nealon with advanced tactics drops the smoke. We've got the first run boost attempt.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
It goes south, and now they're stuck in the back of the site. No chance to pull it off again. The retake utility comes through, but Tride's got Sanctuary in the back of this site. Heaven player's dead. Nealon locking it in. And the clutch shut down 13-6 as Astana goes wild.
It's a very clean close. Perfecto could not get warmed up in time. Team Boaster win this clean shaven. Off no scopes, scout headshots, wall bangs, Negevs. This match had it all.
Everything you could ask for, everything you don't want, and a little more. And at the end of the day, my MVP medal goes to Overdrive.
Okay.
I'm talking about Nova kills, Zeus kills, knife kill, op holds, entry frags,
Got a
and
clutch.
momentum for that final round. Maybe this guy does know what he's talking about. Sending it down to James Banks to get a word from our victors of the PGL Astana 2026 show match.
Thank you very much to the wonderful Scrawny and Lorders. I can see from your faces that you had the most enjoyable time, almost as much as I did. We'll wait to see who we're going to get over, who's going to work this out. From the team that got the victory in here. Team Booster is there. Hello, hello. That looked a little bit too easy for you guys at the beginning.
Astana Salem! What language need to speak?
You can speak whatever you want. I can translate.
Очень easy.
Very easy.
Very легко. Very легко, очень easy было. Я не знаю. Казахстан, спасибо за прием. Вообще, реально, рахмет просто. Очень хорошо, второй год, шикарное мероприятие. Дальше больше. Ждем, пока PGL Astana мажором станет. Major to PGL Astana, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Very good vibes. Thank you for this opportunity to play here on this show match. Really appreciate. Очень ценю мою маму. И берегите своих родителей тоже. Это самое главное, ребят. Семья, киберспорт. Да в целом и все, как говорится. Да.
Keep your family close and safe. Say thank you to your mama. And yeah, I'm seriously like.
I got one other question for him.
Yeah.
I need predictions from him on who he thinks is going to win our next game. We got MOUZ coming up against Spirit. Is he siding with Spirit to go to the grand finals, back-to-back years in Astana, or can MOUZ do it? Give me his opinion.
My opinion is very интересный, because я не знаю, если честно, кто выиграет. Вот.
He don't know who's gonna win.
But I think, yes, next match выиграет Spirit. Yes. And after will be close игра. But yes. But Magic versus Falcons, it will be very тяжелый game for Magic. Yes?
Yes.
But maybe something
Very
interesting
hard game for
will
Magic.
случиться.
But maybe something gonna happen.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your win and for playing on the show match.
Еще раз респект, Астана, спасибо, круто, все очень.
There we go.
Спасибо тебе, Славик.
The crowd giving him some love. We got something else to prepare for. We're going to be taking a break, but when we come back, we'll be moving in to our semi-finals. We'll see you soon. some noise. It's MOUZ! Let's hear it for Aurora!
Now there is
Right
a
in the
chance
corner.
for the retake.
You shouldn't be, but Watsik, you're right. All of a sudden under pressure. He's got 3 players coming out from tunnels behind him. Soulfly's down to 14 health. Madger's going to be a late arrival out from middle. Soulfly drops him forward. It's still costly.
Oh, he got the knife! He got a flying knife!
Cash for your efforts. He's got 2 players occupied, and Xerxion's had enough. A peek out of nowhere for Madger.
Saw that.
Would love to try to test this smoke, so he gives himself that underhanded flash. Gets Spinks off the line. Molotov to the back of sight. Wicadia will take it down. It's got a smoke to cross, and they found their opening. Madger trying to take his sweet time with this. Wicadia just needs to survive. And as they sit outside of the window, there's the flank for Madger, perfectly timed. And with this amount of time, it's not going to happen. Aurora, 4 players with rifles versus Soulfly. He's got a pistol to try to play with. They give him these duels. He's still working with 50 health.
They have a...
JL's low, multiple bodies spotted. He is drawing them into perfection. Now they're starting to consider it. Oh, the lineup there. It's Xerxion's full health dead, still low HP. JL, no way. Think of the value they've gotten out of this. It's all dead on long.
So you'll be able to close.
First blood. Torzi finds his. Zelex as well. It's just a sea of kills out of MOUZ. Everybody putting in their work.
Please give it up for 19! So give it up for Magic!
Awkward.
Kind of a tier 2.
Trying to push
Oh, that's
that
a
scoop
rush.
like that. DGT Tech9. Mosval's dead. It's going to be on Moon to stop it. And despite his best efforts with a double kill, Luchov's Tech9 also presses in. What more can you do? It's a low health car player that's always coming. There's an AK still out here on the field hunting heads, and it's just not going to happen. A little lost in the sauce this round. Our Magic, and they better not die after.
Wait, they could!
Doesn't look like you're going to stop Magic from getting inside of this A site.
Bomb gets
Bayern
dropped.
still tries to press his line. And from the bottom of the health bar, 3 kills
It's
on
the
Bayern.
jackpot for Bayern.
Just
All off the audio. Masvel has no idea what he's done.
It's going to cause AW to scramble. He will find at least his one. And then Tenzi's catching Luchov. Oswald's outside of the smoke, got himself the double. He's going to try to press into Mosval and obviously loses.
Make some noise!
Pressure onto the captain. Takes one of the dome straight away. His teammates on their way over, but the nades will dislodge Hunter. More damage put down range from Mattis. There's a lot of low players here. Mattis, bit of a headhunter. Looks for his second. Learns about the long player in Tania as well. They can't flush him out. But you're still looking at Mattis to be the difference maker on for the ace in this force buy. 5-7's treated him well on that swing. Lets him down, but in comes some Pius to make sure it's not in vain. One man made it across pit side. They don't know about heavy guard. Joker in the pack. And Eagle will make him pay. Block smoke to slow them down. The rest of the plays coming up short. Right in the Dogstall Berettas. Nice P2 from afar, 2 to the dome, he's brought down low. That P250's got to be a bit more considered now. You've got Mattis tucked in, taking next contact, and it's Donk with all the kills in this pistol round. And there's the fourth. Is it really going to be a Donk case?
Oh!
No, Mattis will reply. They get into B. Right now they're up the ramp side. It's taking that cave that causes them problems. Won't come to matter if the next death is Mattis out towards cave, looking for this trade. Tania will not let him get it. And Spirit, 2 players ready to receive. Tania is all that's required.
Up connector. Karrigan selling this, but it is the B hit you've got to worry about. Kiyosuke, clean entry onto Fallen.
Oh, there's the double up. Swing out from Yakindar won't be able to punish, but Monte will. The AWP firing off, and they know they've got Karrigan trapped here.
Oh,
that's it. Go a long way to try and make this feel recoverable. A B play on the cards. Kiyosuke, top performer, right place, right time. Oh, and he's hitting shots. There's all of them.
Pace, disrespect, pissed off. Your kid just had enough.
Oh, where's this come from? All game, FURIA trying to play it safe while Yakindar. Last time they weren't able to stop it. This time is a different story. Line up in at the tunnels. Big damage from the rifle. Tries to be the guy fighting first. Scared back from the window. Side by side with Fallen. As this is for all the marbles. This is for those semis. Yuri holds on.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. If yesterday was anything to go by, you're not going to want to miss today. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, having to try and summarize the historic moments that we saw. It is Maui Snake. It is Dust Murray. Guys, I was up late last night like everyone else, watching what many are calling the greatest series of the CS2
you said yesterday. I think you mean earlier today.
Yeah,
because that stretched into 1 a.m.
You are correct.
That was unbelievable that we got out of those quarterfinals.
I think that's a little bit of hyperbole. It was just Pain versus Gamer Legion, right?
No, I meant the other series, Maui.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what a match between Falcons and FURIA yesterday.
I think that it's easily within the running, top 3 series of all of CS2. I feel like if it was I think the arena lit up for it in the way that you would want them to. You saw so many incredibly tense moments. Production brought this one up. The fact that Monte to send it to double overtime was 281 milliseconds away from actually getting that bomb, or really Fallen, that is, getting that bomb to explode. So the margins were razor thin, and everybody was on the edge of their seats in the Barys arena.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Nuke and you think of all the crazy individual plays that you saw. The one that you're referring to where Monte just hits that falling op shot and lower and pulls off the clutch. You know, you had the situation where Nico nearly pulls off a 1v4, but just not quite enough time to get the bomb to explode. You think about the Yakindar speed run 4K into the upper bomb site. You know, there's just so many crazy moments that you could pull from that Nuke match. So many individual impact plays, so many clutches. It was just one of those games where let's just get out there and scrap. And I mean, it was such a fun game to watch.
Yeah, 2 veteran IGLs calling a great game, 2 great squads with incredible players. And ultimately, you know, either one would have been worthy winners, but at the end of the day, it was Falcons. That's the best they've looked here in Astana. I mean, it's got to be said. So how are we feeling about them overall as contenders?
Temperature check is red hot for me.
Red hot,
for Falcons. The variety of looks that Kerrigan threw out there on those T sides was exceptional and unprecedented. He was going through so many different opening formations that I'd never seen Falcons run, calling by the seat of his pants. I saw players in positions that I don't even think they were ready to necessarily fill, but that's kind of speaking to testament to how excellent those guys on Falcons are, how complete some of those players are, that even when Falcons comes up, or Kerrigan that is, comes up with something just at the spur of a moment, everybody can follow and put together a plan.
Yeah, Tess's called it on the HLTV interview he did with Note, I believe it was, where he talks about just Kerrigan taking him under the wing when the pressure gets high and they're in those crazy moments, and just trusting in him to navigate through those turbulent waters. And, you know, past the obvious, you know, of Monte just going absolutely freaking bonkers and looking like, you know, a top 3 player in the world, outside of the fact that Tessis was also really a big factor in that one. I think Kyosuke also got reined in. So there was just so many things that went their way. And I think the biggest shout I'm going to give, aside from Kerrigan's leading, is to someone like Tessis, who definitely a lot of scrutiny on this guy throughout the course of the year. I'm not going to lie, I was one of the ones that was kind of doing it there for a bit, but man, did he really show up yesterday to help drag him through some tough spots.
My favorite Falcon. My favorite Falcon. So clutch in so many of those moments. Best round swing from the series, actually. Doesn't always have the greatest output, but a guy that we know that he's not going to create losing conditions, and he's always going to do what's necessary for the team to move forward.
Yeah, and look, obviously MongolZ did give it his best here in his hometown. It didn't quite work out for him, but I mean, at the end of the day, that nobody could point the finger at him or all the star players on.
I mean, obviously FURIA will be saddened that they get knocked out in the quarterfinals here. They don't have a chance to have MongolZ play in front of this arena anymore in like a grand finals appearance or a third place decider or whatever it may be, him falling out early. But I think the one thing that you can really latch on to is that this guy's back in shape. This guy's back in form. He is a true knight for Kazakhstan, a guy who is putting up, you know, well improved numbers in this tournament, looked a little bit better in Rio as well at times. And so if he can get back to this level consistently this year, all of a sudden FURIA gets back into that title contender conversation.
And look, let's also talk about the other quarterfinal, which I think has produced a very surprising result. We felt like in the groups, we were saying 9Z, the best team that we had seen just in terms of delivery, how well drilled they were, everybody hitting their levels, and then they lose to Magic.
Shocker result.
Yes.
But one that I think a lot of the fans here are happy about, the fact that Moon was able to help them get over the line there. And I feel bad for Mayern, because I think map 1 and 2, he did an excellent job for them. But map 3, that dude was completely swallowed up by the stage, missing a guy with the op. Planting the bomb, not even moving. He just tries to flick too fast. You could see in those moments that the pressure was getting to him, and he just couldn't hold his nerve.
Yeah, it's a tough one for 9Z because they were having such a great story in regional play. They obviously beat, you know, they had the hardest path to these playoffs, right? They beat 3 top 10 teams in the world to make it, so they did a lot of good work. But you look over at Magic, and they're just so fun, man. Like watching Magic, they just do the most crazy bullshit you'll ever see a team do. I mean, just such unorthodox plays, but you also saw some more refined calls as well. I think S-Fade, you know, the in-game leader of that team, is actually steering them in a crazy direction considering where they came from and what they've accomplished already in Astana. So they're going to be fun to watch up against Falcons later today.
Yeah, and look, obviously Falcons clear runaway favorites in this one, but sometimes you just can't prepare for crazy. You know, that's how I feel when I do desks. But anyway, let's talk about what we're going to be preoccupied with, which is our semi-final. It's going to be obviously MOUZ versus Spirit. A lot of people have Spirit as favorites for this one. Our talent predictions, I think only one person picked Falcons to win. Everyone else has Spirit locked in, and I think that was Blair. So while we're talking about,
What are you
crazy,
trying to say there?
but no, I got to be honest. Spirit did impress me yesterday. I have to say it. That was the best they looked, and I hadn't really been paying attention to what you'd been paying attention to, which was this new utility, this soft era of coaching.
It is clear that with Sotfik coming in, and probably a little bit from Magic's as well, they're using utilities so much better. The fact that with Sotfik, they're now getting flash assists 0.27 times per round versus last year, where they were the worst flash assist team in all of Tier 1 Counter-Strike. they are 50% more likely to use utility in a round at this point, and it's just setting up their players so nicely. It's so much better to see, instead of Donk, who is still the best rifler in the world, have to fight up against a mountain every single time. It's just a little bit easier. They're paving the way for him with some better utility, rolling out the red carpet a little bit more. He's getting easier kills, and I feel like that actually helps preserve some of that mechanical strain that he's always going through every single game. It's nice to just get some freebies here.
I mean, Donk is just a crazy weapon, and when you add this flash assisting that you're talking about to the mix, you just hone it that much more. And I think that it has been incredible to see Spirit look so revitalized, you know, in Rio and now in this tournament. Because remember, this is a team that last year won a prestige event at Cologne. They won a couple of bounties. You know, they won, you know, Cluj last year as well. I mean, they had some titles on the cabinet in a year where it was very hard to get to because Vitalia was winning most of them. And you come into the major, they placed top 4 in Budapest, and they didn't think that was good enough. So they completely revamped the team, and we saw in Rio that it finally bore fruit with the finals appearance, and we're seeing it bear fruit here again, as they're now in the semifinals with a really good shot to make another final. And we're seeing great performances, again, out of Donk, obviously. Shiro seems like he's back in shape as well. And at times, Tenier is looking more activated, and those are the big things.
Yeah, and you can see the numbers here, but the big storyline for me is Halley. He's not here. He's at home watching this. A lot of people have been critical anyway. They say he's too structured. And when you have a team like this, maybe structure is the enemy. Let these guys off the chain. Let them go crazy. You know, you don't cage the butterfly, so to speak. And obviously now he's took this period of leave. And the team, I hate to say it, they're looking better without him.
It's true. I mean, that's why for me, if Spirit, especially if they win here in Astana and they decide for the major to go with Sotfik behind them, I'm not sure how VRS rules work through those kinds of substitutions, but if they could, and they do, I would not blame them in the slightest. I think that Sotfik has put a greater emphasis on utility for these guys. I feel like he's also freeing up some of the individual players like Tenier, who now just looks like he has a little bit more autonomy, a little bit more agency in how he controls his side of the map, because Holly, to me, ruled with more of an iron fist. Even looking back at Zwei and his experience with Spirit, it was more about not messing up more than actually playing to win. And now you can see that Tenier no longer is shackled and he's free to do what he wants to in a round.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking a Spirit squad that was already so well known for playing that deathball style of Counter-Strike where Donk could just be this unbelievable, you know, haymaker guy, you know, just being able to throw that crazy strong slug right at your face and take you out. But now that jab's there too to open them up. It's the utility usage you're talking about as well as support from the rest of the team. And you can just see, I mean, again, these numbers just speak for themselves. It's actually astronomical. He's the best rifler I've seen play Counter-Strike. Just the way that he goes for so many opening attempts, the way that he succeeds at so many of them, as well as obviously all the rating and all the other nuts and bolts that go into being a skilled player that is trying to make a push to still challenge for #1.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be real. The kid is a phenom. You know, we've been around the block for a long, long time. I remember all the greats coming through, and I can't remember one that I would put on my Mount Rushmore that's had the immediate impact that this kid has. As I said, one of the great tragedies when we get to the end of Counter-Strike history, whenever that may be, is we're going to look back at 2025 and realize we should have given him the greatest player that year. But that's fine. Can't fix that now. You know, he got off to a rough start in 26, but with this new look Spirit, he is back to his best.
Easily the best rifler that we've had in the game ever since he joined Spirit. That's continuing into this year. I like what you bring up there, that historically also it's just so unprecedented. We never really saw players get 1 kill per round, and now we've had multiple instances where Donk is practically at that level through these. I mean, in these kind of HLTV sort of heat maps of what these players are good at, 100 firepower is so many different metrics. It's kills per round win, it's damage per round win, it's total damage, entry frags, all of these things, and he's the only guy that is always at 100. Like this guy, even in a down slump, it's almost that everybody just gets closer to 100, where he still sets the benchmark at that number.
Yeah, and you want to talk about rejuvenation, so let's talk about MOUZ. Obviously, a lot has changed. They brought their own rookie in, change in leadership. You know, Broland's gone out, Zershin is picking up the reins. I will always quote this every time I talk about him. When he said in an interview, I want to usher in an era of fragging IGLs, right? Because let's be real, a lot of in-game leaders, they do get to coast, don't they, on not having kills, not putting up numbers. Well, let me tell you, I think I looked at it this morning. Xerxia might be number 2 behind Donk at this event, which is insane.
Yeah, indeed he is. You can look at these numbers, and he is just leading this team to new heights. Remember, this is a squad last year that made 5 grand finals. They won a title, obviously, in Cluj. They had so many other top 4 finishes, and they basically played second fiddle to the Vitality era for the first half of the year. But the second half of the year, other teams started passing them by. FURIA won 4 titles, right? Spirit were out there winning the first 2 titles of the season. They all of a sudden were no longer the bridesmaid, the Vitality. They were just another team in the mix in the top 5. They have ambitions to do more than that. And that's why they made these drastic changes, even with a major coming after this, where they're going to have to swap back to some, their older players to see them take this risk. And it's paying off, in dividends, in my opinion. Like, they've looked very, very sharp this event. But it really has been a lot of Xerxia. And that's the only thing I would bring caution to, is the fact that his numbers are so well above what you would think an in-game leader would be, and above what he would be when he wasn't even the in-game leader. It's actually crazy how he's performing, but some other people are going to have to step it up if they're going to challenge Spirit on that stage.
I've got some good news for you. Maui spent all late last night watching MOUZ demos to see if Xerxia is actually legit a good caller, or if it's just some bizarre honeymoon period. And wait till you hear what he's got to say.
I mean, I would just say that obviously the T sides were strong for them in that matchup versus Aurora, but I would say that realistically speaking, you break the rounds down, look at the starter, look at the middle of the round, look at the finisher. All but maybe 1 round that was successful for MOUZ was just based off of the fact that they got entry kills, that they were able to convert off of the map control that they got. To me, that's just going through the motions of what is already a great structure. So we have yet to really see Xerxia pushed as a caller, and I feel like that's going to happen a lot more here, because when he's putting up great numbers, that's fine. You're always going to be able to get in the zone, be able to figure out what's to come next when you're still alive and getting kills. But Spirit is one of his worst opponents historically speaking.
Yes.
The only tier 1 team that he has a lower rating against with above 15 maps is Vitality. So this has never been a comfortable matchup for him, and so you're not expecting him to put up those kind of blistering numbers that we've seen throughout this event before facing them.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing up the history, because historically, this is where MOUZ usually stumble, right? We're in the semifinals of a big event in a stadium. Stop me if you've heard this before, guys. And they're taking on the likes of Team Spirit, and here's what we're talking about when they do.
Yeah, this kind of showed you a little bit of the last season that we had starting in Cologne, and kind of running you through the rest of it, where it really has kind of been the Spirit show. And even, you go to more recent times throughout, the end of 2025 and what we've seen so far in 26, and Spirit are just so dominant. Obviously, MOUZ are now a much different team than the last time they played Spirit. Now Xerxia in-game leading, Zut's coming up from the academy team, JL coming in for what seems to be a trial period to figure out what the long-term vision of MOUZ Sports will be. But again, as you've already kind of indicated, a lot of it has come down to their entry success. I mean, Xerxia's putting up equitable numbers to Donk as far as how he's able to create openings and rounds on the T side. We've seen flashes from Zelix at times. I'll give him that. We've seen impact moments from JL at times in the quarterfinal. Those are good. But my bigger concerns are the fact that Spinks has been kind of shaky overall, if I'm honest. He used to be the pillar of this team. That needs to be addressed. And the other one for me is that I thought Torzy was on kind of a recovery. Remember, he played his worst 2 events of his career with MOUZ Sports at Rio and Rotterdam. It was like 0.88 or something like that. It was a ridiculous rating for an Opper. Throughout a lot of this tournament, he seemed to be back on the right path, but he was a little bit shaky in that last match they just played, and you can't afford to be that when Donk and Shiro are in top form right now.
Not only has Spinks changed up some of his positions to slot Zelix and JL in, but he's also communicating a lot to become the, now seemingly in my eyes, the secondary caller for this team.
Yeah.
And that little comms clip we got that demonstrated, or it really showed round 24 versus Aurora on Dust 2, Spinks was microing Xerxia. So I think it almost is that Xerxia is, I'd say he's the beneficiary, weirdly enough, even though he's donning the title of IGL, of everybody else coming together and in the aggregate filling out where they need extra help in the mid-round. So it's typical to see someone fall off a little bit for those couple of reasons.
And just quick, because obviously we will be going to the stage soon, for me, JL's the X Factor. I've got to mention him. If he ever gets back to what he was on Na'Vi, this MOUZ team will be formidable.
Yeah, JL has come in and done pretty well considering the circumstances of such a limited amount of time with the squad. In some instances, he gets to be featured in roles he used to play on Na'Vi when he was one of the best teams in the world and winning a major. I think think of like Inferno Banana, for instance, or some of the stuff that he does, you know, and some of these other maps as well. Ancient, another one, you know, but other times he's had to sacrifice, be more of an anchor, be a more supportive element, but he's doing a great job, and yeah, he's going to be needed today.
He's certainly going to be needed today. We get a temperature check because we're off to the stage right now.
Astana! Well, yesterday you were treated to one amazing game of Counter-Strike. This arena showed the world why we love to come back to Kazakhstan, to see great Counter-Strike and great moments exactly like that. But there is still so much more to come. And oh my, when we look at these semi-finals we have on our hands, we have a team that could go for back-to-back finals here in Astana. We have other teams looking to challenge and cement themselves as teams that deserve to be lifting a trophy, but have been eluding them multiple times. So before we get into today, let me ask you, are you ready? Well, you certainly sound it. For our first team taking to the stage, they made an impressive comeback against Aurora. They've been through their changes, they've got new players on the team, but their leader, not only has he developed being able to lead a team, he has fragged out and done better than we've seen in any recent times. They've had a new level of confidence, but this confidence will be tested. The team they are facing is a familiar foe who they have struggled against for nearly a year, unable to win a series. So, let me hear it. It's MOUZ! And their opponent, with a new coach standing in behind them, familiar to some of the players. This team, they are dominant. This team are the reigning champions here in Kazakhstan. But Shiro said just yesterday, the way they are playing is disgusting. And we've seen flashes, it improves 50%. But that teamwork, it looks better than ever. And when you've got Donk on the team, it can be the scariest thing to face for even the very elite. So, let's make some noise for Team Spirit! JL, come on up here. Donk, come join us. Yeah, you JL. Donk, for you right now, looking at how you guys played yesterday and what the team showed, what does it do to your confidence and understanding right now of the team's level, how you are playing together, how you are communicating together and working towards this trophy?
Выиграть на любом. Я думаю, что мы играем на уровне выше, что было в Рио, и я, в принципе, уверен в наших способностях при команде MOUZ. Я думаю, что у нас все получится, если мы просто будем играть свою игру.
So we're performing totally better than in Rio. So it's not going to be so hard against MOUZ. We are prepared.
Okay, I like that. So in terms of you performing better than even in Rio, where you had that second place, it was vitality. Tell me what difference we are seeing in Spirit. What is it that is enabling you guys to play this better? A lot of people have said positive things about Sopvik. He obviously was your old coach on the academy. Can you break it down for me?
Я не знаю, мы просто играем лучше, чем до этого. Я в нормальной форме.
А Сотвик что-то дает вам? Что-то поменялось с приходом его? Поменялось ли что-то с приходом Сотвика? Okay, nothing changed with Sotвik came. And we're just doing better, that's all. We're just performing.
Well, they certainly are performing. Now for you, Jel, been a while. A fan favorite, a crowd that loves you wherever you go. Did you enjoy yesterday just being back on the stage, feeling it all again? I'm sure you missed him.
Oh yes, of course, 100%.
And looking at your performance, still not the best JL, who's the big game player. Is this here where it changes?
Today is a big game, so we'll see.
Сегодня большая игра, и я очень соскучился по выступлениям на арене. Было очень долго, прошло очень много времени.
And looking at that, we've been seeing this throughout the tournament. I'm not looking at ratings, but I'm looking at impact. You've had multiple multi-kill rounds. You've been doing what the team needs you to do. But if I look back at history, Na'Vi struggled against Spirit. MOUZ have struggled against Spirit. So how does that change today?
I mean, neither team had exertion doing 150 ratings throughout the whole tournament, not dropping a single negative rating. So, I mean, if we keep that up, we're gonna win.
Совершенно настолько классно выступал на протяжении групповой стадии, что с ним, конечно же, мы сможем победить, даже несмотря на то, что у нас были проблемы со Spirit и в MOUZ, и в Na'Vi.
Let me just quickly ask you, Donk. He said, if Xerxes can keep doing that, they're gonna win. Any words?
No chance.
All right, guys, shake hands, take your seats, prepare for battle. Some fighting words in there, but I know this arena is probably going to be maybe more on the Spirit side, but I would like to think that MOUZ got some love. So, if there are any people supporting MOUZ in the house right now, let me hear you! Okay.
Ну что, ребят, самое время дать шуму для Team Spirit!
Okay, that I was expecting, but I just need everyone to have good energy. You know, we had such incredible games. We saw what this arena could do. So, Crystal May, can you help me get this arena going a little bit?
Так, ребят, вы готовы? Нужно зажечь на стадион! Погнали!
Now, guys, I know that you love Counter-Strike. These guys are fighting for a chance and a spot in the grand final. Give it to me, all your energy, all your noise. Are you
Ready indeed, and you heard it there from JL. Today is a big game. We wondered which version of JL was going to turn up. We were talking about that before we went to the stage. He's looking confident, and then let's turn our attention to the veto. We're probably going to see a Dust too. It's super cut and dry, but what else is going to happen, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Dust 2 is going to be an obvious one. I think that MOUZ will likely pick Nuke, which I think is actually a smart play because it has been a vulnerability of this Spirit side since they made this new roster configuration we've seen this year. And so, yeah, the permabans are coming out at this point. Obviously, we know we should be seeing MOUZ come out with the Anubis, and then from there it should be straightforward.
I agree, totally. I don't even feel like this has even that much suspense to it. It'd be just a total shock if we get anything other than the maps that you listed, Dust. Both of these teams have clearly outlined what their favorites are in terms of picking. We do get the Dust 2 to come out on the Spirit side. If you're right, if I'm right, if really the stats are right, then it's going to be a Nuke pick here for MOUZ as it is.
Yep.
And I'll just say, I mean, I feel like that when it comes to this series, obviously JL brings up the fact that, you know, it's a big game and everything like that. Unfortunately, Rich, hasn't been pretty for JL in the past for Spirit. I think that's why he was a little bit timid there on the stage. In the entire time he played for Na'Vi, they faced Spirit 11 times. He never beat them in an arena, not a single time, only won 2 games. One's a studio, one was a seeding game. So this guy has no experience beating Donk when the pressure's actually on.
Yeah, and look, Donk said today, you've got no chance. Also was kind of keeping his cards close to his chest about how they've changed. He said, look, we're just playing better. We're just getting better into 2026. We're just vibing right now.
Yeah, Dust 2 does feel like no chance to kick off this series.
Yeah.
Spirit's been the second most dominant team on Dust 2, next to Vitality's incredible resume. 14-2 record on this map with this 5, beating the best in the best time and time again. Again, it comes down to just their deathball style of Counter-Strike that obviously is headed by Donk's amazing entry power. But this is also one of those maps where Tanir has really come online.
Yep.
You know, they pull him off of extremity roles a lot and allow him to be more of a trade fragger on their executes. I think he's also done very well as an anchor defensively. I think this is the map you're seeing Shiro get back into shape with the op with and having loads of impact, you know, particularly in kind of holding passive lines and anchoring down locations with the AWP. But then it goes into what Maui was talking about earlier as well, the superior utility usage that Spirit's been using this tournament to help these attacks have more potency to them, to make it a little bit easier on Tanir and Donk to create these openings and close down rounds, but they are vicious on this map.
So let's talk about the specifics, Maui. How can MOUZ possibly get an edge on this?
I mean, nothing has really actually spelled that to me, Rich. So I could try here, but I'll tell you what they need to improve on, okay? Because from the group stage, Zelix and Spinks were a very porous duo when it came to B-side defenses. Teams have just been running at them because they have not found a way to play off of each other as well as you would hope, which is expected. I mean, Zelix is in a new spot himself, but at the same time, they need to just be better. I think that Spinks needs to play a little bit more on the bomb side. He needs to stop pushing into lower every single round, because why are you inviting a fight against Spirit, who through their map control procedures are just vicious? So I feel like this has got to be a little bit more hunkering down, and getting Torzy's op involved too wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, it's going to be huge because, again, you know, Spirit are really good at mid-B attacks and just, you know, sending 4-5 into B tunnels and just popping onto the site. And that's going to test Zelix, who's, you know, a rookie in this stage environment aside from their game yesterday. And so that's going to be a huge test for them. Also, Xerxin has to continue to be the X factor.
Well, he certainly will be. But for now, we're going to throw you over to our commentators. MOUZ are in the house, so I'm going to bring you a couple of cool cats. It is, of course, Launders and Scrawny.
Yes, thank you so much, Rich, and another fantastic desk. This is going to be an amazing matchup. Now, obviously, from what we understand, MOUZ do not beat Spirit, but it's a new circumstance, and Magix is still learning it as an IGL. Xerxin has had some time as a secondary caller. They're going to try to throw this up on its head. Nuke coming into the veto is something interesting. Dust 2, if that's an upset, everything is out of the window. So we're looking for Xerxin to be able to be a better entry than Donk today. Yes, his stats throughout this tournament have been fantastic, but Donk still clears him by a mile.
Yep, and then beyond that Xerxin top performing on the side of MOUZ, we have 4 MOUZ members that are barely beyond a 1.0 rating. It is going to have to be all Xerxin as it has been, and it's going to be Astana's action-packed semi-final Saturday coming to its starts. Spirit on the attack, MOUZ on the defense. This one is going to have to supersede the stats. And I think Donk said it in cold-blooded murder. No chance. But Team Spirit, we'll see if they can actually tap into it right now. The long fight comes up, Shiro and Donk. And we've got damage here for Torzy to have to stomach, so certainly not ideal. But JL's gone unnoticed, executes too. Who is it that's going to step up alongside Xerxin? That is what we're asking ourselves as we come into the semi. A shot from Torzy that somehow finds the kill. And as he just jumps back down into the CT spawn, sprints on the departure, this is actually Spinks to try to creep up. Does he get wild here? No. Just doesn't want him to know about the position. This is a very long rotation coming out of Torzi, but he's also sprinting it the entire time.
They don't know if Magic's left the site, but he's sitting on default, so surely he's just gonna get killed. Yes, Torzi takes him out. A fantastic round for Torzi. That's also somebody who we're looking for to play better than he has previously. At this tournament right now, this team is so top heavy with Xerxin carrying so much T-side impact overall. But Torzi, we know the op that he can be. We know Spinks, the star player that he can be. We know the potential of a player like JL. It's just that all in the face of Spirit. They have to be in rare form. Not what you can normally count on. So trades look pretty good. Best thing about this round for Spirit is that bomb plant, of course. But it's the kills from Torzi in the end. Bai comes back instantly. Donk's got the AK. One Galil to support a good amount of utility. I think this is a map where someone like Zelex, we kind of said, okay, you know, you could be the 5th guy on this team. You're coming in, lots less pressure on him. But this is a match now. Everybody on this team knows how hard it is to win. Zelex hasn't had that experience yet. Could very well get thrown to the wolves or step up to the challenge.
We can talk about how in the head-to-head it's just always coming up Team Spirit, but Zelex doesn't know that. He's not been a part of that struggle throughout 2025. And MOUZ does just kind of have this bit of a shield around them in that it's the first outing with Xerxin as this head of the project. You know, there's no wounds on this MOUZ. That's what they kind of shake off by having 2 players cut from their previous struggling roster. Fresh face. Xerxin leaps and bounds above the rest, finds the first one.
Oh, JL dies in the back.
That's a big kill for Donk, but expect more of it. Not this round. Down they go. As Shiro kind of churns through those players down beneath him. It's going to be the Torzi 1v2 with both these players over towards the site still, but the bomb is just going to leave.
Yeah, it's out of here, and it's easy for Magics to leave as well. Torzi can start running around, but once they get this bomb planted, Torzi's got it up, and he doesn't have any utility. The best case for him is to try to find the rotation. If he can't find that, he's gonna try to find a place to save, because that's about all he'll be able to do. And oh, okay. Oh, he will just walk right into the kill, and now there's actually, wait, Torzi doesn't know that it's the B side. Oh, okay.
Oops.
Yeah, that just turns into an op save. Spirit will pick this round up. They get all the trades. They run aggressively over Cat. They're all willing to peer over the railing. Everybody who's trying to rotate up through CT dies. We see that Xerxin puts himself in a good spot to catch the first guy dropping down. That sets his teammates up to feel confident that they can all rotate through CT. What they're not ready for is Spirit being comfortable, and actually everyone from Spirit dies.
I'm really committed to the cause on that one. Shiro didn't escape.
Respect. It's good to see that Spirit are making improvements on T sides with the calling. Don's still, you know, the best player on the team. Things still look pretty good. There were definitely a lot of doubts, but you look at their recent matches, like they're winning every game. It's just they lose to Vitality, as most people do.
Ooh, you can say that now. Not wanting to just sit back immediately. We're going to get this move, right? Don't want to be a scared version of yourself, but unfortunately a little labored there for Zelex. I guess he's got multiple targets. Xerxin's going to be held in by Zontix.
And the awareness is really strong.
That's fast, huh? Donk with the Galil, just going to clean up Torzi out of the window. And doing what MOUZ couldn't, we've got a conversion round queued up. The Donk op swap. Now, of course, this should be the gift for Shiro moving forward, but maybe we get a Donk shot. Yeah, enjoy it while you can. No clutch attempt offered up. You see this kind of electricity out of Donk, the way he just moves out through the tunnels, clears out that site. I think with, you know, Donk kind of saying and keeping his cards close and saying, we just got better. He didn't give us a lot in terms of like pulling back the curtain as to why Spirit improved, but I like that the final note on stage is just no chance.
No chance.
He believes that.
He said they're really well prepared. I got the feeling he didn't want to disparage Hallie in any way and just said, like, you know, this is something that we we've worked on, we're getting better, but they still have that environment where they're still a team. Everybody has contributed to building the system, and I think, you know, for Magix, that can be the same, whether it's Chopper, who's a previous IGL. The remnants of that have still resulted in the system that we see for the most part. They're trying to build on top of it, not necessarily tear it all down.
It's a very valid point, actually. Donk has always been a player that has taken time to appreciate those that built him up from the very beginnings of his career. On that first year of HLTV Awards, I mean, he made sure to kind of give respect to those people who were there first. And you are right. In a community that's maybe kind of looking to kind of add a little drama to the situation or to criticize Hallie for whatever their motivations, Donk's not going to be that guy, and I respect that. Never speak ill of your friends. Now this pistol stack up through the mid doors out of MOUZ, who would have loved to have carried forward the pistol win momentum, but are now in a dashing reality.
And this could be a real moment of exposure because now we've got, you know, Xerxion, who's going to be really over-encumbered. Number one, MOUZ as a team have not proved that they can take out Spirit. Number two, his individual form is at an all-time high as a caller. That's worked versus everyone else because he's probably been a little bit more comfortable. But now, as Maui brought up, the team that he struggled with second most is Spirit as an individual too. So he's got a lot weighing on his mind. He's got a lot of responsibility as a caller. It's very possible that both those things fall apart, or he shows us that, like, you know, this truly is his calling to be the IGL of the team, and that he's found a way to set himself up so well that he can antidote, remedy one of their most important head-to-heads, which I'm sure is one of the reasons why roster moves happen to MOUZ in the first place.
And while we can sit here and talk about how Xerxion's really found his groove statistically in this run-up to the semifinals, it's also still been a talking point this week that there is a downtrend from some other pieces, right? You've got Torzy, who can't quite get his game going. Spinks, who's meant to be a pillar, also not quite there. So if Xerxion's pop-off is getting you wins, that's fantastic. But at some point, the rest of MOUZ are going to have to find that groove as well. And we can talk about time. This is an incredibly fresh roster. Maybe many didn't think that it would hit the ground running as much as it did this week, but now it's crunch time. We're talking semifinals, and a beast in front of you in Spirit due to all the accolades, like you mentioned, in the head-to-head skewed. But MOUZ, it's a blunder in round two. They have to wait. They've got their guns back, and Spirit don't want to play any waiting games. It's an immediate long A-take. They're going to use Donk, as they do, as the weapon up front.
Yeah, full-on long take. All the CTs are going to peel back. Reset spot here. A little bit dangerous because MOUZ don't come into this round with a kit. And it's very hard to win by elimination versus a full-on long control take. You get a couple of kills early, you could maybe force a save, but if they start scaling, then there's a very high likelihood that this is maybe some kind of 3v2 retake. That time could be an issue. No further info has been taken. Oh,
nice headbutt.
Yeah, that'll be very effective. But they're looking actually to draw out some first tier utility. What MOUZ can do is save it now. Problem is they just needed to block that because they don't have a lot of utility to fight against this. Ooh, man, no flash.
Really?
They're trying to call out. Oh, and they left this gap too. Don't die as well. Oh no.
Too late. Donk over top.
Yeah, you're dead.
Room, right off that JL death. I love the way. I mean, listen, it's not a news flash. It's more the same. The moment Donk senses blood in the water, he just jumps on that one. And you see MOUZ kind of scrambling around, but a question mark around JL going for the fight, no flash.
You look at the utility, they had no kits, and they had no way to get info back. They could have gone for a tunnels push earlier in an active prophylaxis. They could have tried to push into lower tunnels early. Something to make up for the fact that they're very low on utility. Ideally for the CT side, they can match the amount of mollies and flashes so that when the cross comes out, they can break that smoke open constantly. Instead, they body block. So they gave themselves a chance to use their own vision as a resource, sort of as a utility. And I think in the back of JL's mind, he's hoping, well, we don't have a lot of utility. If I check and there's no one long, maybe that can allow us to rotate out of this. But it's the full punish, and I think they did at least have a flash to support that, which they didn't throw. So too much of a risk. That one falls apart. Way too easy for Spirit.
It's like best case, you catch one. Worst case, that happens, and Spirit are ready to go. It's not just a one-off duel, it is Donk just slams the hammer down long.
The confidence extremely high now for Spirit.
As it kind of felt coming into this game, and justifiably with the start, we've got pistols back for MOUZ. They're looking to interrupt this momentum, give Spirit something to chew on, and that'll help. Donk only getting 1 kill is always a silver lining. These are guns to be grabbed for the 5.7s to upgrade into, and we'll see Team Spirit in the meantime still just transition away from it.
It's a little awkward because they've just smoked themselves out of mid to support their lurk, so they're at a disadvantage. The CTs can actually roam free now, and they know they have a little bit more time. But still tying up 2 on long. It looks like MOUZ want to believe that they're just going to go for this late. It's very flimsy defense over here with Zelix. He's only got
Desert Eagle.
Desert Eagle, okay.
New kid on the block. Desert Eagle versus 2. There's an op trained on him if he gets flushed out, but he's still just hanging on to this angle. Hit that headshot, and this round's still under question if the mid hold also goes well. But he misses his chance. A little damage there for Shiro. That's all they've got to stomach. And now Zontix makes it even harder for Zelix. This time the nade is well placed because they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he was just going to die eventually.
Trying to, find that moment really did hinge on him heading the Desert Eagle headshot. Maybe you get that mid kill simultaneously.
Oh, Zontix can actually hunt this down and make it worse. 2 guns they'd love to save.
Instead, doesn't feel like that AK is getting out of here. Or rather M4 on Torzi. They will slowly come and find you. And so Spirit, even though they lose Donk over towards long, even though there's an uptick here for MOUZ working with less than this round and still getting some kills, you're not going to expect Spirit to just collapse. Systematically, Team Spirit have a protocol, and we see them just put that squeeze on the B site, and anything left for MOUZ to contend with just fizzles out. Xertion, it's going to be a hard-fought battle here with this AK, but it'll be valuable if he's able to save it. Round is Spirit's 5-1 the start on their map pick. This T side going swimmingly. If anything, it's insult to injury. You lose pistol, and you still go up 5-1.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, they're teaming with confidence. They look really good, and I think that we needed to see a couple more moves there from the CT side. Oh yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, definitely an unfair matchup when you look at it like that. But MOUZ are used to being the underdog.
Unfortunately, used to being the underdog, and in this head-to-head, used to losing. This is where MOUZ are supposed to kind of break out of those shackles. That's why it would be so unexpected.
And it's so fair to be like, they still need more time. They've taken some good wins here, but we have like some things to flag. And I mean, again, if they're going to be building, let's use a Magic reference, a Voltron sort of exertion where everything is called around him and his individual level goes up, what kind of counter is that to someone like Donk? And
Look at these moves, eh? Walking out the mid doors. I like that Xertion gets active on the catwalk, so there was something brewing for MOUZ. We saw that fallback out of Xertion. They're concerned about middle now with Zontix on the side of the smoke. Insta-kill on Spinks.
That clear is insane.
And it's going to be another moment where Zelix has a ton of pressure on him. He goes for the mid flank. Zontix collects another. He is 12-3, 7 rounds into this game.
That's absolutely perfect out of Zontix. It's just so careful that even though Spinks is also careful, his crosshair placement's a touch better. That edge of the smoke didn't matter at all. Zelix gets shown to the door, bomb gets planted, and MOUZ are saving again, quickly and easily. This is a level that we didn't even think they would necessarily need to tap into to win today, but it could be a win condition to stomp again. The last 4 maps they played against Spirit, single-digit losses each time.
Come on now. 3rd time's the charm. Or Xertion just makes the job all the easier. So we get 2 3Ks from each team. Pressure's still on, but JL's allowed to hang on to that op, so we'll see Torzi with it in the next one.
Yeah, they have so much money, but it's such an unfair position with the op and rifle working together. They decide to save it. Said, keep your guns. To be honest, every time that they've been taking a site, they've been allowed to get a kill or 2 and force like a 2 or 3 player save. If MOUZ aren't building more connection, their rotations aren't a little bit better, then they're going to consistently lose this easily. But when Zontix walks out mid like that in the middle of a round, there's not really a mid-B play coming. Torzi gets cut off.
Right.
Your plans are revealed. The CTs have no way to coax you into believing that they're actually stacked towards B or something. They clearly were thinking it's going to be the A side. Torzi's already made his rotation.
We've already seen Donk kind of off the leash at times for entries.
Good. Off the leash. Yeah. Off the leash right now. Magix has a P90.
Okay.
Magix has a P90.
Well, here's the thing. I was about to say, donk off his leash, you know what that looks like. That's his version of confidence. I think that walkout from Zontix in middle is his version of confident Counter-Strike. And he also sticks the landing. So now you're just getting different flavors of Spirit, and all of them are lethal. Thank goodness that P90 gets sold, but it is still going to be Magix's version of confidence. He calls for the all-in rush. Zelix this time with a multi-kill, wasn't ready for that third, but Donk didn't instantly kill him. Plays with his food a little, hunts him down into the corner, and even though that 99 damage done on Donk is secured, he is still alive and kicking. Hands busy on the bomb plant. Xerxin wants to get in on this. They know that player.
Oh, he got another kill.
It's going to be a little late, and yet Donk is still able to bring one down with him. This is Tanir's chance now. He's got two in front of him, takes damage, and it will indeed be MOUZ's second round win. It is an all-in aggressive MAC-10 entry towards that B site. It seemed to be going well, but we finally get a chance to sing Zelix's praise. He hangs on to 2 kills and sets up Donk's death too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, a headshot for headshot there on Donk's enough, even though Donk gets another kill.
Let's go, boys. Let's win this fucking run and let's go 6-6, okay?
Yeah, it's good energy out of Torji. We didn't really get the comms listen-ins from him, and it felt like his performance so far, I feel like he's been kind of in the dumps a little bit. So good to see him looking alive.
Especially with back in even the Brawl and MOUZ, there was that moment where Torji kind of became the leader of MOUZ spiritually, running into Budapest, etc. So trying to stoke the flames here off of MOUZ.
Another molly.
Step 1 of 2 secured. They did win that round. Now, gunning for the 6-6 half. Shoot for the stars.
That looked like a very convincing attack that was going to come in no matter what. So a lot of utility used in response. They've got 2 kits to work with. We're lacking head armor just to show you that MOUZ are spending pretty much to their bottom dollar. Actually, Tori's got a few bucks left over.
Second volley of utility coming towards the B side, but it doesn't really elicit too much.
It's a good moment to go mid-B, and Xerxin won't have any util here. There won't be a nade to break open this mid-B smoke. He might have to do something a little crazy.
See if it comes his way. What kind of a moment he can have here facing 4 players out middle our Spirit right now, and you can hear the rumblings of it if you're Xerxin. Magix tries to hold it. He'll go down with one, empty-handed again. It's gonna need to be Zelix. He's been called on far too many times. And this one, again, just added to the pile of lackluster impact from the B site.
Yeah.
But if anything, Zelix has gotten away with more than Spinks, and that's not what you've come to expect.
That's true. He should be kind of leading the way on the frags, but it's the style of attack. And again, we saw Xerxin have to push through a smoke, no utility. No one behind him to break that smoke open, no flash to try to come through it, no way to punish at all, and he knew that this was going to be a mid-B. It's a great call from Magix, identifies as another weakness here on the mid-B, finds a good time to do it. It's very vulnerable, and you see the difference in the firepower too. Donk gets the trade on Xerxin, Donk gets the trade on the entry, and that's going to happen in basically every round.
Proof is in the pudding. Kills just keep racking up for Spirit out of the main. Zontix going to get that op down, so no sniper for Torji moving forward. And the dream of the 6-6 half has just gone up in smoke. 5 rounds best case for MOUZ as Spirit leads 7-2.
Really want to try to win out, but belief is maybe half the battle. At least they've got that. But if you're Spirit, can you really fault them for, really putting a lot of pressure on the new player over on that side of the map? And that new combo too, where Spinks has to figure out how to build chemistry with him.
Flashes out and you find JL trying to emerge from the long smoke. Extra follow-up flashbang doesn't find Donk, so he stares at it and will find a second kill mere seconds into this round. The 10th not looking any more comfortable than the majority of this T-side so far. Spirit are absolutely having a field day in this semi-final. And while Zontix is yet again crept out towards middle, he will catch Zelix, the solo B player, dead already.
And now they have that side of the map. So long control, options to go and avoid these last 2 players. They know they're A players.
Still got him just surrounded. Team Spirit hit the pause button, and they're just going to let Donk go and confirm it. Odds are you don't survive the gunfights versus Donk, so you don't need to move a muscle if you're the rest of Team Spirit. Just let Donk do what he does best. Tear heads off shoulders. Chases down the Opper and will get cut down. That's going to get that bomb moving over to the B site, all but guaranteeing the round here for the 8-2 lead.
Literally, all they're looking for is that they don't even care about the plant right now. They know that they're going to win this round. Torzi knows that he's getting approached from every position. Spirit are running through this game.
We had that absolute battle between Falcons and FURIA yesterday in a quarterfinal, just trying to find momentum as this game and event goes on. Team Spirit don't look for that kind of match today.
No.
They are looking for a different essence, and that is a total stomp in the semis.
They look insanely focused. They have done everything correctly so far. Their fraggers are online. It's actually like just looking like a nightmare matchup for the time being. I'm not even really seeing the ideas for MOUZ that are so good and creative to show us that like they can outsmart Spirit and make up for it. And that was the worry, I think, coming into today. Again, as soon as Xerxion's individual level drops off a little bit, which I'm not preying on, but it's just that it's so new and it's like crazy that it's been so consistent. This is the kind of team that's going to make that way, that's going to expose it essentially. So
I mean, I think in a way, unfortunately, JL maybe subconsciously kind of revealed the plot in that pregame. He said, if Xerxion can get another 1.5 rating today, then we can win this. But that's a huge if in the face of a Team Spirit that has absolutely hit the ground running.
Also, a 1.5 rating sounds really impressive until the only other player at the event has a 1.6 rating across the entire event.
Yeah. That 1.6 player is off to the races again in this one. It is Donk, Magix, and Tenier to open up with what was a 5 versus 2, and it all gets shut down so quickly.
Absolutely mauled.
This is a 16-7 Donk, a 14-6 Zontix.
Yeah, of course he gets to the top of the board anyways, after Zontix started off so well. No one on MOUZ cracking 10 kills as we get into round 12 to round out the half. Every little bit can matter. You know, maybe.
Wanted that 6-6 half, you're not going to find it, but at least Donk is dead in this one. We'll see if a 5v4 to MOUZ's favor can actually put at least that third round on the board. You said it, everyone could matter. That is also to presume that Spirit will have struggles once they swap, but that's still the unknown entity.
MOUZ have made one comeback and it was great, but it was also one of the clearest chokes I've ever seen from Aurora, so it would take more than that.
Right now, Torzi's going to get himself a second kill here, and Xerxion on the cap push. So at least something a little fresher out of MOUZ in the dying moments of this CT side. They take a swing at it, and it could come up for their third, but this 2v5 is underway with Tenier catching his 5th kill of the half. Hasn't had to really be called on with Donk and Zontix being so top heavy at the moment, but they've got all the time to try to embarrass MOUZ in this 12th round of the half.
Spinks coming up 2-11 to round at the half is just not something you normally see.
And problematically, I mean, a key piece to that early beat pressure, you know, if he did decide that this was going to be the game that he would kind of find his groove.
They actually have a chance to catch rotations on both ends of this because they're not coming up cat, they're actually walking potentially out mid. And there's a B player who needs to watch B, so man, long control. Surely they walk into this fight. Oh, okay, but Tenier does not win it.
Yep, Zelix catching
that's the round
his.
done.
And now we can talk about Zelix actually having a moment or two. Again, that B site still kept crumbling. We're going to grasp at straws to discuss MOUZ's chances. Zontix 10 seconds left over, just kind of forced to get active. They really needed that bomb, obviously, not to die. So fighting every step of the way, MOUZ. 3 CT rounds, all one-offs. The first, the last, and one sprinkled in the middle. Feels like Team Spirit have total control of this semifinals, but I think Astana's happy about that one. 9 rounds deep. And they will switch over to see if the CT side can also take early control.
Scariest part is MOUZ have a pistol as one of those 3 rounds and then got completely blown out. So even if they win the next one, again, you know, Spirit on dust too. It's just home turf. They're going to be super comfortable. Spinks just has to have a better day today because his average consistency is so high and he's not someone who's like an entry fragger who, if they have, you know, a few off maps, it's just a high volatility position. No, he actually puts himself in spots to take his fights as slowly and carefully as possible. You expect him to consistently have impact, even if it's not going to be top of the board. But across this event, unfortunately, he's not been himself.
Around history. One last reminder of how bleak that one felt for MOUZ. Go JL, smoke grenade for the T-side pistol. Raid boss Donk with dual Berettas, Kevlar. Him and Zontix just basically having a race to the top of the scoreboard. We'll see who finishes first. Essentially playing mini games in such a flat first half, and that nade could not have been placed better on Spinks.
That's the other thing, they said they're well prepared. It's not just the frags.
But the frags sure as hell help.
Yeah, it's true. Frag grenades. It's actually a good looking position here for MOUZ despite taking that nade square between two people.
Flashes out, utility pops. We got to drop down to CT dead instantly,
good.
so no entry allowed by Xertion. Tanir holding on to the long doors means it's a 5v3, and so that just means you know Team Spirit will come barreling at this retake. How does he do it? How does he do it?
I don't know if he saw anything.
Explain yourself.
Go for fights. It's the only way you're going to win here. Spinks and Zelix, you turtle up too much, they're coming at you.
It's those two B defenders from the first half trying to hang on to a bomb site again with the plant in front of them. Donk is going to pop up, and everybody's already dead. 5 players up for Spirit, double digits secured.
Looking for
Throw in the towel unless you can win potentially this force buy next, because Team Spirit are sprinting to grand finals.
Yeah, just like no heroes today here, unfortunately, for MOUZ. Absolute dominance for Spirit. Maybe there was a question if MOUZ won the pistol, but we have yet to see if Spirit will fail a conversion. They just look so perfect. Nuts. Just that guy every day. Xertion going up against the only individual that has outshone him here at Astana.
The one player that has outshot him is also propped up by some strong performing teammates. Magic, Shiro, and Tanir haven't been called on too often, with Zontix being right there alongside Donk, but haven't had to call out a whiff, haven't seen a bad call from Spirit. It really is difficult to speak any ill of Spirit so far on this opening map, and so justified pick. At a struggle of a start, CT Smoke pops right in front of this 5-man pack, and we'll see if they just try to bust down through it. Magic's has got a nade that's gonna land amidst the pack. Four players soften, scout with the backdrop, bomb is ready to go, gets blinded in the process, and still Magic's will be able to mow down too. Tanir takes some damage in the process, but all this does is sets up Shiro to be the closer, and that'll be made all the easier with the bomb down in front of him, and Torji left 1v4, dying through the smokes. This is an untouchable Team Spirit.
Yeah, you don't see a reaction except Magic smiling here. They're just having fun. This is the important round for them. MOUZ's money is now totally screwed. They're getting brutalized here. 3 rounds to 11.
Yeah, almost 13, Mohan.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like
we're almost there. Oh, we're almost there. Analyst desk
got 72 ADR, and that's because of exit kills, really. Like,
long swing right into the Desert Eagle, goes down with nothing. Our analysts barely had time to sit down before they're going to have to somehow try to revive the storyline of how MOUZ can make this happen on Nuke. Counter-Strike can be map to map, but this is the sort of individual level from Spirit right now that almost feels untouchable.
that does feel like it's going to transcend the veto.
Right.
Sometimes those expectations aren't always accurate, but we'll soon find out, I'm sure.
And even if it doesn't transcend the veto in terms of such a lopsided score again, it's still going to be at least 5 rounds before Spirit are going to have to take a step back, look in the mirror and go, oh, maybe we need to evolve. Maybe we need to kind of settle down. You just know that off of a win like this, they are going to try to steamroll MOUZ on Nuke.
But they're still playing to win. They save, they have the tac pause, excuse me. They've got Cyclone to try to come in and contribute an idea. And like they just need to try to pry back some dignity rounds here. That's the very least they could do for themselves.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a full comeback, any kind of comeback, I think, honestly, is worth it. Sometimes there is a thought, just get it over with, but Zelix has been really shown the true power of Spirit right away. First match versus Spirit.
Wants to be a kind of part of changing that storyline, but maybe it's going to take more time. We talk about the upheaval that MOUZ have gone through coming into Astana. New in-game leader role for Xerxin, 2 new players in the team. And despite Cyclone's reputation as, kind of being able to move the system from one piece to the next and keep teams afloat, MOUZ hitting the ground running in Astana's group stage bodes well for the future of this roster. But slamming into the brick wall of reality here in the semis. Because Team Spirit have gone through that transitional phase, right? Even a guy like Apex has talked about how the criticisms of Magix, who can probably see a bit of himself in Xerxin's shoes right now. Fresh to the role. Trying to make it work immediately. All easier said than done.
Just dropping into this.
And so Spirit here to win. 5 kills from a 13-3 close on Dust 2. And Xerxin just the one-man move out through that cat drop. Zelix will activate with the headshot. You've got that mid-hold at least going your way, but Donk is now on the scene. Beautiful sequence from Zelix with that triple kill this round. You've got Tanir, 2 kills in, needs another double. And as he goes over top to the ramp, that's his next frag. Bomb is down here for him. He got a confirmation of the CT walk-up, and he will just chew through what's left of you. 13-6 is the score of Tanir as he finishes. This was nothing short of domination.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, welcome back to PGL Astana. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Semi-final, big tournament, Spirit versus MOUZ. MOUZ nowhere to be seen, and indeed caught in the trap.
Yeah, they were Mighty Mouse up until this point, looking like Dead Mouse after that game. I mean,
Not bad.
it was
Mouse-related celebrities.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I try a little bit.
Any
Dude,
other?
listen, they were kicking their ass so bad that Zontis was going for headshots.
I know.
He was hitting them.
Just
he was
styling.
hitting them, bro. It was unbelievable. The body shot match was like, you know what, screw it. I'm going to go ahead and clip some heads myself. And look, I mean, getting away from some of the jabs there, we kind of set this up in the pregame about how that mid to B defense was going to get tested, and that was going to be the big, moment where Spirit could really overwhelm their opposition. That's exactly what happened, bro. Zontis was, pushing out double doors sometimes and getting a multi-frag. Donk was obviously having a freaking field day wherever he felt like it. Tanir's getting the entries through the window. And then, because they put so much pressure there, it weakened up some of the other areas of the map later on in the half where, again, Donk and company just absolutely dominated.
This is what Spirit look like when they actually know how to throw nades. I don't care in that pregame interview about how Donk said that Zodfik changed absolutely nothing. You don't go from being the team that is the lowest flash assist in the world to then the best. Like, what they're doing at this tournament with utility is unprecedented for them and even for other teams. The numbers, if you took what Spirit's flash assists were at Astana, compared that to everybody last year, they would be the world #1 team by a significant margin. Like about for 30% better than what Vitality was doing last year. That's how much of a difference the utility is making. And people will look at this and say, oh, it's just MOUZ, everything's working. The reason it's working so well is because the people on MOUZ are so consistently blind on all of these Spirit entry attempts. Like Zelix was blind, Spinks was blind. Torzi got one opening duel this entire game because he's getting flashed off of every angle that he wants to take a fight on.
Yeah, and look, let's also be real. I mean, sometimes, blind or not, you've got to be able to just have those moments. Unplayable on Dust 2 right now, Spirit. You can see Donk there with a 1.9 rating. We said what's interesting about this iteration of Spirit is because their utility's so good, they don't have to rely on Donk. Well, Donk's decided to show up today. And that's bad news for MOUZ, unfortunately, because look at that kill feed.
We call him the Destroyer for a reason, because he absolutely wreaks havoc on the server. No matter where you put him at, he is going to find success. And again, it was just a situation where Donk could do whatever he wanted in this game, and the entirety of Spirit could really just send it wherever they felt was best and find, success ultimately. And yeah, you're right, it wasn't just Donk this time, although he was the leader on the scoreboard. Again, this is probably one of the best games I've seen Zontix play
since he came back, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. And then again, I'm loving that Tanir just keeps getting a little bit more and more invested. I think what's kind of fun, he got to finish off the game, what was a pretty cool kind of clutch moment there on the A platform. And yeah, you're seeing him kind of express himself more, because I'm telling everyone right now, if Tanir is able to build himself up to be a true, consistent third-star player for Spirit, they will challenge Vitality. It will be for real.
Yeah.
That's what's getting exciting about watching this tournament unfold, is the way that Spirit just looks like they've shifted into a new gear, one where they've just thrown out the tactics book from last year. They've completely developed a new one, and now they are just so much sharper, they're cleaner, their T-sides are there's so much more. Even though last year they did run some similar plays, it's just the precision with utility makes such a big difference. So then a team like MOUZ that's still in a fledgling state, they just look like they have no chance, because they already were going to probably get out-dueled in 50-50 gunfights. But when Spirit are finding all of these edges on their own terms because of all those nades, well, then it's just lights-out performance.
It's also just the synergy, which makes their spacing so tight. You're never facing one Spirit guy at a time. It's bad enough if you got a 1v1 against Donk, but it's even worse when you've got a 1v1 against Donk and the Tanir is about a half second away from swinging you too. And that is what we did not see from MOUZ Sports. There's a lot of rounds where it was kind of one guy being isolated, a little bit out of position. The few T rounds we got to see them play, it was kind of one-by-one Counter-Strike where it was easy for Spirit to take duels just by holding position. But yeah, this is a Zontix that, is interesting. This is a Zontix that did look like a very solid player when he was on this team before his departure for a season. And yeah, if they can keep getting this firepower clicking, that just makes them more and more dangerous.
I mean, I'll be real. I was never a fan. I thought he was like Mr. Mediocrity. Like, if you asked me, like, who is the most guaranteed 1.0 rating, can't remember a single thing they did in a match player, he would have been right up there. And then when he came back, I was like, well, we'll see how long that lasts. But I'll tell you this, I've always liked his interviews.
Sure.
I love his stoicism.
You get more than one word out of him, actually, so that does help.
I would consider him precocious or just wise beyond his years, but those are for things out of the server. It's funny, thinking about Zontix's highlights, even within a Spirit jersey, a lot of them are just kind of like bow downs with body shots. Okay, Kyosuke literally plays some of the same spots this guy plays, and they're the best highlights you've ever seen. With Zontix, you're almost thinking, how's he not dead already?
Yeah,
that's like every highlight I see.
But I'll say this: if they can get him to perform like this with frequency, that is terrifying for all the other teams out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zontix is kind of an interesting story because he came up at the same time as Donk. You know, they were both rookies coming in that 2024 year, and obviously Donk goes on to be the Rookie of the Year, goes on to build himself up over the last couple of years into the greatest rifle we've ever seen. Zontix just didn't quite have that same level of, you know, phenom, I guess you could say, in him. But there's still a lot of time for this guy to develop. He is still very young. He had to take, obviously, the extended break. He's come back to the team. They've given him all his old spots back. They've pivoted to Nier to make that happen for him. And I think part of this year has been working off Rust and trying to get back into sync of the meta and how to approach the situations that he hasn't had to face in a long time. And you're absolutely right. If he can, I'll say this, he doesn't even have to be that good. If he can just be like a 1.1 level player or something like that, as long as the Nier's popping off, you have enough firepower now to challenge anyone.
Well, let's talk about Tanir as well. Obviously, a player that was earmarked for greatness and then came into Spirit. It was a little bit shaky to begin with. Gotta say, his development, his trajectory, very impressive indeed.
It is because it's a bounce back. When he was on Heroic, it felt like such a natural fit to put him on a team like Spirit where you have a little bit more of an X factor on his extremity lurks, because that's what he was so good at with Heroic, that he could just be a turret, sometimes even create his own fate by making some kind of play on the other side of the map. And you saw that in little doses, but it felt like that's why I'm highlighting the whole Sotfic for Holly difference here, is that in Rio, we saw this guy taking so many duels on extremity plays. In fact, he was so desperate to get Spirit into that grand final versus Vitality, he started just challenging Rops head-to-head frequently on the A side of the map of Mirage. Not going to happen today, obviously, on Nuke, but we're still seeing that he has a little bit more flair, that he's just going to poke and prod a little bit more, that he recognizes he's one of the sharpest individuals in the world, and so he's willing to take those kinds of fights that can frequently upset the balance. But now, I'd even say in this tournament, now he's in the flow of things. He was constantly on aggressing routes with Donk, throwing the flash above to the side of them so that they can just scale with extra utility on top of the fact that his trading spacing was great.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a twofold thing for Tanir. For one, with him being an extremity playmaker, all of a sudden that gives you an opportunity to open up two fronts on your opponent. That split pressure then all of a sudden makes you really question what's happening, because if you're facing Donk in kind of the mid portion, you got Tanir attacking extremity, now the options are open for Spirit, and it makes it very hard for you to rotate and understand what's coming your way. And then the second thing is exactly what you said, the fact that they have really made a concerted effort in these last few tournaments with Sotfic behind them as a coach to get Tanir in more trading positions, to pull him off the extremity, to get him into the pack, get him into these punchy plays. And that's where I think he can kind of come in second, third guy out with Donk leading in front of him. And then, yeah, he's just going to feel super comfortable to use his mechanics to be able to get those trades.
So we've got to set up Nuke. Obviously, MOUZ's pick. I mean, just forget all about us two at this point. Like, that's one of those. Couldn't have gone worse in many ways. But Nuke, they're a good team on this map, and very competitive here in Astana with this new look lineup. Tell me about it.
Well, it's a map that MOUZ at the beginning of this tournament lost actually to 9Z. I mean, we saw the polish that 9Z had in the group stage, but then MOUZ started actually tinkering with it. They were able to beat Aurora a couple times now, and it's one where the starters are just so good for them. They're so varied. There's so many different variations of smoke walls that they use towards outside. JL has been such a crazy X-Factor player for them as well, just kind of filling in, slotting in, and that's what you get when you bring in an experienced big stage guy like him, that even if Zelix dies on that initial entry outside, and he will, don't get me wrong, that head-to-head versus Donk is never going to be easy. JL is able to recognize, read defenses, and be able to pull off flank plays. That's what he did versus Aurora yesterday. And so I think that that's going to be really your win condition. Can JL make great live reads? Because they need some kind of X factor in this game now.
Yeah, the reality is you're not going to beat Donk straight up with just the firepower of Zux and Zerchin. Yeah, Zerchin's been an X factor all tournament long. He's had a crazy rating. He's had crazy entry success. But now all of a sudden you're up against the best when it comes to that role. And so it's going to come down to what we saw them succeed with in their nukes throughout the Crushers tournament. Like, despite the fact that this has been a roster that's not been together long, their upper set pieces and some of these heavy utility plays they make are actually very fine-tuned. That's what it's going to take. Dislodge from these players, make them uncomfortable with your utility, and then find a way to get your trades. And that's going to be the big thing for me. It's going to be a big text for Zealox and Xertion. Meanwhile, when you go to the other side, Spirit, they've lost all 3 nuke games they played with this 5. That must be said. It used to be such a strength for them because of someone like Donk being such an menace in the yard on both CT and T side, but they just kind of lacked a little of the finesse and some of the play calling to have other options they could audible to. That's no longer the case now. Now you're seeing them look a little bit more diverse. We've been hyping up their flash assist and how they use utility better, and also Shiro is just such a nuisance with the op on this map as well. I think Torzy is really struggling in these playoffs, so I think all those things really do put it in Spirit's favor, even if they haven't won the map yet as a 5.
And JL with a wry smile there, as well he might have. I mean, it's good that they are still able to smile. MOUZ in these situations in the past, we've seen them capitulate. We're about to find out if this is the next stage in MOUZ history.
Well, I feel like MOUZ at least have a little bit of proof in what they've done in the past. Reminder, back at the Austin Major, Spirit against them, I mean, Nuke was MOUZ's coup de grace. The way that they were able to out-call Donk, and given how Donk has been trending as an individual, we saw it on the screen briefly there, Nuke's just not one of his favorite maps. He's just not having a great time trying to ascertain what the opposing team is doing when they use those variety of smoke walls. And a lot of teams now that are just using nade after nade after nade to maintain information, that always doesn't set up Donk. I mean, if Torzy's on the other side with a T-side presence op, then he might break the smoke, and it's to his own demise.
All right, then, so we're going to Nuke after a MOUZ, a meltdown on Dust 2, and that means I hand you over to the ever-explosive Scrawny and Launders.
Just the most daunting task at hand now for MOUZ, to have to look yourself in the mirror and pick yourself up piece by piece in order to just go up against this Spirit now. We'll hope that maybe their comfort zone of Nuke can turn it around. We'll hope for MOUZ's sake that, yes, these struggles with this 5 Team Spirit squad on this map specifically comes through right now. But there's a lot of, I think, unquantifiable energy in the server after what we just got out of Team Spirit. That's the kind of confidence that could boil over and just absolutely smother MOUZ out of semis.
Yeah, normally I don't like to go from map to map and assume that, it's all going to go wrong. In fact, I always bet that it changes pretty drastically. But in this situation with the storyline of Xertion and Donk, I'm just starting to wonder here. Now, obviously, the game that they brought back versus Aurora on Nuke was really impressive, and that speaks to their mental resilience, just kind of flat out. But in terms of the tactics and depth of the T-side comeback, I'm not totally convinced still for MOUZ. So on their Nuke alone, they're happy to play it. They've busted it out 4 times here at Astana, 1-3, lost to 9Z, obviously. I know they're going to feel a little bit better than Dust 2, but that might not be enough.
It's a question of how much better they can feel and also how poor Spirit might feel about this map in particular. This isn't where they do their absolute best work, but I think with how easily the analyst desk was able to just kind of put a pin in this exact veto, map to map, bada boom, bada bing. There's no doubt in my mind Spirit have something for this. So if we're going to get this kind of upwards trend for Spirit moving back on the brink of getting into back-to-back grand finals here in Astana, well, year to year, they're looking to do exactly that. So what they bring to the table, whether MOUZ can kind of shake them off their back, it just seems like a massive ask on top of having to find this new individual level. Huge rebound needed here by MOUZ going into map 2. Nuke could give them a little comfort to work with, but they will be on that T side, and so if the economy starts to go against them, if the CT advantage can be flexed by Spirit, then MOUZ may be still in shambles. Second map of the first semifinal. And we will have Spirit on the defense, leaning back, waiting to see if MOUZ can answer at all, in this game.
Yes. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's fucking go. We're going on here. 2 more maps, yeah?
Zeus to start it off. Shiro's Berettas slide off of the hut. And it is a rock-solid hold again. 4 kills, or rather survivors on Spirit's side. All that pep talk there for Torzy. I'm glad we sprinkled it in, because as much as you may want things to go well, welcome to reality.
Yeah, you're going to have to force them to. And I will say that no matter how good the CT side starts to look, we won't necessarily have a good idea of the outcome of the match. For MOUZ, they're going to be expected to win some rounds here. It's just that Spirit, If there's one thing that's good about their nuke, it's their CT side is incredibly strong. It's just that their T side is kind of the opposite. This is where Magics might also struggle to call a good game. So a thing like a pistol to kick off can make a difference when we get into the later hours of this map. A lot to be learned as things go on. We'll have to take it one round at a time.
You limp into this one with your Glocks. It is Spirit that just look to continue to roar their way forward through the playoffs. That's going to be an invitation for Donk to come over and try to feast. Pistols at this range? I don't think so. It's that Xerxian Desert Eagle that they're hoping hits any kind of headshot. Likelihood, low. And even lower now that that thing's going to have to be picked up off his corpse. So everybody ready to just kind of flex their advantage. You do rush into the blocks, though. You try to skip a step. That's what MOUZ were hoping for. If Xerxian doesn't get the headshot, then maybe somebody gets a little too confident. So an MP9 to the wayside out of Tanir, and that is all MOUZ will get for their efforts in round 2.
Would have been a little nicer, you know, Tanir gets the MP9 kills instead of it being going to the M4, but the fact that that's the only gun that gets dropped is just no sweat for Team Spirit. They handle that one nicely. It's not really enough kills for MOUZ in a round like this to make this one as scary. A little bit saved up, but the buy comes back. It looks nice. Now let's see right away an establishing shot of the game for MOUZ, for Xerxian calling this T side. What is the plan?
For now, it's going to be Donk remaining nimble.
And they've used their HEs preemptively to try to soften up some players crossing. This one comes out late. Now, I mean, it's going to be time to move.
Donk to
They're going to turn this in a mini, or?
Well, here's that movement up top, right? Xerxian, announced to Donk, will have him fade back and play behind Unbreakable. This is drawing attention over.
Really just all going. Okay, and they get the Ved drop at the same time. This is kind of nice. It's hamstrung the rotations a little bit. They'll have to quickly get out towards ramp.
Zontic's already down lower, trying to take over control panels. Xerxian will be left outside.
Giving CTs a little bit of time to get organized, but
still moving into position. Zontix hears the doors start to swing. He's gone unnoticed. Up in the rafters, good for the double. Zelex emerges with a double kill back. That's what they needed. MOUZ having a moment off of the newest piece. And as Zelex goes wide for a triple kill, he's got Donk at bat next. This is a man advantage and a post plant, all made possible by Zelex. Tanir gets that kill back. They're gonna know that the bomb planter's gotta be on this site, and so Donk is just gonna go like a hound dog and hunt him down.
Oh, this lurk is a little bit too late. It looks like they could stick this inside of the smoke.
This is Donk with the kit.
Wait, the smoke fell in the water.
Oh, this opens a door for Xerxian. They're not sure where he comes from. He'll have to announce himself.
He has to swing.
Defuse down to a second, and the cover's good. Donk comes up with the kill. That is Donk off of the defuse with the headshot just to go back onto it. Has ample time to do so. And so, Team Spirit, all they had to really face is this nice triple kill sequence out of Zelex. That gives you hope, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit. It was really good to see his individual level shine through on this round. I mean, the round itself is just like so uncomplicated. It's a lower walk. They get everyone to cross. They have Xerxian hanging back. I mean, the cool move they made was sneaking Spinks down the vent in like this mid-round timing, not early on. But it wasn't enough. Spirit didn't necessarily need everyone to rotate through secret, through the vent, which I think MOUZ were hoping for. Instead, really also, oh, was it not Zontix who was sitting there at Xantaris who got the 2 kills at lower?
In the rafters.
But he only has 1 for some reason. Am I insane?
Oh, Shiro's, okay. It was an assist on the second.
Oh, okay.
Shiro got in at the time. But I did say he did get both.
No, I thought so too. So, yeah.
Oh, just a couple filthy liars. Isumi. Tanir on Spinks, opens up.
They're doing the same round, but with worse guns.
And so that's gonna be a better result?
It's gonna... Yeah, we'll see. We'll let them prove it one way or the other. But it is quite literally the same round. Xerxian, he's the second lurk. Spinks couldn't get down the vents.
Ooh, doors off the hinges though already. Now spot that. Oh, Zelex again is gonna find his mark on this lower bomb site. And then they get Shiro tagged low. Donk isn't gonna be afraid of you though. He just puts that pressure on, and Torzy continues to crank out this damage. Although there's gonna be a double door peek in a second. Xerxion's revealed himself upstairs. That'll be held by Tanir inside of the fence, and he will close shop. Triple kill Tanir. And so there are supported pieces of Team Spirit already coming forward with the impact. You've got Donk and Shiro with 6 frags, Tanir on 5. We already talked about Zontix back on Dust 2 doing his thing, so we are really having to watch MOUZ handle all of Spirit throughout this series.
Yeah, kills are coming down. I mean, the same round working again in the same way. They do have Secret open. They get the lower cross. Of course, they don't have great guns, so Spinx isn't always going to be able to steal the vents away. But Spirit weren't playing in there. They didn't have the early rotation lower either, so it's pretty fine. They get the bomb plant. They're just lacking some kills now. Zelex top fragging by a mile here for MOUZ. The thing about Xerxion as well is, you know, the other half of his job is he can play better, but he's got to make sure everyone can still play the same and activate that talent.
Donk waits a little longer for the nade, does get confirmation. Ooh, Spray gets away from him. JL with his second kill of the map on Donk for the 5v4 in MOUZ's favor. And Spinx has looked to have slipped the net inside of ramp, but now as he starts to look over towards outer instead, what is he gonna make of this moment? Can he really find that line on Shiro towards Garage? Because Zontix is gonna get a ramp kill. Spinx's position has been revealed, but worth it with the kill. But you've got players downstairs. Tanir almost able to snap that onto JL. Instead, he's got his double kill.
But the bomb's lower. Spinx is up in heaven, and they know that he got this kill here. Surely a little bit scary, but the other CTs haven't made it down. Zontix is low. Of course, he plants the bomb. I think they're just going to be trying to running from Spinx.
It's just too many layers on this round for, I think, Spirit to keep a clean idea as to what the hell exactly just happened.
Yeah.
They'll be scratching their heads, looking to soften the blow if they can get away with the Zontix and Magic save. So MOUZ go back to it again and again, and this time it is going to rack up a round win at least.
I love a T-side round like this that involves a lot of lurks, because on Nuke there's tons of timings. If there's not a volley blocking ramp, and you take a risk of your Opera not coming turnpike and you drop down lower because you heard a vent dive, then there's a lot of places where someone can just walk out for free. MOUZ find one of these with Spinx. They tried to do it in these previous couple of rounds, getting lower, getting vent control, and having Xerxion lurk outside. So extremely lurky, and up until this point, Spirit have dealt with it quite well. But here's a moment where the game plan looks good. Can't be trusted.
Saw Donko down empty-handed last round. We'll see how many times that might actually happen. Spinx catching a kill, but Shiro's got the answer. Ooh, top main held by Donk. Not this time, JL. That head-to-head tips back in Donk's favor.
Ooh, Xerxion's really hanging back with the bomb right now.
Could make this round very awkward if things get very stringy. You've got a player downstairs in the form of Torzy, but what do you want? An op lurking lower on its own with that AWP?
Yeah, Spinx, he goes out upper, but he peels back instantly, and now he's got them searching for ghosts.
This round starts to get weird. Shiro's on the line. Shot goes between the two, still recovers under pressure. Up close and personal. Xerxion's on the corner, doesn't expect Shiro to go that wide. And now, sure enough, Torzy has been roped up and just left downstairs.
Yeah, he could just really chill here. It's going to be lonely. It's going to be cold. Maybe a little bit damp down here. It's going to be hard to kill the time, but that's what he'll have to do.
So it's nothing but a one-off round win previously for MOUZ. They pick up the 5th. After 2 consecutive bomb plants downstairs, they win 1 round. We'll see the money be in an okay state. But it is Spirit right back to winning ways and doing it with 4 alive, right? Not banking on clutches yet, not banking on these kind of back and forth trade frags, just another shutdown. There's been no real free passage outside except the 1 round they win when JL kills Donk. But the thing is, it's going to be very hard to keep Donk pinned down, and we see that this round. Always happy to sign up for those fights, clears the player top main, and gets Spirit right back to winning ways.
I wonder if they're using this as attack or if Xerxion's just thinking, but maybe it's a moment where the Cyclone could contribute a little bit before they get into the next round. This T-side again, it's so imperative they get something. And yeah, so they'll jump into a timeout. Right now it's feeling a little bit one-dimensional with just where they're going. The secret works. I think it kind of sucks for them because they're getting 2 or 3 guys down secret safely. Even one time when they crossed, JL got a kill on Donk at the very least. So feels like when you get all that space, like finishing the round is not the hard part. And it might be a bit of sunk cost in the sense that they think, all right, well, we've got 2/3 of the rounds in place. We just need to make sure we figure out how to entry better into the B site. But it's tough. Xerxion is, new to this position. He's got a lot on his plate.
And now we're starting to watch him taper off too, right?
Yeah.
Comes into this semifinal as the 2nd highest rated player at the event.
I'm glad he's still prioritizing how to call the best round possible, but they were relying on him to frag.
We were wondering what the calls would kind of turn into when you're not the guy that's getting all the frags. We've always discussed about how you can kind of just enter that flow when you're taking over a server. Each call comes easier than the next when you're the guy putting up all those frags. Now you're 1-6, map 2, down on the big stage in a head-to-head that you simply cannot win either over Spirit. And while the new pieces of MOUZ may not know what that curse feels like, Xerxion does know damn well just how badly they get trounced. Shiro is going to get blinded off the line. You get a little peek from the back of that. He lets a lot of his health go, Shiro, but it's worth it if you drop JL. Zelix on the answer. He's trying to be that beacon of hope, but Donk activates from deep inside a garage, and Torzi was too preoccupied. He's now sitting 1-5, and it's man advantage re-secured by Spirit. A nice push forward by Magix. That one's going to net an opening kill inside of lobby, and so the pressure just continues to mount here on MOUZ as this round count continues to favor Spirit.
Yeah, it's turning into pretty much a full fall apart. This is off the tack pause. The idea to take ramp could have been good, but Shiro was willing to sack some of his HP in order to get a chance to get that off shot. It's the right play. Everything working too well. So let's see if they're going to be so fortunate as to allow a bomb plant. I mean, as it stands right here, the near, if he goes down, well, actually, they've got an interesting chance now. They don't have control side, they don't have decon. They have to play reactive, but there's still a chance.
Zelix knows that this retake's now happening. We're down to 20 seconds on that bomb. Spinks is going to let them exit through the control panel. Great tracking on Magix's head, but it's going to need to be Zelix for the last 2. Bombs at 10 seconds. Oh, the falling Donk. A quick run over top. That's 7 on the clock. This defuse is secure, and that is Team Spirit to the 6-1 lead.
Yeah, okay, clean stuff. They played it properly. Perfect to trade. Didn't know where the positions were, but knew they had a fair amount of map control. Didn't hear the decon door string open. Odds were not on MOUZ's side.
At least this time they find a bit of footing, right? An opening and a bomb plant. We can look at these silver linings, but you're not just looking for a nice, friendly match of close Counter-Strike rounds at this point. That's great in a group stage. This is do or die on the stage itself. You trail by 5 on a difficult T side after getting it smoked back on Dust 2. Team Spirit's high hopes never higher. So it's going to be a fast flurry instead, changing the pace and hoping that'll be the solution. But it's 3 deaths on the side of MOUZ already. A bit of an answer back by JL. This will confirm the last 2 pieces of MOUZ. They swing, and JL trying to do it all here. He is 2 kills in, has Donk on 17 health, but an unknown Zontic still a part of the problem.
JL, the funniest thing about him as an entry fragger, has put up some of the best clutches in big games. Not often you're seeing him alive and alone in this position. But here's one.
James Banks asked him about his struggles in this event, whether in the big games he was going to find his groove. He said, well, this is the big game. And so this would be a hell of a time for him to collect and double MOUZ's rounds.
He's thinking about making this into a lower play. He has enough time to actually walk anywhere he wants. Not seeing a push so far. Oh yeah, and he is going to try to drop down, but look who's already waiting for him.
He was hoping that utility would keep them busy. Little does he know, hook, line, and sinker.
JL smiles.
Zontics just locked in on that B-bomb site, not too worried about it. It was a tough spot to be in low health, but yeah, A site versus 17 HP versus Donk, that's where he maybe had a chance. Instead, it is Spirit to lead 7-1.
It was just a bit of a Greek gift to give him that much space to make all those decisions. And it could have been a moment where he planted upstairs and we actually saw an exciting finish and a clutch for JL on the stage, but instead, it's just more of Dust 2 so far here for Spirit. Thought we were trying to make it out of the hood.
I don't know, those closing thoughts from Donk were pretty gangster. The JL, no chance. We wondered if it was just fighting words, but the reality is, at this point on Nuke, with Dust 2 the way it went, no chance. It's feeling like a very apt description of what MOUZ have been able to bring versus Spirit in this semis.
MOUZ go to sleep last night and they think, oh man, we're just on it right now. Everything's changing, the tides are turning, and then Spirit show up and say, well, we've got our own story to write. And we don't have to do anything new.
This is fresh, trying to play the smoke wall. We'll see if Magix gets ahead of it, but it's into the credit card that Zelix slips.
Yeah, they're nervous about all the right things there. You can see they're watching on both sides of it. This trade comes as well.
Great trade.
And the upper play wasn't in place yet.
Still a few steps off, and so Tanir given a chance to just lock in. Hut kills made easy. Those first two go down smooth, and Donk ever present for the trade frags makes sure that his teammates' deaths never in vain.
Yeah, we literally couldn't have better positioning for that strat exactly. A double layered lurk, that's like an old FURIA play to get into mini. First guy can take contact, get traded. You don't expect the second guy to walk in, flank everybody else upstairs, but they weren't ready to pop out of the hut just yet. And Spirit were so active outside, they weren't expecting it spotted at that moment. So called out from where the smokes landed. Another great round for Spirit. I don't know if I'll get tired of saying that. Because also this could have been a game where Magix showed that he could, he hasn't really evolved that much as an IGL or something. Like that's a narrative a lot of people are thinking is real right now as well. But they have had considerable strides. And right now they're winning almost all of their series.
Hoping to get by, crossing your fingers, looking for a little luck.
Aren't we all?
These pistols lower. Flush Magic's off the top of Hut. Tanir's gonna confirm, bodies downstairs, almost gets them all. But Torzi will give him something to think about while Donk locks down that ramp exit. Zontics omnipresent downstairs is just here to take your hopes away. Again, you tried to play with just the timing, thinking you could get downstairs. Lo and behold, it is another round for Team Spirit to scoff at MOUZ's attempt.
And I know it's just a debut and I want to give them a lot of grace, but they are really shriveling up here. I mean, even when Brolin joined the team immediately after Shuhei, same doubts for him. But actually, the debut and the honeymoon was really strong, and it wasn't just one player who was delivering all the kills. They had a faster start, but not all starts are made equal. And even though they never achieved what they wanted to with Brolin and breaking that semifinals barrier, they still had an incredibly high-level average pretty much the entire time.
Yeah. And at least, it
was even higher in the first 6 months.
Starting with the win in Cluj.
Yeah.
You kind of set your hopes like anything's possible. This is a dire reminder of the struggles MOUZ has on stage. Shiro opens up, it's a Zelix wallbang death. The put him down, and Tanir starts to get active. We're at that point in the half where Spirit know they can see the finish line, and because of that, with so much money in their back pockets, it's not a shock to see them get a little wild and send Tanir into his death. Could have been the 10-1 lead off of that push. There's that devilish voice in the back of Spirit's mind just whispering, "You've done enough." But in a 4v4, they'll slow back down. We're gonna have a pack of players coming Donk's way. Nice headshot on JL. The rifle work does elude him, and so a single kill, all he winds up finding. Now Torzy on the prowl outer, using that AWP. We see the crossover. Zontic's gonna tap away. The sniper trades back in this 1 versus 3 with a second kill to Torzi's name.
Just don't do anything drastic and try to drop vent. Someone's waiting for you.
Gotta wait this smoke out. It is looking like an open A site, but it's not actually, as they are quick to respond if you tried to go for that plant. There's a bit of distance between Spirit and the bomb site. Torzy wraps around, clears out that lobby, and now that he knows all of this is clear.
Eventually, Torzi's hands are tied. He has to put the bomb down, so won't be any more checking this flank. Don't know if there's going to be a fake plant. It's wide open.
We get that scrambling Magic's quickly moving, and if he offers up an audio distraction, it's all for the Hut guy to exit, but Shiro just missed it. Torzy sitting back sight, thinks there's a problem in the heavens, prays to his god that he can pull off this one and give MOUZ at least a chance to double their rounds on the attack. Quick scope connects. That's Shiro dead. Magic's almost next, but he survives it. Off the reload. That's gonna give a space over to Magic's. Reconfirms that he's pushing in. 4th kill right here for Torzy.
Nice.
And it's a quad kill needed, but a quad kill delivered.
Wow.
MOUZ will take that second.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe he actually found the gap. Getting out through Hut, Shiro was right behind him the entire time. Missed him by just a couple of frames as he wrapped around the back of the site. So a second off of a clutch. I mean, genuinely one more, and they actually do put a little bit of pressure on Spirit to close on T side. But so far, I mean, the one pistol they won got converted against them. The second one went to Spirit. The third one went to Spirit. First half of Dust 2 also had a really low frag count. It's the same thing right now for MOUZ. Let's see if they can make it 3.
A hell of a gap. We're towards the ramp they'll roll, trying to maybe draw attention outer, but that's not what they get. Shiro has moved onto this line. Ooh, wallbang's great.
Didn't do a lot, but oh, Xerxin finishes that off.
You take that when you can. Zontix is going to be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of MOUZ. And you said it, one more for the road, and maybe, just maybe, MOUZ will be able to try to contend once they do swap sides. It puts pressure on Spirit if they don't get double digits in this first half, but look at the kill feed. It is 4 kills immediately back. Just when it starts to feel like MOUZ have found momentum, Spirit rip it from their cold, clammy hands.
Even just Donk pushing in through that Molotov, getting Torzy, they were forced to exec right away. Not a comfortable spot. They had to go forward. They wanted to come back to try to fight Donk. He's got the high ground advantage, so just in front of that molly was the big thing.
(10-2) half map 2, Team Spirit. There are trends coming together as we look to conclude the first season of 2026. Spirit take the flight to Astana and look to not only defend their title here, but also find their game and look to improve on the run to the major. It is important that Team Spirit find victory here versus the rest of this opposition to really thrust themselves forwards as a genuine contender, a front runner, and a team that can do it with Magic's at the helm.
And the people in the crowd just want more Spirit action.
Unfortunately for those of you in attendance, this one might be done quick. You'll have to come back tomorrow for more Spirit. That's what it's starting to feel like. MOUZ, a much-needed pistol to give themselves a little self-confidence, to give themselves any hope of extending the semis, to just not walk away from the stage feeling so small. A feeling that this roster, this organization was hoping to shake with the change-up of 2 players ahead of the major. Zelex, dead. Tanir on the climb-ups. Got another one in front of him. Donk's gonna get that over his shoulder. And so a double-man advantage. Eyes set forward towards this A site. Hope set forward to a trophy lift 2. That is what Team Spirit are here for. Not just to make a meal out of MOUZ, but to win it all. And this is the kind of counter-strike that could damn well get them there.
They're a team that can see grand finals no matter what tournament that they attend. And MOUZ have always just been a bump in the road for them. They're here to scare whoever their opponent is going to be about that grand finals tomorrow. I'm scared to look at the kills after these 2 maps are over for MOUZ. It's going to absolutely spoil the stats for Xertion in what was a pretty incredible debut as an IGL fragger for the team. But that's 3 pistols, 1 in these 2 maps for Spirit, and the one they lost, they converted anyway. You guys want radar? I'll talk to my people. I gotta know. Maybe it's better if you don't watch this.
Yeah. Unless you're a Spirit fan, then enjoy it.
Yeah, true.
This is what you came for. The rest of the world that would hope that MOUZ could try to get back to their contending form. And while, again, the group stage and Xertion being able to pick up the reins and still find good individual level, it's a good sign of those things to come for MOUZ, assuming that the rest of the pieces of this roster will be able to find an uptick in performance. But it is, quite simply put, not enough to contend with the likes of this Team Spirit. It wasn't on Dust 2, it wasn't here on Nuke. And a force by Hail Mary in round 14 of this second map is all that MOUZ are hoping to bank on. Maybe a gap in between some of these players, a chance for JL to turn heads with that Desert Eagle.
Oh, it's a perfect position in this default. I mean, look at the gun that's here to try to search back, and they're really gonna tie it up inside a secret. They're trying to wait this out. Bomb gets spotted. I don't know if they want to go for that push now. There's really no reason for Tanir to move, you know? Oh, okay, actually. That's good use of that MP9. This one's a bit more up for grabs, maybe. Said you could stay down there. We're not going to let you get up vent either. Zelex could be an easy kill for him.
Swings wide on it, finishes off the little left of Magic's. Committing to the spray down, Shiro. Mac 10 of Zontix pressed into the hut. He's gonna find you trying to get squirrely from the corner. Spinks late to the scene, lines up those 2, but can't get anything out. And Team Spirit have absolutely taken over the stage. Will give themselves 10 map match and grand finals points. Inspiring the crowd to believe that not only are Spirit now finding back-to-back grand finals in 2 events, but also year to year here in Astana.
Of all the teams that could have gotten blown out at this tournament so far, could have been Magic, it could have been 9Z, and instead those teams are some of the most impressive. But this matchup right here, this is going to be the one. If Spirit end it here and now.
And watch the way they'll just try to pounce immediately down that vent. Big pressure on MOUZ, a MOUZ that is trying to keep this game afloat, trying to keep their system alive. You've got Xertion in the bomb site, dead in an instant. Team Spirit have not skipped a beat, they've not skipped a step. They have given MOUZ every piece of the protocol. And from start to finish, this has been a battering. MOUZ were just looking to get some motion on the big stage. Trying to evolve, trying to find their game, trying to rebuild, and instead Spirit looked to stuff all that progress into their back pockets. Dorsey and JL to the retake. A Molotov to the backside, that'll flush Zontix into the open, but with the form that he's brought to the table, he is looking for these kinds of duels. More and more utilities sent out. JL will get that first one, stuffed right then and there.
Wow.
And Astana has always been home to the Dragons, but this form in 2026 leaves MOUZ as nothing but scorched earth. And so they move back, looking to defend their titles and looking to impress the world on the run to the major. This is exactly what they need. Step by step, piece by piece, team spirit return to form.
They don't give anything back. They make MOUZ look small. They spoil this debut from Xerxen, unfortunately, a little bit. Not that there isn't good things that came from it, impressive things that you couldn't expect. And they're still new, there's still time to grow with JL overall. But if you're Spirit, you didn't even let a fake comeback happen. You crushed them. You pulled off the biggest upset of the event, and we're in semi-finals. Sorry, not even upset, just crushed your opponent in a way no one else has. You leave no room for doubt. They didn't even get to play the second half of either of those maps, and they go into grand finals feeling like they've already won the event.
Spirit absolutely dominate their way to the grand finals. Astana, make some noise! Sophic, Spirit are playing amazing right now. Looking at this, they do seem unstoppable. When you're looking at this game, how are you prepared? Does it come down to preparation? Does it come down to the reads? Or are you just better?
I think we just not overthink ourselves. We just play our game. Yeah, we think we can play like this on stage, and we just play our game. That's how it is.
Что ж, мы просто играли свою собственную игру, отвечает Сотвик на вопрос о том, насколько же хороши сейчас Spirit. И он говорит о том, что они просто не передумывали сами себя, как это было на предыдущей серии, о чем как раз Донк у нас говорил.
From Rio to now, what are you seeing in the players, in the team, the improvement? Can you try explain it to us in like how they are developing and how these results are now coming your way?
I think we just feel much stronger on server, and I think we believe in ourselves more, because even if we play bad CS, sometimes, even if we have like, how to say it, when we lose pistols and when we lose close rounds and we have no economy, we anyway think we will wanna win no matter what.
Мы показываем очень уверенный Counter-Strike, и даже в самые тяжелые моменты мы вообще не сомневаемся в себе. Даже если мы проиграем пистолетку или какой-то клатч-раунд, это не имеет никакого для нас значения.
Now also when I've been talking to some of your players, they've been praising your work and what you've been doing. What approach have you been taking with them when you're trying to stand in for Halley right now and help the team out? What is maybe different between you and him?
I don't really know what's the biggest difference. I just let players do whatever we want on server, and that works.
It does work.
Все, что я делаю в качестве тренеров замены Хейли, я просто делаю все для того, чтобы ребята делали то, что они хотят на сервере.
And one player I know, right, you had your time with Zontix, with Dong, the other Academy League players, but Magix has been on the main team for such a long time, now taken over the IGL role. What do you think of just the way he's leading the team, his calling, his style?
I think he's doing great, honestly, because with that team, when we have such individuals, yeah, it could be hard. Yeah, and he is developing, and he is doing very good right now.
Но вопрос, как тебе Боря сейчас, Мэджис, как ИГЛ, то есть как ингейм-лидер. Сотвик отвечает то, что когда ты находишься в одной команде с такими скилловыми игроками, бывает очень сложно ими управлять, но он отлично справляется, его колы идеальны.
And lastly, anything you want to say to the crowd, all the Team Spirit fans around the world?
Спасибо, ребят, что болеете за нас. Спасибо, что поддерживаете. Ждем вас завтра на финале.
Thank you very much for support. Waiting for you in the grand finals.
One last time, Astana, for Spirit, your first team through to the grand finals, and their coach, Sotfik!
Yes, well, guys, first of all, let's just start by saying I'm officially downgrading MOUZ Sports. They're now Shrew Sports, Vol Sports. I don't know what Rodent is smaller than that, but that is one of the most pathetic semi-final displays I've seen.
It's a good thing we're not paid by the hour because we'd be freaking broke after this last couple of
I've just had it in my ear. You are indeed paid by the hour.
That is tough. I guess I'll be homeless when I move back over across the ocean. No, man, I mean, this was just an absolute battering by Spirit, just looking superb in every aspect of the game. This is exactly the type of sharpness that you want to see out of this squad because, you know, obviously Navi's just beat Vitality in a best of 3. You know, and they have been the #1 contender to, you know, an era-defining squad that is now the GOAT in Vitality. But, you know, the other teams that we kind of pegged as teams that would be potential suitors to try to challenge Vitality at the major or just in general was Falcons because of all the talent they have on paper, and then this Spirit squad. But they were kind of cool a lot of this year, you know, adjusting to Magic's coming in IGLing, Zontic's returning off the bench. But now Rio, they made a final. They've just made another one, and they're beating everyone that they're supposed to be. So you really have to be excited if you're a Spirit fan right now.
I agree. What we'll do now is I think we can go back over to the stage, and we're going to hear from Cyclone.
Thank you very much, Richard. I do have Cyclone, the coach of MOUZ, in here, and it's a lot of changes, a lot for you guys to deal with and handle. You had such an impressive group stage, but this against Spirit, it didn't even look like the same team. Can you tell me what you see as the difference? Is it just getting shot out the server? Is it as simple as that? Or is there more?
That's definitely a big part of it, right? I think Spirit found momentum on Dust 2. They were winning all the aim fights. I think many of their players had good moments. Even Sontex, I think any chance he got, he shut us down on Dust 2. And yeah, I think in terms of the reads or the prep we had going into the game, it was still very similar to the previous days. But we lost a lot on the aim factors today. And once that team has confidence, it's tough to beat them.
Тренер MOUZ говорит о том, что наша подготовка вообще не изменилась к этому матчу. Проблема лишь в том, что Spirit включились всей командой. Даже Zontic показывал шикарную игру на Dust 2, и просто невозможно было перестрелять.
Now, we've obviously been talking a lot about Exertion taking over the calling, right? And he's had a great individual performance at the same time. What is it in particular maybe that you saw in him as a player, as a chance of him being an in-game leader? And how do you see it translating already in the few games you've played?
With the Exertion, I've tried to convince him for a couple of years now to try and take up this mantle. I think he has a really good ability to communicate and facilitate around him. He's the fastest thinker I've ever worked with. In the very moment something happens, he instantly has an idea about it. And it's to a level where it impresses you, right? And I think he's had a flair for that. He has other things to conquer, right? Part of it is also the mental game. If you have to lead the boys, you need to be mentally strong. You can't weave that much in your composure. So there's still steps to go and ways to go there. I think this was a good starting point for him, right? I don't think it could have turned out better for him. And I'm excited to do the work and prep going into tomorrow with him.
Сайкран на протяжении 2 лет просил Сэршина стать капитаном команды, потому что у него есть замечательные коммуникативные скиллы и также отличные идеи, которые приходят к нему мгновенно, и он готов их исполнять от начала до конца. И ему кажется, что это было отличное начало на этом турнире для того, чтобы Сэршин нашел себя в качестве этой новой роли.
You were just saying then about like the mental aspect of being a leader and how that can change in there. Did you notice a difference within this game when it started to get so tough when they're down?
I think overall the team was a bit flat on energy, right? And if you lose that many aim duels, probably there's something towards that if you look for the conclusions. I think we didn't lose that much mentally this game. I don't think the pressure was that high. Also, the expectations are different for us now, right? We wanted to try and fail in different ways that we've done before. It's been maybe 15 plus playoff runs in a row for us, and it's nice to have different things to look at. I think also Justinas and Adrian both are a bit different mental profiles than what we had before, and it's exciting to try something new, right?
Сайган говорит о том, что команда постоянно меняла составы, и поэтому ожидания были, возможно, не настолько хороши, точнее, не настолько высоки, но при этом получилось неплохо сыграть, хотя не хватало энергии внутри именно этого матча. Ребята не смогли настолько хорошо собраться, чтобы показать себя во всей красе, ну и, конечно же, немного тильтанули уже после того, как начали полностью закрывать на сервере.
And looking at JL as an example, right, obviously what your expectations were of him coming into the team, is he meeting it so far? Is he beating your expectations? Like, are you getting what you need from the man?
With Justy, it's more about the intangibles, you know? It's about looking for someone who can be a glue guy, that when the pressure comes to us, I don't expect it to be at this tournament, but that he can show up, you know? He can be there for us, he can be a team-first kind of guy, he can create the vibes and energy, because I think for years now, Adam has been the only one trying to pull us over the line, and I think we need one or two more guys who can do that when it's needed, because it's a tough job, you know, and it should be on all of us, but someone's got to do that job as well. And I think that's what I'm looking for from him. And I think you see him on the stream, he's smiling, he's happy, you know, he brings a good vibe and atmosphere. In terms of the gameplay, I think he said it himself, he is maybe a bit rusty, but to be honest, he also plays a lot of new positions, and you're not supposed to be sharp individually or super confident yet.
Их новый игрок показал себя наилучшим образом, хотя, конечно же, ожидалось, что он будет очень сильно нервничать, но это именно тот человек, с которым Cyclone готов развиваться вместе и добиваться самых высот.
And lastly, thank you for your time. I could do this all day with you. You give such good answers, Cyclone. But looking at the rookie, Zelix coming in, him, how was he handling it all? He seemed to play really well on the stage. I'm not looking to say the Spirit game, but just in general, he seems to be able to hold it down. Is this just another, again, NXT player that's come up and thriving once again? You've cracked the code?
Thank you for the compliment as well. It's more the questions maybe than the answers, yeah. So I think Adrian, for a 17-year-old, has a really good head on his shoulders. He's very smart and calculated. The other day he was out with JL for food, and JL came back and he told me, for a 17-year-old, he's a smart guy. And the game we had just now and played, we're not playing our best. I think you can all see that. But in one of the moments, he said, guys, I didn't know he was behind me. You need to call DEFCONs better. So I think being able to do that and understanding what the game takes at that age is pretty impressive.
Новичок команды, Андрен, 17-летний игрок. И для 17-летнего игрока, на взгляд Саркана, он отлично справляется с давлением и отлично справляется с тем, чтобы решать задачи очень-очень быстро. Поэтому у него отличное будущее, и мы будем с ним продолжать.
And lastly, I know it was massive Spirit favored in this arena, but there was still a pop for you guys. There was still a lot of cheers coming your way. Anything you want to say to everyone in the arena and the MOUZ fans back home?
Thank you for cheering. I promise you guys we're gonna come in fighting tomorrow. We're gonna do everything we can to win third place here.
Мы придем и зададим здесь жару в матче за третье место и сделаем все возможное, чтобы забрать это.
Richard, back to you.
Thanks a lot, James. And look, Cyclone, one of the greatest coaches we've ever had in CS. I have nothing but respect for the man. And now I'm about to say, look, okay, you've gone through a lot of changes. You've changed a lot of protocols. But what we saw today, same old, same old. And to get like Javier Bardem in No Country for Old Men, if all your changes have brought you to this, what was the point?
Yeah, I mean, we used to say the guarantees in life were death taxes and MOUZ falling in semifinals. I mean, that's just kind of been the trajectory for the last year and a few months, however you want to call it. But that used to have a negative connotation to it. You know, we're always just like, man, they just can't win, right? They're a consistent top 5 squad. And look, a lot of teams outside the top 5 envy them. They'd love to be in that position.
Sure.
But this, I come at it with more of a positive light when I say it, because I think it's nice to see that MOUZ haven't necessarily lost anything in this transition. You know, they haven't gone down. They haven't had poorer results. They haven't, you know, suffered from the roster changes that they have made. In fact, they have looked a little bit sharper, in my opinion. I think we did see a lot of positives throughout. And yeah, it is going to take some time to embed Zelix, you know, in the tier 1 level, to figure out what's going on with JL, to get Zershin, you know, up to speed on being the primary caller. That is a lot of moving parts. So it's a semifinal run, not too shabby for them in that context.
Eventually, I expect that the novelty of this lineup will wear off. I don't necessarily see this iteration as pure contenders to the other big 4 that I'm looking at in CS right now. Falcons, Vitality, I would even say FURIA to an extent, but definitely this version of Spirit and Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Those 4 or 5 teams definitely look sharper for me for individual sake, but I'm glad to see them make this kind of change, and I'll also throw it back to Cyclone. I mean, he's the coach that I voted for #1 of last year, and I'm glad that after a contract extension, he decides that he wants to take matters into his own hands, doesn't like the results that they've been having, and he goes for kind of a home run swing here. And to me, even though they follow the Spirit in the same fashion that they always have, I'll pick up where Dust left off there, that it doesn't feel like this is any different, but it gives you hope for the future, that you should look at this team who is now going to learn. They're going to get a little bit better. Zelix is going to get more used to playing this level of opposition. I'd say the whole tournament, Zelix has actually been pretty bad on the T side of Nuke, despite the fact that it's become their pick, and that's something that he'll get better with more reps. Playing tier 1 T side Nuke is a immensely hard task, especially when people like Donk and Spirit are running every single setup possible to counter you.
I'll get production to just run a repeat of the last test segment we did, talking about this guy once again, because what more can be said? I mean, every single time He's tested. Every single time you think he might take his foot off the pedal, he's back. And he looks as good as he ever did. And you really start having to ask yourself, you know, when is it going to end? Like, is it ever going to end? Like, how much more is this guy going to do in his career? It's actually terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where he's so good it's not even cool to sound cocky anymore. It's kind of a fun line that I kind of think about. And it's actually kind of tough because we've run out of words. Like, we've run out of things to say. And it almost kind of dulls the impact whenever you explain how good he is, which is unfortunate because the reality is what he is doing is something that no other entry rifler has really done.
And this is all up to date, by the way, what you're seeing on your screen does. So look at the players he is clearing by magnitudes.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's been doing this for a long time, especially in some of those, you know, opening T rounds is really kind of the biggest one, but just in general, a star CT player, a guy who's self-sufficient, but now he's got a team around him who's bringing him more support to make him even better. Now they have other weapons where he doesn't have to be the guy. We have seen games throughout this tournament where he started a little bit cold and some of the other guys were able to be a little bit more in the spotlight and still keep this team in the right direction. So I think we all knew that Donk would be able to maintain a very high level. I think the more exciting thing for Spirit fans should be the fact that some of your other guys are coming online and the team play is getting better and their playbook's getting deeper, and that's going to make them a real contender.
I was a little bit worried for Donk this year. His playoffs have actually been pretty bad throughout this 2026.
Bad by his standard or bad?
Bad. Actually bad. Like barely above a 1.0 rating for a handful of the playoffs that he's played this year. So it was easy for me to actually say in my list of the top 20 players today of the year played thus far, he was 5th. I mean, all these other players have much better playoff ratings, so to see him here in Astana hit this level of form off the back of a team structure that seems to have been elevated and refined, that's a welcome sight. But also, again...
Crept up to 4th now?
No, he's probably 2nd, if not 3rd right now. Okay. I mean, it's hard to look past some of what Vitality's guys are doing, but for keeping the conversation here, I mean, what Donk's gap between the second best player at this event is probably along the lines of what Molodoy looks compared to someone like Zelix. Like, that's how vast it is, and why even going beyond it all, I mean, it's not even just the best entry fraggers ever, it's the best players of all time. That's what we're talking about when we have Donk at a tournament. Every single successive game, you are watching a guy who will eventually lay claim for the best player in Counter-Strike history. So stay strapped in, be sure to tune in for the grand finals, because it's all history in the making for him.
Yeah, and look, I've got to say as well, overall, some of the changes that have been made vindicated, right? There was this mockery of like, oh, they're the vibes team, and then things didn't click immediately. They brought Magic's back, they brought Zontic's back. We all really know what's going on behind the scenes. It's not like these were the only players available to Spirit. These are Donk's guys, right? And so it turns out you keep him happy, give him the team around him he wants, you get some extra support staff, some new ideas, Spirit can get right back to being title contenders.
It was a free experiment is the way that I look at it, right? You're just bringing guys back off the bench that you already have under contract. You didn't have to make a huge transfer to bring in an outside in-game leader to try to put this team in better suiting. You were able to go, you know, internally and do it. And so far, it seems to be trending in the right direction. Again, they've now made back-to-back grand finals. Vitality's the only team that's really toppled them in a big playoff moment thus far. They're beating everyone that's ranked at their level or below them, and they've been the most dominant force so far in this tournament. I think they've only dropped one map the entire tournament in what is now like 5 series played. So it is remarkable the improvement we have seen on this squad in the last month or so.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll ask you as well. Do you think we could be at a pivotal moment? Because I was up late last night. I was one of the handful watching what was happening in Atlanta, as well as keeping my attention on here. And, you know, obviously Vitality, it was a bonus event for them. They said as much. It was really just to secure that Grand Slam if it was possible. But, you know, a loss is a loss is a loss. And Spirit, I wasn't that impressed with them on day one in Astana. I thought they looked a little bit scruffy. But, I mean, if that is the Spirit to come, if that is the ghost of Christmas future, everyone should be pretty terrified.
Without a doubt. This is now leveling the playing field for what's to come at Cologne, where we're getting at the same time a Vitality team that looks like it's getting to the end of its rope in terms of burnout. I mean, they just have to take a vacation again, or like everybody's talking about how tired they are on that team, whereas you have an incredibly hungry Spirit, a Falcons team that has everything to play for, even though they've Kerrigan's given the excuse of targeting a later date. I don't buy that at all. That's just a ridiculous thing to say. And then you also have a Na'Vi team that finally has drawn blood themselves. So to me, you have a four-way contender kind of bout here between a handful of teams that are vying for the crown. Obviously, Vitality is going to still stay the favorites. Nobody's going to doubt that. But if Spirit is actually going to make market improvements, not just in individuals playing better, but very clear and obvious and statistically significant, just structural changes, then you have a team that is leveled up in a way that Vitality hasn't even played before.
You're at a point now where people are getting bored of this Vitality era, this chase of being the greatest of all time, which I think they've already achieved. And people are like, man, I really want to see someone else have a chance. It's beginning to happen. It used to be that the gap between Vitality and everyone else was so vast, and you're starting to see that gap shrink a little bit because you're right, Na'Vi has been a true #1 contender to them for some time. And as you said, they drew blood in Atlanta, and so that's a big moment for them. So they're kind of sitting maybe your #2 slot. But Spirit and Falcons are fighting for third. And both of them have looked very impressive. Spirit, probably have the longer tenure, so you probably give them the slight nod. But what we saw Falcons do yesterday in those overtime games against FURIA, and the fact that FURIA are still fiery in their own way, like you're starting to see more and more contenders start to line up, and things could get really interesting when you see all that happening.
I mean, what I think is interesting, just to talk about Falcons before we go to break, I think what's interesting is we're seeing Spirit, they're becoming more polished. Falcons yesterday were just winning in chaotic fashion. It was like sheer force of will. And then you had two interviews. You got Tezes and Munisi both saying, it's Karrigan. Like, we don't know what he's doing, but what he's calling is just somehow getting us through these rounds. And if they really start to believe and can pull off what we used to call professionally the FaZe bullshit, if you add the FaZe bullshit to the Falcons mix, Falcons are a scary team too. They got Magic today. They really should be in the fight.
Let's be clear. It's Karrigan bullshit. That's what it really is, right? I think people need to realize that. And I think, look, if Falcons already look this good with such limited time with Karrigan, you're already starting to see, hey, they have some clutch factor to get through some tight moments. I think eventually they're going to clean things up in some of these early and mid stages, and then they're going to be even more damaged down the road. So I think so far, if you're a Falcons fan, I know there's a lot of hate watchers out there. You're about to start not eating so good here very soon, in my opinion. It's starting to get real nice over there, with Karrigan being the right guy to wrangle in those stars. So if they keep improving, yeah, they are very, very dangerous.
I'm not sure where to attack this one. I don't know, the semantic discussion of Karrigan BS versus FaZe BS. It wasn't Karrigan that 2v4'd Spirit with a jumping op shot when it was Rain and Rops on the retake.
But did he call to do it?
No, he didn't. Definitely didn't call to do that. It was FaZe also carrying that torch there. But Karrigan just keeps you guessing on what's the next look to come. That's what I noticed in the FURIA game, is that the opening formations were drastically different round to round to round. Like, he is every single round coming up with something in the spur of the moment that's going to upset the balance, and that FURIA is going to be left scratching against. I mean, when Apex even mentioned what he thinks of this move, he just he reveres Karrigan. He knows he is such a tactical mastermind because he has such a brain that's at this point just been completely molded and pressed to just play Counter-Strike and command
the only person
like an
in
RTS
CS
level.
who didn't revere him was Nico, and he's had to eat humble pie. So
exactly.
I'm glad you picked up on that, by the way, because obviously I think a lot can get lost in that Nuke game that they played against FURIA yesterday, because it was down to a lot of individual playmaking and clutch moments and just utter chaos unfolding. But really, when you look at that Dust 2 double overtime game, you're absolutely right. Like, they had a lot more variance in how they approached the map with their openers, and then they were able to throw a lot of misdirection, make these huge rerouting moves to the other side of the map, and that's where Karrigan thrives. He thrives in those chaotic mid-round moments where he is the one that sees the vision of where things need to go. And he's also a guy who can get tricky in the pick ban phase of his series as well. And so this is exactly the guy that you need to mold the young up-and-coming player in Kyosuke, wrangle a bunch of star personalities. Zonic just sits there and grabs the bag, and this guy takes him to big things.
Yeah, well, that might be happening. Let's see if they can overcome Magic. I got a feeling they might. Guys, great talking to you. And yes, as I said, Magic will be in the building in more ways than one, because they will be taking on Falcons in about an hour, but their panel will be coming in about 45 minutes. That'll be Tech Girl, Prof, and Blair, so make sure you join us then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Molly is good. Smoke coming down. He jumps up. Mid-air headshot. Still punished, but Ignaci's had enough. Absolute destruction. 4 kills in the blink of an eye. Oh, so blind.
Very masterful.
Shout out.
Oh, so blind. Everyone's been blind. Oh, he's blind again. Zelex with the swing. And he's on for the ace. Zelex just gets mopped up straight away as he rounds the corner. This is an Aurora round. Defuse attempted.
Oh, wait.
JL with the cover.
But they line right up.
JL scrapping and Torshi looking down the barrel of this all. Oh, that's a lovely flick. Torshi, why stop there? Some Pius is living on borrowed time, and that time's expired. Another 4K from Torshi.
And it might get worse. Oh. Yes, it will. Now Monte looking for the refrag. Backside has just enough time. Bomb plants. Confirms that he's there. He's going to sit on this position and end it through the round. 4 kills to his name.
Nico runs through that molly and does find the cave player.
Nico able to shut him down. BMAS dead, climbing up through heaven. You've been able to claw this one back. There's 2v4 into a 2v2, and you've got the bomb planted. Nico, low on health, doesn't care. On an absolute mission.
Ugly spray for Tesses. One more where that came from, but is it too late? Apparently not.
Kiyasuke's kept the dream alive, and now a chance of that plant. Kiyasuke just staying gun on. Delayed plant for Monte.
Easily done. The double or post plant. 2v5. 4K from Kiyasuke.
Come on, cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh! Come on!
Oh!
There's still time, Fallen!
Oh, you can just cancel it.
Molodoy deep.
Oh, he hit.
Boy! It'll have to be Yuri to try to clutch out 1v2. Xfloud's hands busy. Yuri opts not to jump out through the window immediately. But this is 52 health for Nilo, and he is sitting back by bench now. Yuri's got to figure out where he's at. Oh,
Oh, he's messing it up! No!
The time is a big problem. 10 seconds left. 1 kill in the right place.
That's it!
And you could win this.
Doc is just out in the open, looking for duels as he does, and that is why. The bomb has been picked back up, but we can see the damage that's been done on all the FURIA players.
Dude.
Clean up on the bomb site.
The way he's just out here swinging. K27 could still deal with this if not for Dog.
Ah, nice distraction. Offers up the Molodoy blindside.
Nice shot.
Shiro's got the recovery underway as he drops down, pistol in hand. Giving more and more time for Yakindar. Shiro.
Oh, you didn't get the kill?
Blindsided.
Oh, you messed it up. Oh, no.
Did spot multiple players coming up on Banana now.
He really wants to lure them into this position for Luchov, and he's going to come out swinging. He did get Molotov.
And Notta is going to be putting a bit of a wrinkle in this round. He looks to try and get closer. Flashbang is good, but Luchov holds his position.
Third player coming in. It's now or never for PARIVISION if they want a chance to get in here, but Luchov is decimating them. Another headshot, looking for another ace in this first half. He is 17-2, hunting for the ace, and he gets another one in the first half. Max might be able to find the kill here on Cisello, who's playing up by the church position, very deep towards church as well. Oh, but it's a bit of a sloppy fight at the moment. Runs out of bullets, knife is out, and on the other side too, it's all around knives. Okay.
Molotov will force Fade out at the very least. He's now in the open in no man's land. But they're going to call upon him. Hang on a second. AW's doing it all alone. He goes for 4, and it's all on the shoulders of 9-10 AWP.
So it'll be sort of an execute, but a counter smoke is coming out. They're bumping into each other. Madness in the smoke. Moon, is he going to be able to find anything? He's joined the T side somehow, but now he's dead instead. Tenzi with 3 kills. Oh, and a headshot straight through. How has he done that?
He can be the insurance policy. Tenzi's Fade kills a piece. It's now all on Tenzi. Time is ticking here, though. 5 seconds, they've got to get this kill, and Tenzi's going to get 2! Oh my god, heroic. How have you let that slip?
Footsteps heard by G2, and you're not mistaking the sound of Nerds picked up without a kill, and a chase for JL finds Hunter back in the spawn. Matt is playing through the smoke, needs his hero moment, wrestles with the Mattis knocks him down!
Oh, hidden away in key angle here!
Not going to get away with the multi-kill, but the bomb was dropped there on that spam out of Wakadia. Oh, it's close! He will follow up on a Belchanok, and now the dualies firing back! No way! Wakadia! Oh, they've just got it! No! Wakadia! Soulfly attempting the clutch, but with the AWP here, it should be a safe round for PARIVISION. Bomb's not planted for long. Gets his Belchanok. Soulfly knows on that defuse. Belchanok can't do it. What a weird round.
Oh, this is crazy.
Some of the other maps.
Hello.
Oh, that's a knife for Wakadia.
Not bad.
Make some noise! It's MOUZ! Let's hear it for Aurora!
Now there is a chance for the retake.
You shouldn't be, but Watsik, you're right. All of a sudden under pressure. He's got 3 players coming out from tunnels behind him. Soulfly's down to 14 health. Matcher's gonna be a late arrival out from middle. Soulfly drops forward. It's still costly.
Oh, he got a knife. He got a flying knife.
Cash for your efforts. He's got 2 players occupied, and Xertion's had enough. A peek out of nowhere for Matcher.
Saw that.
Would love to try to test this smoke, so he gives himself that underhanded flash. Gets Spinks off the line. Molotov to the back of sight. Wicadia will take it down. It's got a smoke to cross, and they found their opening. Matcher trying to take his sweet time with this. Wicadia just needs to survive. And as they sit outside of the window, there's the flank for Matcher, perfectly timed. And with this amount of time, it's not gonna happen. Aurora, 4 players with rifles versus Soulfly. He's got a pistol to try to play with. They give him these duels. He's still working with 50 health.
They have a...
JL's low, multiple bodies spotted. He is drawing them into perfection. Now they're starting to consider it. Oh, the lineup there. It's Xertion's full health dead, still low HP. JL, no way! Think of the value they've gotten out of this. It's all dead on long.
So you'll be able to close.
First blood. Torzi finds his. Zelex as well. It's just a sea of kills out of MOUZ. Everybody putting in their work.
Please give it up for 9C! So give it up for Magic!
Awkward.
Kind of a tier 2. Oh, that's a rush.
Like that, DGT Tech9. Mozball's dead. It's going to be on Moon to stop it. And despite his best efforts with a double kill, Luchov's Tech9 also presses in. What more can you do? It's a low health car player that's coming. There's an AK still out here on the field hunting heads, and it's just not going to happen. A little lost in the sauce this round. Our Magic, and they better not die after.
Wait, they could!
Doesn't look like you're going to stop Magic from getting inside of this A site.
Bomb gets dropped.
Still tries to press his line. And from the bottom of the health bar, 3 kills
It's
on
the
Mayer.
jackpot for Mayer. Just all off the audio. Masvel has no idea what he's done.
It's going to cause AW to scramble. He will find at least his 1. And then Tenzi's catching Luchon. Mozval's outside of the smoke, got himself the double. He's gonna try to press into Mozval and obviously loses.
Make some noise!
Pressure onto the captain. Takes one of the dome straight away. It's on their way over, but the nades will dislodge Hunter. More damage put down range from Mattis. There's a lot of low players here. Mattis, bit of a headhunter. Looks for his second. Learns about the long player in Tania as well. They can't flush him out. But you're still looking at Mattis to be the difference maker on for the ace in this force buy. 5-7's treated him well on that swing. Lets him down, but in comes some Pius to make sure it's not in vain. One man made it across pit side. They don't know about Heavy God. Joker in the pack. And Eagle. He'll make him pay. Block smoke to slow them down. The rest of the plays coming up short. Right in the Dogstool Berettas. Nice P2 from afar, 2 to the dome. He's brought down low. That P250 is going to be a bit more considered now. You've got Mattis tucked in, taking next contact. And it's Donk with all the kills in this pistol round. And there's the 4th. Is it really going to be a Donk case? No, Mattis will reply. They get into B. Right now they're up the ramp side. It's about a cave that causes them problems. come to matter if the next death is Mattis out towards Cave, looking for this trade. Tania will not let him get it. And Spirit, 2 players ready to receive. Tania is all that's required.
Up connector. Caravan selling this, but it is the B hit you've got to worry about. Kiyasuke, clean entry onto Fallen.
Oh, there's the double up. Swing out from Yakinda, won't be able to punish, but Monte will. The AWP firing off, and they know they've got Carrigan trapped here.
Ooh,
that's it. Go a long way to try and make this feel recoverable. The B play on the cards. Kiyasuke, top performer, right place, right time. Oh, and he's hitting shots. There's all of them.
Pace, disrespect, pissed off. Yakinda's had enough.
Oh, where's this come from? All game, FURIA trying to play it safe while Yakinda. Last time they weren't able to stop it. This time is a different story. Line up into the tunnels. Big damage from the rifle. Tries to be the guy fighting first. Scared back from the window. Side by side with Fallen. As this is for all the marbles. This is for those semis. Yuri holds on.
I have Luchov with me from 9Z. I've got Gentlemates Martinez with me here. JL from MOUZ. We're going to be looking at Inferno. So 3 things are not correct on this image. What could it be?
Okay, I saw one already.
Okay.
This is easier, I think. Okay, on pool.
Tell me.
Pool, that sandbox.
Yep.
Is not good.
In pool, there is something that usually don't.
What is it?
That thing, I don't know.
On the
yes,
yeah. So we call them like sandbags.
When you enter B and the right side.
Yeah, where should it be? Where it should be somewhere else.
Default.
The easiest of them all. 100% locked in guess towards the pool. There's a sandbag that doesn't belong there. Move it back, please. Thank you. Thank you, big boss. Oh my God. It's so easy. I got to figure it out.
And triple, like it's not the pillar. It's like a wall on triple.
The bench of triple. I don't know how you say, but firebox. I think I don't know.
Yep.
The bench is not supposed to be there. I know, because I've been on that bench.
Yep.
It's not there. It's supposed to be in. I don't know where it's supposed to be, but that cannot be there.
So what
Move
should be
that
there?
bench now. Thank
Boom.
you. Oh, so that was the change. I thought it's gonna be bench there and the triple box missing, so that's 3. Okay, then I need one more, right?
One more.
The stairs.
They joined the wall on B side.
Yeah, there's no entrance.
It's like you have, I don't know how to say, but yeah, on close to pool, you have to cross to side.
When you go into side.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like
there
the
you
wall.
go.
Yeah, the wall missing. Yeah.
Boom.
This one is easier. Yeah.
That one's easier?
Yeah.
I've got Aurora's newest member with me, Soulfly. Yakinda with me from FURIA. G2's Maddie's with me here. Three things on here that have changed.
Okay, so I need to go closer to the monitor because.
Is it the A on the city part? Looks weird. That one has to be.
Okay, is the A thing?
Yeah.
Not there?
The elevator, the sticker, I think, right?
Yes, correct.
And we're done.
But we're done. You can't say and we're done.
Wait, so are there like obvious ones?
What else?
Is there any small info? Okay, my eyes is not the best, first of all.
No. Boxes are fine.
There is a 3 window on the wrong side now.
No, that is not the one.
Oh, okay. The sticker on the left, no? It's supposed to be down or it's supposed to be there.
What are you talking about sticker? Like, what is it exactly? Tell me the thing you're talking about.
The Coltera, no?
The goose should be from the right side, I think.
Okay, so the goose is on the. It's not on this side. I think the goose is on the other side.
I don't. Oh, but I said it. This is the duck or what?
Oh yeah, well it's goose.
Oh, it's a dog, bro.
Duck,
I swear to God, I see this sticker. I thought it's a Coltera on Mirage. You know, it's jumping and killing.
Really?
People. I swear to God.
On the you know, like if you go here, we call it goose.
Yeah.
What is it in Turkish?
We say goose as well.
So how did you not know it was a goose?
A goose, but it looks. Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I get it now.
Oh man.
Okay, so one more differences, right?
This one's really hard though.
Is it a hard one, or am I missing something?
I think it's hard.
You think it's hard, right?
Maybe the sign on the right, the blue one. I'm not sure.
Nope, not the sign.
And.
The red windows or something?
No. That's.
I have no clue then. Is there something in the background that I'm missing?
Car is fine. Is there something above?
Do you like driving?
Oh, the car. Yeah. The car is. They moved to the much more right.
Is there something with the car, but I don't think so, no. Is it moved? Yeah, there is a lot of more space, no? The car is moved, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Okay, I was expecting that. It's
I
fine.
gave you a little push in the direction. You were like, the car's fine. I'm like, let me reveal it to you and see if you've noticed.
Oh.
How deep car was. See?
Okay.
That's
I was not even looking that direction. I'm not gonna lie.
I thought this was a great map for you guys.
They're gonna
say
very bad words to me. I believe.
Yeah, the car is, you know, like I'm thinking, oh, the car is there, car's there.
Yeah, the car, it's nothing's changed.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Cash is back in Counter-Strike, and I got someone who's definitely got a lot of Cash experience under his belt of it. I want to ask you though, in terms of what you would like to see if Cash was added, who would you like to see be removed? Which map would go?
It's hard not to say Anubis, honestly, because it's a map that people are avoiding to play. Like you can see on every matchup, it's not even picked. Sometimes it's Vito second, sometimes it's Vito first. So I think that people really don't like a map that can be so one-sided.
Yeah.
And even with the upgrades that Valve came with, I think it added something, but I still don't think it really changed what needed to be changed. Not that I know what needed to be changed, but it didn't really get to a point from the other maps. Yeah.
I don't like Inferno.
Oh, you don't like it?
No, I don't like Inferno. I hope it's going to be replaced, and it's going to be more, you know, some actions, I think, like this. Because Inferno, it's about like macro, nade, something like this. I'm saying AFK 1 minute in the apps, you know.
Honestly, 2 weeks ago I will say Mirage, but now we are playing much better.
Better on the road.
Yeah. So I think Overpass, because I mean, for example, Inferno, I think they will remove Inferno, but bro, how are you gonna remove Inferno? The only thing that you have to do is just remove the building on Banana, so the Ts can play and can just do things around there. So I don't know, it's gonna be Overpass or Inferno, but I think it's gonna be Inferno, but I would like to be Overpass.
Yeah, I could see it coming into the map pool, maybe instead of Anubis or yeah.
Mirage, definitely Mirage, all day, all long, like because it has been here for a long time. If Cash deserve it, if Cobblestone deserve it, Mirage deserving too. You know, go out, bro, go out and come back later. You know, like you have been there for a long time. One thing added like a bench and stuff, and that's it. Like they need to do some really adjustments, anything like different. Like, you know, back in the days I played 1.6 with my friends, like, I don't know, maybe like 1 year, I don't know, 1 year before, I think. We played like casual Mirage, and we played like kind of 5 versus 5. Bro, everything is same like now, you know, like, bro, that map has been there like for decades, maybe more. And now this is still same, you know, nothing changed. I think it has to be gone, you know.
Thank you very much for sharing, Woxic. There you go, some moments when it comes to cash. I do agree with Woxic as well. No Mirage, bring cash in. That'll be the best way to do it. Let's see what happens. I have Luchov with me from 9Z. Falcons, MonTe with me here today. JL with a gold MOUZ logo. Overpass. 3 changes. This is what you're looking at. What you cooking with?
Oh no.
You've been playing much Overpass?
Yes, too much.
Okay.
Oh my god, I don't play this map, man. Okay, no battles first, no battles.
Barrel.
The easiest of them all. The 100% of the 100%, the barrels on the left are missing.
Yes.
Yep.
2 more.
What the fuck? I don't see anything.
Pillar, no graffiti, right?
Help me.
Help you. Okay. Something on the wall?
Ah, okay. In the dildo.
Ah, yeah, well, you're correct on that. Yep, on the pillar.
Yes.
Ooh, painting on the pillar is missing. Yep.
Painting on the dildo is what you wanted to say, but you quickly corrected yourself.
I can't say, it's against my rules.
About to say, you just say religion, I know you're lying. So
Against my PR training, you know what I mean?
Oh, against the PR training, okay. There's one more, and it's very obvious, and you're gonna be like, what the hell?
What the hell?
I don't need to help you.
And okay, battles back, graffiti is back. Something on side, right? In the middle, or I'm mistaken?
Nope.
One more very obvious one.
Crazy, bro, it's huge.
Massive. Like me, sorry.
This one's an added and moved. It would not normally be in this position.
Oh my God! It's on site next to the sandbags.
No.
The graffiti behind is not.
Where should that
not
be?
real?
Yeah, it should, where does it normally?
Behind.
Exactly, on the monster.
The monster, but the T side.
You need to remove something that is not there normally.
Like this thing close monster? Like.
Yeah, but where should it be?
I have no idea, man.
It's a monster, right?
Ah, oh my God! It has to be opposite of monster, like from towards the T side.
Yeah, above the.
Yeah, exactly, man.
What is? Oh no! Oh my God! The painting on monster.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be. Oh my God!
It's supposed to be above monster tunnel.
Yes, that's why it's called the monster tunnel.
Yeah.
Not the monster wall. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
God damn it! That took me a little bit too long. Sorry, chat.
That was. Sorry, chat. You're not streaming, bro.
Am I? sorry.
He's live streaming now.
Yo, chat, can we get a W, please?
Welcome back to PGL Astana. Spirit has speedrun their way through to the grand final, and now we're about to find out who will join them. Will it be Magic or Team Falcons? Before we do that, though, I have a little message for real CS followers, the ones that have been watching for a long time. You've probably heard the story of the curse that Blair and I have on the second analyst on a table, because it would appear in the last 2 years, every time you put Blair and I on a desk, the third person either cancels themselves or never works again. However, I need to point out that I believe the curse may be broken because Prof made it all the way through the group stages, and he made an epic game yesterday in this arena, and not once has he got cancelled yet, Blair.
Well, the tournament's not done yet, right? We still have the finals taking place tomorrow, so let's wait on that, Sam. But yeah, no, listen, epic game. I think that's what we'll have to touch upon yesterday. Listen, I feel I was having dreams of some of the rounds we saw in that particular matchup with Prof. What a game we were blessed with.
Yeah, I mean, the adrenaline was high after that one, and I feel like my position, the cancelability, not high unless, Blay, you leak our messages from this morning or any other. But that aside,
I like
what
how
a
you
game.
think it might be Blair. I got copies of all of them too.
You wouldn't believe what's going on between the two of us.
It's very
a lot of good stuff.
Yes,
generally sharing our outfit.
I did wonder about that because I was like, I didn't get the memo that we were dressing similar. No one included me in that chat.
Well, the guy that used to do that he is also cancelled. So maybe we shouldn't be going down that path. Talking about the games today, I was looking at the schedule, it says Falcons Magic, but I thought we watched that yesterday, so what the hell is going on?
Well played there, I like that one. I mean, that is the truth though. What is kind of funny is we have to point out, obviously we finished quite late last night. I think we were all in the shuttle heading back to the hotel at like 2 in the morning, delirious after 100 rounds of Counter-Strike, but one of the things that we all started giggling about is, we said, if there ever was a team that could lose in a semi-final after the game we just saw, it would be Falcons.
Yeah, I can see that, but listen, look, coming into this matchup, I know what's been happening with Karrigan's face recently. You've been losing to virtually everyone, even freaking Fnatic for crying out loud, right? So it's been a rough time for them for sure overall, but I feel like this is a different Falcons. What we saw from them yesterday, I looked at some of the numbers. I looked at all the games that Falcons had played in the previous lineup they had, where they started off a best of 3 with losing the first map, and against like a top 20, a top 30 team, they've only managed to pull off the reverse sweep only 3 times, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. So, honest to God, I feel like yesterday was the turning point for this Falcons team. So, sure, there is a chance, but I think it's minuscule.
I mean, also just add to that, this year in playoffs, teams they have been losing to PARIVISION in the final of Bounty. They've won a few games at Bounty, but other than that, any real arena, they have not won a game in playoffs. They lost to PARIVISION 2 times. They lost to Spirit, who they've been dominating. Falcons versus Spirit, Donk versus Nico and Monte. Nico and Monte always had the number. They go to an arena, they lose. And that's why when people say like, oh, you're glazing Karrigan too much, look at his stats and all of these things, this kind of a performance, he brings something they need. And it might be intangibles, it might be tangibles, but without him, they wouldn't be winning that game.
We can talk about the intangibles for days. We'll never know, but there is always a personality shift when you remove a piece, add one, and those personalities change. But there are some tangible things we saw yesterday. There were actual things happening in the server where we went, that could be the addition of Karrigan.
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious one has to be young old Kyosuke, right? Like he's been having his woes. We touched upon how in his playoffs performances he's more Kiyosaki than Kyosuke, but yesterday he was the difference maker. Sure, there were rounds. Listen, I had to throw it in. It's been in my head.
I've been waiting because
for
you
a
have to
week.
understand, Blair drops these things quite a bit in the green room, and I've been waiting because I was like, it's gonna drop on the desk at some point. So I wondered when it would come out.
No one did it, so I had to drop it down. Anyway, the thing is, yesterday, sure, there were rounds which he single-handedly threw for, for his team. But at the same time, there's so many impactful moments. And this is a game, by the way. This is a series where we saw Monte put up one of the most impressive AWPing performances I have personally ever had the chance to witness. And despite that, he was just completely all out. This obviously is the stats across the entire tournament. Yeah. But Kyosuke, I think that's the immediate effect, the immediate Karrigan effect that we're seeing right now.
I mean, it's easier to call him Kiyosaki after he puts out a performance like this, right? Then it's kind of like a joke.
Then
but if it was 2 days ago, it would have sounded a lot meaner, right? And I mean, for me, definitely the man of the match yesterday, despite the fact that Monte was obviously a superstar on Nuke, you have to look at the series all together, and Kyosuke was putting in a huge performance. In my opinion, his best playoff performance ever in his career, and his first step towards greatness that was promised when this guy was signed by the Falcons.
And especially as well, considering how heavy the pressure was as well, right? When the chips were down, when it's looking super rough, he did deliver when he really had to. So I feel for me, that's him starting to finally, break out of his cocoon.
There's something very artistic and almost poetic about the fact that when you see this team on the stage, Karrigan sits in the middle and he places these two young superstars on either side of him, Kyosuke and then MongolZ as well, who yesterday, my gosh, like where has that? I know MongolZ consistently does well on a stage, but it's been a long time since I think we've all been speechless and had our breath taken away by his performance, and that was what he did yesterday.
I mean, that was the flash in his peak, right? First map, MongolZ had his number, but on Nuke, and especially on the T side, how difficult it is to op on the T side. When I think about the best oppers, you think about Zaiwu, he's not even going to pick up the op some halves on the T side. He's just going to rifle, because it is so difficult to find picks, but this guy was finding them left, right, and center. The Tessus interview that came out later, he was like, yeah, I didn't, he couldn't really explain what happened on the T side. He was just like, yeah, honestly, he picked up the op, and somehow he just found openings round after round. And that made it for such an entertaining game of Nuke, and a game of Nuke that I don't think we'll see repeated maybe ever.
It's also like we had X-ray on, we had the radar on, and even then we were wondering, wait, how did he even get the kill? One run comes to mind, which is still bamboozles me, where he buys the AWP, kind of a force buy from him, 1 deagle for his team, 3 Glocks, and he gets 4 opening kills in the rush single-handedly. That was superlative, like incredible showing, which I don't think even MongolZ will be able to replicate anytime soon. Honestly, that was once in a, I don't want to say lifetime, but it's once in a blue moon performance from him.
Do you think that, like, if Zonic is watching these desks back, there is a level of frustration now because he's been putting this team together for how many years, and then you just bring in Karrigan, and suddenly we're like, oh, well, that's actually all you needed. It kind of feels a little bit like we're saying, well, hey, Zonic, like, you're not really needed. You just needed this good IGL.
Honestly, if anything, I think he should be happy we're not mentioning him more, because he had most of these pieces for the longest time, and he couldn't make it work. He couldn't figure out the positions. He was trying with Kixan. I mean, all of these players, in some ways, were decided by him, right? He had a big say in bringing in the players. Maybe Kyosuke wasn't his ideal, but that is a superstar player that you're bringing in, a rookie of the year to be, which he wasn't. It was stolen away by MongolZ. But he was in control of this lineup, and if anything, seeing how good they look with Karrigan, how some things are clicking that Zonic could never figure out, I feel like it's a bit of, it's a rough look for him.
It's also, I mean, yeah, sure, I'm going to play
Until he lifts the trophy, then no one cares. That's how this works.
Of course. At the end of the day, if they're winning, then everything's fine.
And then they're going to be like, well, is he really doing anything if they're winning so easily? The classic exit task conversation comes into play. Listen, it's different from being a coach. You might have the best laid plans, but then in the server itself, it's a whole different ball game, right? And I feel that's always the thing that gets overlooked. You can be the coach, you can have the best plans, you can try and tell them what to do, but when it comes crunch time, you can see them crumble, you can see them struggling, and that's a Karrigan thing. He's in the server, in the moment, telling them this is how we're going to approach things. Also, can't forget, Tessa's mentioned in interviews, well, I think MongolZ as well, where he's like, just that energy, that vibe he brings to the team. This is something we never saw in the previous iterations of Falcons, right? When the chips were down, you could see everyone looking grim, even, you could see even Kixan being a little bit quiet. It was Zonic trying to hype them up. Karrigan's going to hype you up every single round till the game ends. Yeah. And I think that's a big difference maker.
I mean, this is one of the things I wanted to touch about, because you talk a lot about intangibles with Karrigan, but there are also some tangibles that he brought into this specific lineup in setting certain roles. And what Tessus was saying after the win yesterday, he is like, yeah, Karrigan decided Nico needs to be the closer. He's going to take that role, and Tessus is going to be, sometimes needs to be selfish, sometimes needs to wait, but sometimes he'll be the sacrificial player as well. And it is a much clearer definition with Karrigan and Kyosuke taking point, and then Nico being on the closing part of the game. Sometimes kind of invisible, but sometimes doing the key stuff.
Okay, boys, I think we've glazed Falcons enough. Time to move on. Let's talk about Magic now. A team that came into this, I think this was their 3rd LAN as a team together, and now they are here in the semifinals. I mean, I love the line that Scrawny used, where he said it's not a miracle, it's magic. But does the magic run out now?
I actually was looking at some of the numbers. I was crunching some numbers, lying in my bed, wondering what I'm going to be wearing. And I'm like, all right, I want to take a look at how many LAN games, not big event games, how many LAN maps that these young 4 or 5 players have played combined in total, not the lineup, right? And then I compared that to Karrigan. And the difference was just ridiculous. I think Magic combined, they have like 220 maps played, LAN maps played in their entire careers, total up in different teams, different lineups. Karrigan's got about 2,000. Just by himself. I'm not bringing in Nico, I'm not bringing in Tessus and all these guys. So when you're talking about just the gulf, sheer disparity in experience, I don't think I've ever seen something like this.
I mean, that is true, but Moon is playing on LAN every weekend because he is in Kazakhstan.
But is it on HLTV?
It's not. But there is also something to, I don't know, it's not the same. It's not the same for sure, but I wanna say there is a certain element that these young guys are bringing to the table that does show that in some ways they don't care. Moon, he said it in a quote, he's like, yeah, our internet is so bad that we can't really play online, so we just play local LAN tournaments all the time, and we get experience like that. And obviously, it's a completely different ball game playing in front of thousands of people and playing in a little LAN cafe in Almaty, but it does really feel like they brought something from that fearlessness and left it on stage yesterday against 9Z. Hopefully they can do something similar against Falcons.
You know what, Sam, this reminds me of? There's a certain player, the first Kazakh superstar, and I'm sure everyone remembers, also a major winner as well in the form of Adren, right? He came onto some of his old guys' radars back in 2005 in WCG when it was Counter-Strike Source. No one really talks about that game, but still, he placed second in the tournament, WCG coming out of nowhere, and that was the recurring trend for all the players in this country and how much they struggle when it comes to the ping. And it's not something you can fix. You can't fix ping. It's just pure distance. It's pure geography, right? But the fact that we're still finding such a healthy LAN culture here, they're playing amongst themselves, where we're finding the likes of a Moon, the likes of a MongolZ, the future of Counter-Strike in this country is bright.
I think back now to last year and the Budapest Major and what we saw from Karrigan leading phase, and how in the group stages against lesser known teams, it was pretty dismal. And then yes, they go on to make the final. When they play better opposition, it drastically improves. And then I think about the phase we've seen in the last few months, having to go to these small lands and really struggle against these tier 3, tier 2 teams. Magic is one of those teams. You don't know what you're getting from them. There's no protocols in place. It's kind of just an empty space. Maybe Karrigan's kryptonite? Could it be?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say there's no protocols, but it's pretty much outside of the box of like regular Counter-Strike, modern meta, or what the top teams play. They're really happy to do whatever they feel like can give them a win in a certain moment. And we saw against 9Z how it worked sometimes, and then how it would backfire completely. The thing is, I think what can help Falcons here is they have a backroom staff that is huge, that can actually, even before they were back in the hotel, start preparing for Magic and get Zonic and Karrigan a full brief of what's going on.
Blair, how much time? Let's be realistic. I know what time we all got to bed. Those players hadn't even eaten. How much time realistically have they actually had to prepare for this matchup?
That's hard to say, but I think I agree with Prof. I think that's a very fair point you bring up, where they're like, listen, you're going to have a backup staff going to tell you this is what you're going to do, this is what you're going to do. But if I'm Falcons coming in, you're not over prepping for this matchup. You're not going to be looking at Magic's demo. Even if you had time, you're not going to be going in deep to see, oh, this is complete bullshit. We don't know what the hell they're doing, right? You don't want to deal with that. Just go in with your game plan. You are the better team. You have the stars. You have the major winners. You have everything going for you. You're coming in as the favorites, and they should be playing this game like they are the favorites.
Do you think they will?
They should.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Magic have an opportunity to do something very funny.
I know, right?
Get out of here.
It could happen.
It would be the funniest thing ever.
It's not going to happen.
It would be the funniest thing ever. It would be such a 180 in the community after what Falcons brought yesterday, the win against FURIA. That's super memorable. It would just put such a damper on all the mood, and it would definitely take away from that game that we watched yesterday. We're now saying like game of the tournament, game of the year, but if that's if they just lose now, what do we make of it?
Falcons hate watchers. You just gave them a little bit of hope. That might be crushed in a little bit. Okay, we've had a lot of fun here, but the real fun is happening on the stage. Let's go check it out.
Single-elimination! Our next semi-final game is about to get underway. And for one team, they are massive underdogs. The Magicians, by name, by nature, are players who have shown that they can fight their way up. But this is their toughest test yet. They play a game of chaotic Counter-Strike, but this is also where their opponent thrives. And that is what they must be careful of. Either way, they deserve your respect for getting this far. So please, make some noise, put your hands together. It's Magic! And on the other side, we have a team that yesterday played what could be a grand final. They played the best game we'd seen so far this year, with a new leader, MongoZ doing the unthinkable, Kioski looking stronger than we have seen him. But they are still 2 games away from the goal and lifting this trophy. And they know, better than many other teams, that it is certainly not a given to win, even against opponents they are favored against. So let's hear it for Team Falcons! Nico, AW, come and join us up here. Everyone else can get down to their seats. Nico, a smile on your face as you enter this stage. But I got to ask you, how much did you sleep? How did you reset in terms of how crazy all that adrenaline and everything that was flowing yesterday for that game?
Yeah, it was definitely one of the craziest games I have ever played, and it was too intense. And obviously, we tried to get as much rest as possible. I got enough sleep. I feel rested, and I think it's important that we put the game behind us and we just collect the confidence from yesterday. And we need to bring the same energy that we had yesterday, maybe even more. And but we are feeling very good. You know, first win for us in the playoffs this season as well. So we're feeling good so far.
Ника утверждает, что вчера была одна из самых сумасшедших игр в его жизни. И, конечно же, они получили огромное удовольствие, но при этом всем она высосала все силы из них. При этом у вас всего лишь одна ночь, да, и они постарались, конечно же, отдохнуть, но все равно им надо просто сохранить тот самый момент, ту самую энергетику, которая помогла им победить вчера для того, чтобы одолеть своего соперника сегодня и пройти в гранд-финал.
I know it was only one game on the stage, but it is a game with Karrigan. And is that the difference that's being made already? Is that what you would quantify it as? Or is there more to it that you might be able to explain?
I mean, I think Finn is known for, shining on the stage. He definitely brings different type of energy than any other player. We know that he strives, and he's here to help us to get over that edge. And he did an amazing job yesterday. He kept us in the game, and yeah, we have full trust in him. He has full trust in us, and it's good to share the stage with him after 8 years.
Играть с Карриганом после 8 лет разрыва между ними, это великолепно. И, в принципе, Карриган дает очень-очень много команде, особенно по вопросу энергии, по вопросу идей и колов. Поэтому он дал очень-очень много импакта для вчерашней победы.
Now looking at Magic and how they have been playing so far in this tournament, they've been playing very chaotic, unpredictable Counter-Strike. It kind of is what you expect Karrigan to thrive in, but how confident do you feel just playing against these guys? Even if maybe they're not as big known names, they can certainly prove to shoot hard and be difficult to play against.
Yeah, I mean, they have a really impressive run. It's not easy coming, I believe, all the way from qualifiers. They were 0-2 down in group stage, so they showed some very good resilience so far at this event, and we can't underestimate them at any point in the round. Yes, as you said, they can bring some chaotic CS, but we try to prepare as much as we can for it, and this is also where we strive in. At least we did yesterday, hopefully we will today, and yeah, just hoping maybe for a little less rounds today, so you can get some good rest tonight. No, I'm joking. I just hope it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be very fun.
Я надеюсь, что эта игра будет не настолько сложной, как была вчера, хотя мы точно получим удовольствие от нее. Что касается самих Мэджиков, они показывают отличные результаты на протяжении групповой стадии. Также вчера развалили бразильцев, и это все-таки не просто так. Поэтому да, катка будет отличной.
AW, following on from that, the chaos that we see from your team and how you guys play, how does it work? Who is making the calls? We know S-Fade is the leader, but how much input, how much of the other team members are being vocal throughout this?
Я хочу сказать, салам Астана! Он спросил, как...
Что по поводу... Насколько... So, let's translate it.
Help him out.
Насколько много импакта дают твои тиммейты, насколько много они колили вчера, насколько они были активны?
Ой, у нас в команде все активны, и я думаю, каждый приложил импакт к этой победе, и... Я не знаю, что еще сказать. Сегодня будет точно не легкая игра для Falcons, и мы будем стараться их выиграть.
It is not gonna be easy game for Falcons, for sure, and everyone is giving them all and make a lot of impact, everyone in their team.
And looking at that, for everyone on the team, this is the biggest stage, the biggest moment. It's the biggest team these players have ever faced up against. What mentality needs to be brought to this game? How do you handle all of that?
Каким образом ты справляешься, выйдя на сцену, играя против одной из самых сильных команд, которые ты в своей жизни встречал? Каким образом вообще к этому можно подготовиться и что нужно сделать, чтобы обыграть?
Я думаю, что у нас нет выбора. Нам приходится играть с ними насмерть, и это вся наша менталка. Просто играть каждую игру.
So it's definitely not gonna be easy, and it's gonna be death game for us.
Okay, some fighting talk. I'll let you shake hands and then take your seats. We'll let the fighting be done on the server, and we'll wait to see how this is gonna go. Now, Crystal May, I'm interested here. Falcons beat FURIA. This arena really liked FURIA. Does that mean they're supporting Magic now?
Let's find out. Ребят, кто пришел поддержать Magic?
Okay. But what about Falcons? That's hard. That's kind of close. Try again.
Okay. Ребят, что, переорем? За Magic!
And what about Falcons? All right, what I need from everyone here, though, you're going to help me out with this, Crystal Maid, and make sure everyone understands we're going to clap our way through this and get ourselves closer to the game.
Начинаем медленно хлопать, ребята, и побыстрее к каточке. Let's go.
Just really quickly, I mean, 2 shout-outs. One, PGL for the sound and the lighting setups in the stadium. What a way to just make it rock before the game. And also 2, to Crystal Maid, because now we have that translation. We can get a little bit more out of them. I mean, all we got is this is a death match, but there you go. I mean, at least it's more than most.
Also, when is Banks joining us for karaoke? That voice could go hard.
That was some crazy sustain, man.
Yeah.
Actually,
that was a Linkin Park. You know, in the end.
Yeah, you could do that.
Nailed that.
I do like what he, some fighting words here. I like that from AW. He's not like, yeah, let's hope for the good game. He's like, no, we're gonna deathmatch, baby.
So he's saying fighting talk, but when was the last time you heard Nico go, it's gonna be a fun game? Like, they look excited to play Counter-Strike again.
Joy has a way of returning, Snoopy.
I actually saw
These
this
are my
picture.
thoughts on Falcons after Kerrigan joined the lineup and Nico reunited with him. He says 8 years, 7.5 years since their last playoff game together. It was a loss to Liquid in 2018, but yesterday I think they mended a lot of the old wounds.
Okay, the veto's coming up, but let's be fair. How much are we actually putting into this?
There's one question.
We know nothing about these
Do Magic try something weird here,
and
right?
Go for Anubis.
Anubis.
This is the only question I have about the veto, but Ancient.
All right.
No.
They look good yesterday on it, right? I do believe it's coming in from Magic. I'd be extremely surprised if Falcons went with Mirage, right? Like, even though, yeah, there we go. Dust 2 makes a little bit more sense. I guess it's going to be a bit of a shake hand on Mirage. I don't see Magic banning it out, and I do believe Anubis should be banned out by Falcons here. They really would not be looking to risk anything on this. So a map pool which I think if I'm Magic, you're kind of happy with this.
Yeah, actually going to Inferno for the last. I think that's kind of nice because Mirage has been a staple for Falcons, even though it has been really good for Magic. They also showed a lot of weakness and readability against 9Z, who dominated them on that map. So a bit of a curveball maybe there at the end, but I think Ancient Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage, those were the 4 maps, and it wasn't going to be like a big surprise. I would have loved definitely to see a curveball of Anubis being thrown in, even though the only wins Magic has is against lower tier opposition, but it's not a map that Falcons has historically liked a lot or won a lot on.
And Kerrigan never really liked it either.
Yes, and they had so little time together, but I think they just wanted to go with their, what they know and what they practice rather than being completely random.
They're not being gimmicky, and here's the thing though, Sam, here's a problem. I said they like dragging their opponents down into the mud and wrestling, but they got mud wrestling champs on the other side, right? You got Kerrigan, you got Monte, you got Nika, so it's not going to be easy for these young Davids here.
Can we just also give a little bit of props to Tessis, who I think yesterday was great. I still think the comments that I see where they say we need one more superstar, they should get rid of him. Hell no. That guy is a workhorse of note.
I said that quite a few times, but I love Tessis. I love him as a human being. I love him as a player. I just think he's in such an unenviable position with the expectations that Falcons has, and also the fact that this guy has been changing roles every 6 months because whoever new comes in, it's like, well, Renee, now it's your turn to make space for this guy, and it's really difficult. And now he's again finding himself playing. He's playing B on Dust 2. He said he's dying in a way a professional player should never die, and then on Mirage as well. So it's a tough adaptation.
I don't know what world we're living in because I'm starting to feel a little bit like a Falcons fan. So there we go. I know that the Kazakhstan audience might be concerned. They've already taken down Molodoi. Moon, another Kazakhstan player, stands in their way before they can make the grand finals. Let's find out if the Falcons are going to do it.
One of the biggest underdog stories we've ever seen on a stage in Counter-Strike. Magic with local Kazakh Moon all the way from the online open qualifier now to the semi-finals taking on Team Falcons. This is David versus a team of Goliaths, a superstar stacked roster in Falcons versus a squad that shouldn't even been here. I mean, the best team they beat was 9Z to get to this point. So for the idea of Magic, there's no expectation. For Falcons, it is steady. So it's time to see if they can deliver once again.
Expecting a lot of chaos in this game. It's been the brand of CS that Magic have played throughout the groups and into the playoffs. And it's chaos that Falcons look to instill in that quarterfinal yesterday.
They thrived in it.
Promising start here in the pistol. They've got themselves an empty B site. I think if you can get a couple of comfort rounds early on, that would really help quell any nerves you have ahead of this semi-final. Falcons on for the retake, but a lot of space has already been taken away. As Val gets out with the first, Monte will start breaking through on these dual Berettas. Talk about a hell of a start for Monte. 3 for him. It tips the scales. It's down to this 1v1. The kit. This has the kit. AW, knife pulled, knife out. And he'll stab him to death to start this semi. What a way to open. AW studied the blade.
And maybe fans of Falcons here, but I think the arena are going to enjoy every round the Magic pick up. It's the underdog story. It's hard not to love. They have the home crowd hero of the MongolZ elimination. And so AW, that single most experienced piece of Magic, showing up when they need him here in this pistol. Moon has brought a lot of energy to these games from Magic, especially on the stage. They were taken for a ride against 9Z. It was a high, a low, and then a high again to finish off the job on this very map. And they will meet them in the middle. Ace for Tenzi in the second round. This semi-final has kicked off.
We said to expect chaos. Knife kill already. Ace in the second round. What's next?
I don't know, but I'm here for it. A wry smile on Magic's coach.
I mean, this whole event likely felt like a bit of a fever dream for Magic. Let's not forget, they were just a game away from elimination all the way back in the groups.
0-2.
Having a comeback from 0-2 down, backs against the wall the entire time. And now they're in the semis. Playing not just any roster, the multi-million-dollar super team Falcons project.
Very nice to see them get off to a good start, right? At the end of the day, they are still underdogs, but giving them a fighting chance with this pistol getting converted. Starting on the T side, calling their own shots. They didn't seem nervous in their quarterfinal. That's one thing that may work in their favor. Monte, though, ready in middle. It is a clash, a bash for the Falcons, and they come up ahead. Chasing down onto Nico. He wants that fight. He will deliver death. AW takes the trade, all picked up in a 2v2. Chaos ensues.
Arrogant going to try to get weird with it around this smoke. Good timing found. Deals with AW at the back and will go on a double up. Carrigan doesn't need the help there. Gets it done on his lonesome.
Oh, Synergy's back now. Him and Sonic struggling with the fist bumps, but no problem now for Falcons. They had enough rounds on this very stage yesterday. 100-round best of 3 with overtimes aplenty. So Falcons break in early in this game. No celebration for Magic. Their money is on notice. Delayed mid-pop last round. Falcons were ready for it. 3 strong. This time they play towards their bomb sites.
I don't know about you, but I think in a underdog matchup kind of as apparent as this one, if you're Magic, you want to kind of win with almost shock and awe, right?
Yeah.
I don't think in a long game, if we get something even close to resembling to what we had yesterday, that's where things can fall apart very, very quickly. You know, this is the youngest team of the entire playoffs. Hands down the least experienced squad in this type of environment, up against a team of veterans, really. You know, with the exception of Kiyosuke, even then, though, you think about kind of his rise, all the hype around him, feels like a young veteran in many ways.
Had the info, spotted on ramp. Falcons with a block. Oh, middle loss. That's a bit awkward. They can just abandon ship. Back to the bomb site with you. Falcons in this 4-on-4 will stay moving. Recommit in the cave. Magic outside of B with that bomb. With Monte back on the A side. Falcons are fine to play heavy on B. Tenzi found that mid pick. There is fear of a lurker. Right now, only 2 players in this site.
Reblock is nice from Tessez at least, but they're going to try and come through it. Gives him a bit of an edge in these fights. Huge multi-kill for Tessez, and you'd like to think that's done enough. Tenzi might have an ace to his name already, but he's in no fighting shape here. 6 points of health, shot away from certain death. It's the Orb to face him first. That nade should do it. Honestly, doesn't need to overthink that one there. Util does all the work for him, and so an early equalizer here out of the Falcons.
A shutdown for Tessez, right? Inside of the group stages, I was getting a little worried sometimes on Ancient, because when you see that this B site has Karrigan and Tessez on it, typically, it's, you know, not the strongest pieces of Falcons right now. Kiyasuke getting very involved on this B site, though, at least. Tessez puts on a big double kill to hold down. And he was, for sure, a surprise factor in that series yesterday in very limited positions, put on a lot of multi-kills. I think he bailed Falcons out of so many rounds. We saw teams try to abuse that B-bomb site in the group stages. Maybe Magic will do the same.
Let's see what type of Monte we're getting in this semi-final. Is he going to be a slow start, one where he has to build up into it, or does he just hit the ground running right away? Couple of swings and misses here. Just all the Magic way back here in main. I think still you've heard that AWP fire off. You know who's wielding it. You know who you're going into. Huge kill out there towards mid.
Tenzi's feeling it.
Mechanics have really shined for Magic. In the group stages, that was one thing. Keeping it up in the playoffs has been nothing short of impressive.
Falcons are reclearing mid. This timing is awkward. If Magic were to just walk out right now, they're going to have a lot of space. Converting this round is a whole different question, but element of surprise perhaps in their pocket.
I think one of the problems you're going to have here, though, is where do you go when you get the site control, right? You kind of want that donut space, but it's occupied. Monte sits back here with the AWP, and he's anticipating, well, they want this area, they want this space. He's just going to try and hold on to it. And if you just get trapped in at the site, A feels very claustrophobic. You don't really feel like there's many places to hide. Monte's AWP continues to cut through this post plant. Rest of his team show up, and it's only AW with this Deagle. Shot won't connect. Big multi-kill for Monte, and Tessez mopping up 2 more on that retake. It's not a problem.
Yeah, slow and steady. Monte goes fishing, and all Magic taste of worms. Easy round for the Falcons, despite conceding A. Able to pick it up clean and clinical in that retake. Lead this game 3-2. 3 straight rounds on this CT side. We've got a 4-buy now for Magic back on this T side. Moon has definitely been hit and miss with the AWP, but I enjoyed watching his recovery towards the end of the 9T game. Had a couple of massive kills, impactful kills and clutches towards the end of Ancient. Even if his numbers weren't there, it was kind of undeniable. So on this very map, Magic's pick, Moon brings that AWP in. He's actually sold it. No armor, so gonna stick with rifles. Magic's want to play combat.
It's also like really the only guy with any utils here, just having to make some concessions here.
Hey, it's better than having an armorless AWP. I think on T-side Ancient, it's already a hard map for AWPers. When you consider the util Falcons are throwing at elbow, it's a painful map as well.
All right, Rene, we see it. Down through the ramp side, has a teammate with him. Karrigan hoping for the trade. Flash is good, and this is really trying to get some value out of this ramp push. AW feasts upon the Falcons.
That smoke's a problem. They would have loved it on short. Gives Falcons room to cross, but doesn't matter when Spade shuts you down like that. There was a window of opportunity there for Kiyasuke, but I don't think Nico has that same faith.
I mean, that's good stuff for Magic, right? Able to just repel a par for the course ramp take. Ends up being a birdie feast for AW.
That's the explosive element of some of these Magic players, right? Hot hand fallacy. When they get one, they just go right back in. That's why they were set up as this chaotic team, this team that can catch you off guard, that prep will only get you so far against. Magic will run at you, they will not respect you, and so they come hunting for this AK. Nico is found. Magic maximum damage. It's AW to do it again.
I think out here in Astana, Falcons have benefited from a bit of relief and expectations, right? I think it's one of the things with this squad, with how much money has gone into it, the names you have in this roster, there's always been expectations of results, and they've at least been able to take some of that pressure off of the idea that they've changed IGLs. This is a bit of a warm-up, a chance to see where they're at.
Хорош, молодец. Ебать умница, Андрей, пацаны молодцы.
But in this game, they are the heavy favorites. And so those expectations are kind of back again. Let's see if that causes them to buckle in any way.
I mean, after beating FURIA in the way they did, there's no way you can have any doubt on Falcons making the final. How much the Magic believe it might not matter. Nico shuts down a double in A main. Donor control. Fear of the AWP, Tenzi not committing. MongolZ's actually rotated CT. There's a gap in that push timing for Tenzi. He walks out into the site, smoke behind him. Would he go? Would he really go all the way through?
Putting a lot of trust in your read of the situation, the idea that you're here on a forward timing and the Falcons just aren't ready for it. Tenzi, this is such a ballsy move.
Nico's checking it.
Cena
no!
Nico has just saved MongolZ's life.
He hit his keyboard or something. He just knocked his trigger. That is so awkward. That was the round in the palm of his hand. 2 entry kills. The AWP can't save them. Might be a save. Disaster strikes for Magic.
Yeah, it was all hinging on Tenzi there. A lot of pressure, ballsy move to get him to that position.
What a check for Nico, though. He still walks back and clears CT. I don't even know why he would do that, realizing there's a very small window, small gap. They're fine to play retake on A, clearly, based on some of the moves we've seen from Falcons in the late round. This AWP, still under threat, will hold his own for a second. MongolZ is chasing it down.
Counter-terrorists win.
So Falcons still in full control.
You know, we've had noticeably less showboating from Karrigan, I would say, here.
Yeah.
Series yesterday didn't exactly give you a lot of breathing room to do so.
Got more to focus on, I'd say, in this event. You mentioned the pressure being on or off or wherever it's at, where Falcons are feeling. I mean, Nico was saying coming into the playoffs, like, I don't think the expectations, maybe trying to diminish them somewhat. I don't think the expectations are on us to take the trophy at our debut event with this in-game leader. Well, now they are.
Tenzi trying to get out through middle. Falcons look to meet him here. And it's a very commanding start to this game out of Nico, who's looked to be hyperactive, very involved all across the map. Now given a bit more freedom to call his own shots here. Him and Kiyosuke put a Real bit of hurt on this mid-tier. You can see you've shut Magic's early game down.
That deep smoke from Karrigan towards Cave also just threatened Magic so much. They don't have the confidence to walk through it and go to heaven. That would have been the only way to punish Falcons in that setup. There was a chance, but Svade doesn't take it. Ollie in middle. Magic will recommit later. Feeling like a more standard game of Ancient here with the mid control. I see on the cross. There is a smoke to block him. Do you want to use it? Svade's saving it for B.
Oh, you can't afford to pay the Monte tax. You've seen the shadow. And if just trying to skirt by in mid is going to cost you a player, you don't have the numbers to deal with that. Monte, sure, that shot sails on past, but it doesn't do a lot for Magic here. Monte's given a second chance.
Yeah, heaven is no tax haven here for Magic. Monte just knocks him out. Just seeing Magic now sort of stumble into these setups. Monte and Nico are picking them apart on this CT side. Money now broken. If you're Falcons, you've got to be calling, especially for that next round. Watch out for one of these fast calls out of spawn, because that's how Magic got in this game to get to start off. It does feel like the best way is to catch Falcons off guard, overwhelm them with sight hits. It's either that or you go into Nico, Monte, and Kiyosuke in middle. I'd rather not. Kiyosuke has been very active on these B rotations. Always ready to help. But no threat yet. Hero AK for Tenzi.
They're going to take a swing at B. SS and Karrigan bomb site. Only one that's given you any doubt for the Falcons.
Surprised there's no rotation. You need Kiyosuke over here ASAP. He starts to move.
And he'll get here in time, so now a triple stack, and they're not playing back. They're not playing retake here. It's two players in the site. Kesses concealed and tucked in up close. And a convincing shutdown over this B hit. No worries for the Falcons. Two B-side players with all 5 kills. Kiyosuke just there. Lay down some suppressive fire.
Magic are waiting for the smoke to bloom in Cave so they can come out together, but yeah, all the atmosphere, the quiet on the map, they haven't shown anything. It feels all too obvious. Falcons move their 3rd man into position, barely required. Shut down on the eco. Now comes a buy round. If Magic want to make anything of their map pick, it's got to start now. Huna's not had his AWP on this T side. That is a shame. Missed elbow smoke, and Monte punishes again. He sat in that Molotov. I don't think their smoke put it out. They tried to pre-smoke it. Didn't even matter. It's a Monte day.
Lost like one of your fire starter players here, right? Tenzi gone. Gonna look elsewhere. AW tries to open a back door. Another route for Magic to use in this round. And he's gained a lot of space out here towards B. Honestly, has rotated over. They last saw him out here in middle. Will you expect him in the cave so quickly? An early warning system with Karrigan holding the other side, although giving away that fight, Monte now has a lot to bear in mind. He's getting backstabbed.
They've walked past him.
W doesn't even check it. Monte just gets to look ahead. Nico's walking right in to AW on this smoke.
You can feel it.
Something isn't right.
No.
That's a really awkward team flash. Monte tried to help him, made matters worse. Now he's got something to make up for. Monte getting pincered there on both sides of him. Moon's got his weapon of choice. And so you're left looking at Kiyosuke in this clutch. Orp on the line, Moon lets him have it.
Dude, the patience for AW in that round. I think everyone realized what was going on. He's hiding in the smoke. Nico's calling, I'm walking into something. There's something going on. And that flash timing couldn't have been worse. That smoke fading. Nico hung out to dry by MongolZ, of all people. Don't often see something like that occur between these two. And MongolZ cannot make up for it because AW refuses to give him the kill. They go together. Nice that Magic win that round because it means Moon's going to pick up an AWP, and now we get to see what he's made of on this T side. That's a really frustrating B hit. It could have ramifications. To think it just comes of AW running through the smoke. Magic are fearless, and Nico is counting on it.
Just wild to see the type of player AW is in this team compared to when we last saw him in PARIVISION as well. You see, they've always played James' extreme style. But here, very prone to risk-taking. Looking like a completely different guy to the one you've seen already. Space taken out here towards A. And this is a big round for Magic. If they're able to find it, chance at splitting the half. Falcons won't have a lot of money going forward.
Oh, they're not committing because they've got Tenzi in position. They're hoping he can get a kill before they jump in. Look at that bomb. It's eventually going to edge its way over, but this is tentative here for Magic. Missed donut smoke could be punished.
Trying to goad Falcons into a peak. Trying to get that opener on Tenzi. Hasn't come through, you've been offered nothing. So it's Nico, edged out around this smoke, taking the first down. Moon will respond with one. Not alive for long. Just got to get past this other donut player. Nico dealt with cleanly.
Burke is perfection for this post plant.
Fade can play around that bomb. MongolZ and Carrigan, awkward round in front of them here. Money on the line for the Falcons.
They want it. How bad?
See, looking for a way in. Temple side is Tenzi to contend with. He's not biting down on these footsteps, and so nothing given to the Falcons. Even a hunt at the end for AW. He wants to make this expensive. And that's Magic, well on their way to break him back in at the tail end of this half.
There's so many ways that round could go wrong for Magic, and I thought they already did. Tenzi off the angle, Nico gets through that failed donut smoke. I thought that was going to be a punish for Magic. They had to dig so deep, but man, do they make Falcons nervous. Rooted in place, even in positions where Falcons know where Magic are, they just won't peek you, they will stay still. My oh my. It's all going down in Astana today.
Whoa, Carrigan is very blind. Much to Falcons' dismay, because it's given up two of these openers out towards the cave. And again, you're left wondering, can Ilya be a difference maker? This B site gonna get called into question. Falcons still not rotating over. They've got faith in the MongolZ orb. It's MongolZ versus the world. And they're gonna find him up ramp side. Tenzi with the entry. Magic just 2 kills away from splitting this half.
What an explosive game for Magic. If they didn't get bogged down in trying to fight for middle for 4 rounds in a row, what this half could have been. But staring down the barrel of 6, Moon waits patient, the Kazakh connects. Nico 1v4, not to be, and Magic are here to play in this semi-final. They are here to threaten the Falcons. Everybody loves an underdog story. Love is in the air.
I think if you're Magic, you just got to soak this in. Very surreal experience. The idea that already for someone like Moon, right, the Kazakh player inside of this Magic squad. He's made it as far as MongolZ ever has here in Astana.
It's true.
Wouldn't it be wild if he's the guy to go on and make a final first?
Oh, we're getting on this early.
Still a ways away from thinking about it, but this resilience they've showcased here, right? Falcons had them right where they wanted them. For a little while, it looked like it could have been just a one rifle round half, right? You were 6-3 down, hadn't had a lot of success since the pistol, and then you get your breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, this is Magic's pick in the series, but keep in mind, the core of Falcons, Nico, Tesses, and MONTE are 23-6 on this map alone from early in 2025. This is not unknown ground to Falcons. It's a great map. They've even put win streaks together. So are they ready for this pistol T-side rush into A main? Fake denied by MOUZ Julies, and they see the bomb outside of B. Magic won't fall for it. Flash back in, offers a kill, offers a chance. Falcons don't take it.
Now with the kills falling how they did, it's unlikely Magic have shuffled the defense around too much.
Moon's making moves.
With that push from Moon, it's allowed everyone else to move over here to B. Falcons are going into a stack. Missed util in the pistol. Long angle left open.
Inks on 2. No kits. Got to be perfect on these peaks.
Ending time to Moon on his backstab. He'll now arrive with the door Berettas, putting pressure on ramp side. Only choice for Falcons is to battle forward, and Nico will take the space. Moon now needs the ace clutch. Talk about a trial by fire. And forget the Moon, the sun is set on that round. It's Falcons securing the pistol, 3-on-5.
Yeah, Carrigan knows how to play on a stage. He hears a bit of a pop from the crowd. He goes swinging out in that 2 versus 1, but there is no stick in sight. There is no chance for Magic, despite Moon's best efforts. Some good dinks from Falcons' Glocks, and Nico and MONTE swing long at just the right time, right before Moon can play. So that was a really nice try for Magic, but it's not meant to be. They come down to a 4-spy in round 14.
Flash for this mid-control. Flashes leave Falcons blind. You had to capitalize while you had Kiyasuke out in the open.
Kiyasuke 3-10. I mean, hard to call him a playoff choker when he had game of his career yesterday. Showed up across every map of the series, even the one that Falcons got trounced on Mirage.
Look at AW and Moon. They've gone all the way through A main. Double push. Ready for one guy, sure, but you've got no idea AW's in behind enemy lines.
Still need something on this B site.
Even if Spade can just stay alive, right? You can put some stock in this flank. You can afford to wait for it.
So far away. Gaining some pressure. Flank is still moving, but Falcons get that bomb down, and it just feels like an impossibility. Nico's even going to go back and check it. AW with one. Punished from Tesses out middle. This is getting scary. Ring around the rosy, dancing in the sight, and Carrigan back-to-back closes, denies clutches on this B site. Kiyasuke may be struggling, but Carrigan making up for it right now. Joint second top of his team.
I think I'll say with Carrigan, it certainly feels like individually, it's kind of a performance that you're used to see degrade over the course of a series, right? Not uncommon for him to start off looking pretty fine. It's by the time you get to map 3 that he's relying a lot more on the team. So I think for now, you can almost forgive the slower start from Kiyasuke, but he can't do this all series long.
Well, yeah, the question is, will there be 3 maps in this series, I think? Is Ancient just a requirement for Magic? But at the same time, CIS squads on Dust 2, based on the few rounds we've seen in this first half, I'm counting nothing out of this series. Falcons have stabilized. Looking for a 3-round lead here. The before the guns come back out.
Be a good time just for Kiyasuke to get some kind of confidence building kills, try and build himself back into the series early on, only up against the pistols. Going to be playing in tandem with Carrigan on that Mac 10.
Ouch. Ambulance whirring. Running forward. Another triple from Carrigan. This gun round is going to tell quite this story here for Magic, whether they can hang or not in this first map. Because you've only got 2 more full buys if Falcons keep this up.
Yeah, you can very quickly run out of runway here. Curious what type of a round we get from them, because we know this team prone to taking risks like the Chaos. Do you feel the freedom if you're Spade to call something like that at this scoreline, or is it going to be a bit more standard? I think if you're the Falcons, you're almost hoping for the latter. Nothing crazy off the rip, it's just a 2-1-2. Saw that AA main aggression in the previous round. Maybe looking to go back to it. MongolZ put up on a boost over here, ready for that, and that's one hell of an opening. You don't think twice about this one. They start looking to take the space here, moving up ramp side. MongolZ meant to control these rotates, doesn't stop the spillover, but Nico will. Good catch for Kiyasuke over in Cave, and this B site crumbles under the weight of the Falcons. The opener from MongolZ just rolls out the red carpet.
That just feels like prep, right? That's the power that having support staff, having analysts can get you, right? He pre-aimed for the jump spot. That must be something Masville's doing a lot. MongolZ's been told to watch out for it. Instantly boosts up first gun round, shuts down the B player, and Falcons just surge ahead. So a nice bit of homework paying off here for Falcons, surely, to find their 10th round. Preparation pays off. Magic, they just want to play with this AWP on Moon. He'll have to hold on.
Just a kind of potent reminder as to why this is such a underdog type matchup for Magic. The difference in experience, difference in support staff. Hell, you look at the highest earning player on the Magic roster, it's AW, coming in at about $35,000 total in his career. I would wager Nico gets more a month in the Falcons.
I would, yeah, I would take you up on that bet. I think you're onto something. Look at that pre-aim though, that's just instantly for the boost. All just slots into place here as Magic walk into crosshairs. Straight out middle here for Magic, looking to fight this time. They gave it up. Oh, spotted on the jump, careful. Deep grenade to keep Falcons honest. Getting out with relatively little damage. Nico still looks for these kills. He started very strong in this map. Magic pull back. They've burned a lot of utility in establishing control, but they have middle. They have B in good standing with one smoke left. Moon holds for MongolZ, who's quicker. Gonna molly him out. Oh, flash instead, rather. Pushes Moon back. MongolZ gets the line. Wait, did they molly themselves? They missed it?
Tenzi's thinking about getting aggressive. There's Moon looking over his shoulder. A-site's been completely vacated for Magic. They're relying on the read here.
Tess is looking for a smoke. He's meant to do an A-fake, I guess, but he can't find the smoke. Someone's dropped. Have they even dropped it? Oh, there it is, a bit late. He's going to get a CT smoke in instead for 30 seconds, and Magic aren't buying it. They've still got 3 players on B. AW starting to lean away, and maybe Magic biting down on a single smoke play as Falcons hit.
Speaks to the nerves, right? All it is one piece of util, but it's dragged the setup out of position and properly clear the cave. Now Svade allowed to hang out there. It's Tessez controlling these rotates, proven to be a nuisance.
Now he's got to care about that heaven lurk.
As he connects on that shot, AW brought down low. And with Tessez closing in cave side, doesn't even need to play it forward here. He knows Svade is in an uncomfortable position. Looking for a clean sweep on this round. No chance to save, no money going forward. Falcons dominate on this T side.
Just playing off each other so well. Everyone just 1-2 punch. No one making individual moves, no one getting caught off guard. Great jiggle for Tessez, punishes that retake from flank. And Magic just can't get their foot in the door. That pistol felt like the best opportunity, getting those advantages up on A main, but Falcons win out at 3v5, and now they're on a hot streak on this T side. 5 straight rounds. Magic putting money in an act of desperation. But yet to really win out on any area of the map in this second half.
See a mid-round activation. Magic feel like they've been flying blind in these rounds, so a push down ramp side, it's going to give them info that they're in the wrong place, on the wrong end of the map. As you try and remedy this, you might go walking right in an eco. Sat back in this corner at the cave. It's actually leaving.
Nico heard him drop. He's called the bomb back. Svade might catch players here, but they know about his position, so they're going to be hyper vigilant in this clear. 4v3, a Magic push to the wrong side of the map. What a great mid-round call here from Falcons. They still need to group and cover that bomb. They don't know certainly that B is clear. All they know is Magic have over-rotated. 30 seconds remain, and Magic are just rooted in place, in the wrong place. Falcons have won this round.
And it just feels rough, you know, you try to find solutions. That's Svade, the captain, looking for answers, right? Wanting to have a bit more info as to how to approach that round as it really starts to grow desperate here on their map pick. And that information leaves them in the wrong place. That one noise heard from Nico over in the cave just tees up Falcons to take map point, and they get to do so with no resistance.
Nico could have hunted that kill. He didn't need to. He just told his team to watch out. Threat of a retake here, but that smoke falls short. Magic will be walking away with their 3 rifles. Falcons onto map point on the Magic pick. Just seeing great comms, and Falcons not flustered at any point in this T side. There was a window of opportunity. Magic certainly seized it in that first half, but past that point, this is one-sided. Falcons don't need to worry about money, that's for sure. 12-6 up.
And at this point, it's a fight for survival. You know, you're no longer thinking about taking this map if you're Magic. Falcons are right there, ready to cross the finish line. They're eyeing up a grand final appearance. As far as they're concerned, the big match was yesterday, and I don't think they came into this underestimating their opponents by any means.
No.
They've seen what Magic are capable of. They know they hit hard. That's why this Falcon squad was put together. They hit hard as well. Clean trades out here in middle. Kept to the advantage of Magic, maybe a bit more before the door closes on Ancient.
These are the rounds I want to see Falcons try and put together, see how they deal with a difficult situation. Magic are not out of the woods yet. Monte is still alive.
Moon on this line, Monte just creeps right into the crosshair. It's a nice, easy shot. Moon looking for the triple. And you'd like to think Carrigan, no challenge up against that AWP.
Great to see Moon getting his highlights here on the stage. showing up in his home country individually in a big way. But a near impossible challenge levied against Magic to find his 6-round streak into overtime. Full A rush for the Falcons.
All right, you're out of position. It's a test of your retake, test of your protocols here in a high-pressure situation. But MOUZ will lend a helping hand. Hell of a shot onto MONTE. Carrigan backstabs closing in, and he'll get his value from the captain.
Okay.
Tess's clawing back even more ground here, and the advantage flips around. They've got Carrigan isolated. They're not able to deal with him.
Carrigan.
Nico looking to deal the killing blow, and there it is. Falcons, a decisive victory on Magic's map pick. And will this Cinderella story for Magic come to a decisive close as Falcons are now a map away from those grand finals?
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
During the group stages of PGL Astana, Nico said in an interview that it was unrealistic to expect this team to lift a trophy here at PGL Astana. In fact, he said it was unrealistic to expect trophy lifts in the next few months as they get ready to change and adapt with their new IGL Carrigan. And then yesterday, they went toe-to-toe with FURIA, arguably one of the top teams in the world. They beat them. And now those expectations are there. There is no doubt in my mind that the crowd here in Kazakhstan and many people at home now expect this team to lift the trophy. But standing in their way is Magic. And in this first map, Magic's pick Blair, they've made quick work of them.
Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly had no doubt about it, in all honesty, right? Sure, Magic, they won that pistol round where it was a knife in the smoke, a little chaotic. And then there was a moment in the first half when they grounded out like 3 rounds in a row, and you're like, okay, this is very reminiscent of the game against 9Z yesterday. But switching over to the second half, the sheer gulf in the individuals, that's what's shown through, right? We're talking about MongolZ popping up, but Tess is having a great time. Nico. However, I want to touch upon Karrigan. People are talking shit about my man. They're like, yeah, they're like, oh, he can't frag. He can't frag to save his life. I'm sorry. He was just popping off there, just getting all these kills, while Kyosuke just had 5. So it's good to see Karrigan, you know, just flexing a little bit against weaker opposition, but I'm sure it's going to help his confidence as well heading into tomorrow, potentially.
Yeah, and when you think about Magic, I mean, that's one of the rounds that the Magic won. Team clash from MongoZ on Nico in a very winnable situation. As you mentioned, kind of recovering a 6-6 half. Overall, pistols split equally 1-1, and the conversions were fine. 10-10, and then the opening kills. Clutch went Magic's way. Like, there were some things that were good for them, but at the end of the map, you look back and you're just like, Falcons were really in control throughout. And I want to give some props for the T side. I think Karrigan definitely slowed it down and just waited it out and made Magic so uncomfortable. They were looking for info, they were looking for a duel that they couldn't find, and they were falling for the simplest of fakes that were being thrown from Falcons' side.
And I think that's, even though there's always going to caveat that it is against Magic and all of that, Sam, just the fact that they were able to look so convincing and so calm and composed, and that's something we were talking about FURIA yesterday. So yeah, very impressive performance from the Falcons here.
Can we just give a shout out to Moon? Obviously, this is his home country. He is the last Kazakhstan player standing here in this event, and he was trying, and that's the thing, like, he is really fragging out. We spoke a lot about how he didn't step up during the group stages. A very different story here in playoffs.
Yeah, pretty strong performance on CT side. Unfortunately, I don't think he got going that much because of just how out-positioned Falcons were. He wasn't really able to get that much impact, but overall, a good showing, gives him some hope moving into Dust 2, obviously, on Alper's Paradise.
Yeah, no, I think for Moon as well, yesterday, even though, you know, it was a super close game against 9Z, we had a map where it was a little bit quiet, but overall, you know, Mirage comes to mind, for example. Not Mirage, I think it was on Dust 2 as well, is finding a lot of opening kills as well. So it's good to see that he's continuing to deliver in the arena. You know, the pressure, we said the pressure might get to him. So it's going to be cool to see how he's going to deliver in Dust 2. Still looks like a losing effort for me, Sam. Again, I'm not trying to hate here, I'm a realist, but it's cool to see another Kazakh opera kind of shining under the bright lights.
I do think we have to be realistic, and that is the fact that we've spoken about this before, we'll say it again. Magic has played a total of 3 lands, including this one, as a lineup. They have never been in playoffs, and I'd argue that as a team, they have not played this level of competition.
I mean, also there's one aspect about it that Moon spoke about in interviews previously. You know, the IGL and the coach of the team preparing in depth, not sleeping. You can't really prepare for Falcons that much. They don't have that much tape with Karrigan. You don't really know what they're going to be doing to be able to throw in these curveballs that they've been very successful at doing in earlier games. So that's just a thing that they had to, you know, just be okay with. Unfortunately, they couldn't win on the individuals, and in the fog of war, they weren't able to find the right information when it was needed.
And even if you're going to look at the tape of Dust 2 from Falcons yesterday, are you really going to be looking at that map against FURIA and be like, yes, that's what we're going to be trying to target?
There was nothing to glean from that. There was nothing you could take from that, surely, other than be scared of MongoZ.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's scared of MongoZ. Okay, fine. Let's try pretend to be a little realistic here. If they're going to be targeting something, I think Tessus, you know, he mentioned in an interview as well, the B bomb site was a bit of a problem for the side of Falcons, and I feel like that's probably the only chink in the armor they can try and you know, take advantage of. But yeah, overall, just getting outclassed, and honestly, there's no harm in that. Like, you look at the names on the server against you as well. So yeah, come Dust 2, it will be interesting though, Prof, because yesterday they were found out. They were kind of exploited on this particular map.
Yeah, I mean, you're just touching on the B side. I want to touch on that a bit more for Falcons, because it's not like Kyosuke and Tessus are bad. It's just about specific situations where they don't deal with it that well. I feel like mid to Bs are that area they're fine with, but actually even when they're in the position to just hold a B direct sight hit from the tunnels, they just don't connect in the right way, and that's been a problem for them. Similarly as MOUZ with Zelex and Spinks earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the map over there, look at Tessus and Kyosuke, and we saw so many moments yesterday, for example, against FURIA, where they had the right read. They had 3 players on the B bomb side, and you had like Nico tucked in towards a car position, right? And you're expecting them to kind of set up the trap, set up a crossfire. What does Kyosuke do? Swings out wide, just goes for a spray into the smoke, and I get it. You're trying to kind of get a couple multi-kills. Instead, if you play a little bit more smart, you set up a crossfire, peek on Nico's contact, you've won the round. Instead, that round led to overtime, right? And we saw the same mistakes being made by Tessus as well. So again, it's a bit of a learning experience, I guess, for Falcons. And what worries me for Magic coming into this map is, yesterday they got the win against 9Z because they said they've been working a lot on the map overall, but that's 9Z.
Yeah.
And historically, it's a map that they have kind of struggled on quite a bit.
So if you take the 2 teams out of the server and you just look at Dust 2 as a map, what is the win condition?
Oh, I mean, it's definitely playing with the rotations, getting first the map control. That's going to be a question mark. How much will Falcons let them get into short, get into mid to Bs from the T side, right? And then on the CT side, just not being pushed too much. Falcons, I think, when you have MongolZ patrolling top mid, you're really limited from the opposing side, like how much aggressive plays you can pull out, because this guy is on form and he will punish you for any little misspeak you have.
And also, I think one thing they were good with against 9Z yesterday, across all the 3 maps actually, was how they were able to manipulate the rotations, as you said, right? Instead of playing super fast, they would try to go for these mid fights and whatnot, and then try and get a pick towards the extremities, and then try and catch your opponent off guard. We saw that in Ancient as well yesterday, but that's a problem when you have someone like Kyosuke towards mid. You have MongolZ, who's going to be potentially anywhere on the map, and then of course you have some, could be Karrigan, could be Nico trying to be a little bit more cheeky. Getting those opening kills is going to be so very hard. So suddenly you're down 5 versus 4. What do you do? What's your plan B? And I don't really feel like they have a plan B on this.
Let's talk a little bit more about Falcons in the bigger picture here, because we saw Tessus in the quote that we brought up during the pregame mentioning some of the changes that they've made. They've got Nico now being their main closer. I mean, what do we think about these changes so far that we've seen?
I think that's super interesting, because you look back a few years and Nico was 2022 Opener of the Year, 2023 Opener of the Year, 2024 finalist for Opener of the Year, so top 3 in that category. And now the last year has been like somewhere in between, depending on when Kyosuke came in. They were moving him all over the map in different positions. They're trying to figure out how they want to use them. And now they came out and said we want him to be our closer. We want to close our round, clutch, to lurk. And this is not something that Nico has never done before. Obviously, he's been 10 years in a row a top 20 player. He's played with many different iterations of different lineups, and he can do it, but it's not really what he's been doing recently, and the meta has shifted, so it's a new experience for him as well, to be just the guy lurking around.
And I feel like he would be the right pick, right? The only other person I would have is maybe Tessus, but I feel like Tessus works better working in the pack, for example, right?
Sacrificial
and for Nico,
a lot more.
Well, you also have Karrigan, who is literally the sacrificial lamb himself, or a sacrificial captain, or whatever you want to call it. But I feel for Nico, considering the experience he's had, and he is a cerebral player, right? He's not like just a brain-dead guy just running on in. I feel like this could be the intermediate step to what will eventually be him becoming an IGL at the end of his career. So I 100% agree. I feel like it's a worthwhile investment, especially when you have someone like Kyosuke, when you have someone like Karrigan who's going to be just running on in. Why do you want someone like Nico? Because he's the guy who's not going to make those mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, in some ways it is a sacrifice for Nico. It's not like this is a sacrificial role necessarily, but it is recognizing who else on this team has more experience than him, right? Who do you want to leave in a 2v2 towards the end of the round? Do you want it to be MongolZ and Nico, or do you want it to be MongolZ and Kyosuke or Tessus? I think Nico makes the most sense out of the people that they have, and then just letting the rest do the crazy work.
Also the fact that those two have been playing together for the longest time, right? Like Nico and MongolZ have been together since the G2 days, so it just makes a lot of sense.
I quite liked it yesterday against FURIA, to be fair. Like, I think there were moments where I could see what the thinking was, and it looks interesting.
Yeah,
that's the way I'd put it.
I still feel like Nico had a good event, has been playing pretty well the last map, MVP of the map. But it feels like you watch the game and you're like, I didn't really see too much of him. And I think this is something that we need to get used to, that this is now where Falcons will be using him more. Just like sometimes, you know, you watch Robs, you don't really see much, but then at the end of the game, he has like 1 or 2 key rounds, and you're like, that's the guy, that's the annoying guy that you at some point will pop off and win you the crucial round, and that's kind of the position where NiKo will be moving forward.
I do also want to touch upon someone we haven't had to say much about. Perfect, this guy right here on the screen, right? After what
We haven't had to say much about him because he's basically just dominated the scoreboard.
But the really cool thing is after yesterday's performance where he was just going above and beyond, even by his super high standards, I was like, you know what, if he starts off today being a little slow, a little quiet, you know, a little bit hungover from the game he had yesterday, I'd be like, it'd be understandable. But then he picks up the AWP and just hits that insane shot, and he was just hitting so many shots. I'm like, all right, you know, he's not slowing down. And if he continued to get his MongolZ heading into tomorrow, if they make it to the grand finals, going up against Donk and Chiro, my oh my, I'm ready for that.
We'll get into that. We don't want to jump too far ahead because we do still have
I'm
Dust
chomping
2,
at the bits.
and possibly a decider. But the truth of the matter is, when we see what we've just seen on Ancient, when we look at what this form of Falcons looks like, they should be closing this one out.
Yeah, 100%. And they are super relaxed going into the second map, right? Even if something crazy would happen, they still have a decider to play. Everything went pretty well on the first map. There was that little, as you said, streak of rounds where Magic was looking dangerous, but overall they are comfortable, they are in control. They know that individually they're better, that tactically they're better, and that they should just close it out here on Dust 2.
And also Dust 2 is a map that played, I think, the most so far in this tournament as well, right? They've been playing almost every single series, and we've seen a T-side gets better and better the more we've seen them play. Yesterday was pure chaos, sure, but overall this should be where it kind of comes together and when they close this one out.
Unfortunately, Magic is somewhat finite, and it does run out. I do believe Falcons may have emptied those coffers. Let's find out if they can make it through to the grand finals.
Falcons arrive in this semi-final looking laser focused. They're thinking about one thing and one thing only, and that's getting to that grand final versus Team Spirit tomorrow. They dispatch of Magic with ease on Magic's pick, and now we're going to what is becoming home ground for the Falcons. A bit of Dust 2 as their pick in this series, a map away from those finals. MongolZ firing on all cylinders, calling rings around this Magic squad. They don't just need Magic, they need a miracle.
It's a Pugger's paradise here on Dust 2. Magic can shoot hard, but Falcons showed yesterday it's not just brawn, it's brains as well. Karrigan calling a litany of rounds to get through FURIA in multiple overtimes on this very map. NiKo tap, and Falcons make their intention clear of the dawn of this pistol round. No respect from NiKo. 5v4, and they settle back into their site. They even take tunnels as well, so your safety is not guaranteed. That's a bomb spotted. Kiyasuke back to B. How long up short, but Moon still investigating, and they're getting pulled into these dual Berettas. Almost messy, saved by MongolZ.
That says well full. You feel like you got a bit of room as a result, but NiKo's still here and still a threat out on the short side. Stops this from getting weird. Bomb dropped and away from Magic. Masval cut down at Falcons. And these pistol rounds today, even though they've been a bit of a contentious point for the Falcons, they've hit hard.
They just got picked apart, didn't they, Magic? And yeah, Falcons were the worst team, or had the worst record on pistol rounds in that group stage of all the playoff teams. The only team below them, Fisher College. Falcons have learned their lesson here in the playoffs, splitting with FURIA and now running away here on Dust 2. Magic on a full eco.
I do like how as it goes on and we're getting to grips with this new Falcons a little bit more, we're hearing more and more of kind of the philosophy they're arriving at inside of this team. Hesse's interview talking about how the idea is to kind of have NiKo as more of a closer. Just nice as well to see, for a guy who is so quick to be willing to kind of give everything away, to give so much to Kiyasuke and really buy into the idea that he's the X Factor piece, that next generation. Nice to see more of a limelight put on NiKo in this squad. Obviously, there is that history between him and Karrigan. think with that comes a lot of mutual respect. You know, they've been learning about each other all over again, nearly a decade on from when they last played together on that FaZe team. Clean sweep here up against the Pistols. So no early road bumps, but the gun round gets to come out early for Magic as a result.
Sonic sitting in the background laughing right now. That's the pressure the Falcons are feeling. None of it at the moment. After a quick dispatch on Ancient, have expectation of more of the same here on Dust 2. MongolZ's AWP, I'm waiting for it. It was incredible to watch on this stage yesterday. Magic for now, just full AKs. Falcons still on their bonus round. So a good opportunity for Magic to strike while the iron's hot.
I'll be keeping a keen eye on Tessez. Had a mixed bag of results on Dust 2 across this tournament.
I think it's, for me, it's Karrigan, because he was, without a doubt, really weak individually on those CT sides specifically, right? When Cat Splits came in, when Long Takes came in, there were few and far between. It was a very B-focused game, but Karrigan really struggled to hold his own on CT side specifically, so we'll see if Magic can try and exploit him. For now, he's doing everything he can to waste time. Hit a good nade, bounce the smoke, and now he's climbing back up as they have to cross.
Well, there he is with the opening. MongolZ able to help out from the short-sided. Oh, problems right now. There is a player out through B. This relies on the bomb being able to get out of there. Nico's got it trapped. This backstab closes in and tightens the net around Magic.
And this is where you just see the gap, right, for Falcons and Magic on a head-to-head, on a team level, on an individual level. So many moves being made by the Falcons. So much confidence on show. Nico collapses upon them, and Magic can't even pull back to play off that lurker. Lose it at long. They also missed that re-smoke on the cross. That made matters worse. So a simple start to this game for the Falcons puts them 3 to the good, and we have an eco for Magic. Moon with a scout. MongolZ will meet him there. Why not try?
That's why you don't. If there's one guy you don't want to meet in this mid-fight, it's MongolZ.
Despicable.
Feels like they are just cycling this scout to look to fight him. He is right in that assumption. MongolZ already 2 kills to the good on this partial buy out of Magic. It's already left him in what should be an unwinnable position. Don't have any util here as they make their way up short, but they are being given a bit of room with Nico tucked in. MongolZ could go down there. Steps made on short, and Tenzi never got the info.
It's a shame. There was definitely a window of opportunity, but now MongolZ eyes on and Nico can swing. Magic going to go out on the mid to beat. No smoke makes this very difficult indeed. Maybe try to show some cat presence first to get MongolZ off this line. MongolZ ready and waiting. Who's got the angle now? Or Masval rather, but swing for the king. You better not miss. Okay, he will.
Oh, they were even ready for Nico here. That was a very drawn-out bait and switch. Nico just really hoping to go overlooked. The damage won't come to matter though, as it's only Masval left. Karrigan's got his number.
Tessa says, "Get down, Mr. President." Body blocks Karrigan, but it's still a nice clean start before the guns come out for Magic.
That's how it is. I break the spot.
Boon's AWP, and I don't know, do you want to risk it? Your first AWP on this T side, do you want to take that mid fight? We'll see. It's late to it with the nade, but MongolZ nowhere to be seen. Aggressive round for Falcons.
MongolZ's absolutely loved this fight. This fight in particular, going out catwalk early, scoping up with the AWP. Looking for these alternate angles into suicide. This time, though, he's got his teammates creeping up top mid alongside him and expecting this reaction in through the lower tunnels. Sure, the shot misses. Kyosuke here to keep the advantage belonging to the Falcons. You lose Karrigan long-sided, so Magic, they've got a small window here to try and pick up the pace. This flash play through might disrupt everything. Kyosuke online. And with a hat-trick of kills, one on a Karrigan can be forgotten about. It's Moon's first AWP of Dust 2. And it's left in a very tricky spot. Important pickup onto MongolZ.
They hear this runaway.
Thinks he's being tricky right now. Falcons aware of the fullback. They'll wait here for a while, see if Moon appears. It doesn't. So they can get one step ahead of this.
Isolated though. Are they not convinced? Tessus is low. This is suddenly winnable.
So here's the footsteps, could just go late. Moon thinks he has space, and so you can chase him down on that bomb cap. Very well handled from Tesses.
Oh, scary though, splitting up in that position. Falcons, no worries in the end, able to convert it. And we're seeing Magic with a tendency to take long right now, not looking to abuse B. Unlucky for them, B was the weak point in that round. To be fair, Falcons haven't really played heavy long or denying this position, right? Even in the FURIA game, we weren't seeing 3 or 4 man setups, very common on long. So Karrigan is keen to just give it up and play for flashbangs through the smoke. It does work, it punishes Magic, they all get full blinded. But it's often just Karrigan on his own, throwing utility, and then conceding the position if Magic really wants it.
I think we're very, very close to that point of no return for Magic.
Gotta get going soon.
Hit this certain point where you kind of just lose the initiative, you lose the intrigue, you start to feel deflated. And remember, this is the first time for these guys that they're experiencing any of these emotions. First time making it to a stage of this time, or this size rather. First time playing versus a team of this caliber.
Yeah, even AW and PARIVISION, when they went on that run back in Budapest, they didn't play a team like this. They didn't beat a top squad. So this is still a new test for every single player on this Magic side. Masvel doesn't realize, but Karrigan clears his corners. And Moon, not long for this world. 1v5, MongolZ flick. And he is loving it right now, looking to make a quick game out of this semi-final. It's reassuring to see Falcons make quick work of them, right? I think everyone was still holding on to this idea that, hey, maybe Magic could surprise. Maybe this Cinderella story isn't over. They could shock Falcons, take a map. The pressure of having to win this game. But all of that is dissipating pretty quickly in this series. Falcons are good for it.
MongolZ has been so keen to take this mid-fight. I mean, he was willing to do it versus Moldoy all throughout the quarterfinal. That's a very fast, very known quantity. Doesn't feel the same level of threat from Moon right now. Back to this long control, back to Karrigan's half of the map. Ooh, Flash put the fear in him. Now one shot leads to his downfall. They come out just laser focused on his position, pushed up at the doors. But getting past Karrigan hasn't been the issue. Tesse's aggression out through the tunnels that gives away the advantage. This has to be the start of something for Magic. First time in a very, very long time that they've had the advantage.
A breather and a regroup here in a 4v3. Absolutely don't waste this opportunity. They still have a player faking long. That bomb goes back around the world to join up on the entry. So Spade's going to reunite. Masvel's going to try and fake. He's got no more nades to do it though. Really wants a gunfight here. Falcons aren't taking it. Double cat side. Even Kyosuke moving out of B. So if Magic walk in right now, this is their first round on the board. Lying in wait. Masvel fake starts to move.
He hasn't got any contact yet. And so right now could be paranoid about a stack over towards B. His team aren't moving as a result. He really has to get a move on. They're creeping out into the B site anyway.
They've cleared it. He'll play late. No way Falcons are aware that he's here. They just need to put this bomb down. They go to clear long. Nice check for Kyosuke, man.
Falcons are really out of position.
I don't know if you go for this. You're too far.
They have a lot of money, though, and they are dominating in this game, and that can sometimes lead you to do wild things.
Yeah, but I'd rather the AKs on Nico and Kyosuke at this point in the map. You can concede one. They're going to hang around, look for an exit. I really don't think Falcons will full send. It is a late round move. Hope Magic leave. No mistakes being made by Magic. They're hanging on.
Nico creeps in. Down a try, down to give it a go. But Magic, at the dawn of what will be their first round on Dust 2, 7 rounds deep, are not going to leave anything to chance.
No mistakes made there for Magic. Really well played. Realizing they had the gap on B there, they just walk right in. Nazwell doesn't even have to play on long. And that bomb goes down, signaling the end of the round. Double orb. You said they got money, let's use it.
Yasuke intentionally firing this orb through the mid-smoke. Just the sound can be enough, but there it is ringing out with a kill, and they get forced into this second orb out on shore. Just picked apart by the AWPs.
Really nothing you can do against this guy right now. 11 and 2. If you're not double flashing him, you are dead.
And it is relieving that this is no issue for the Falcons. Well, even Carrigan is a captain, someone who I think has always done his best work when it's a little unexpected. Struggles with being the favorite. Thinking back to Copenhagen Major right at the start of their CS2 campaign, where FaZe are in every final. The ones where he gets to play as the underdog.
Yeah, it'd be quite a change of the narrative if Falcons could level up now, not just at Astana, but right ahead of the Major as well. Also be a contender to take that trophy. We just saw Vitality fall in Atlanta, knowing that they can bleed. Falcons historically have had a great head-to-head in that matchup at the same time. So there's all these factors playing in for Falcons to level up just at the right time.
All right, kill going the way of Magic here for the Monte orb. He just can't set a foot wrong. 12 and 2. Monte goes back to try and sniff out Tenzi. And then they've got him trapped out here on his lonesome out in middle.
No!
Monte! Hop, skip, and a jump with the knife pulled. Gets this down to a 2v1.
Strong position for Moon. If he takes this back, he'll know where they're coming from. This is winnable.
You back your aim here, because if you let them cross into the site, they've got an AWP to cover. This can become a very tricky round indeed. Moon would love to get one man off the playing field, and now he's got a clutch in front of him. Moon swings, takes the fight early. Monte replies, and Moon gets eclipsed. Monte shining bright all the way towards those finals.
14 and 2, an absolute monster here for the Falcons. Everybody has shown up, and Monte is still taking the headlines. A nice try from Moon, the young Kazakh on his home soil. But too hot to handle, a fight he had to take with that bomb position. And Monte is more than willing to meet him there. 8-1 game for the Falcons right now.
I think we're well past that point of no return. I think the question now becomes just how dominant can Falcons make this?
A statement ahead of a team spirit in a grand final. Because it's not just Falcons leveling up in time for a major. This is a Falcons who won a trophy, something they've never accomplished with this roster ever since Nico and MongolZ joined. A team that has fumbled on the big stage, in the big moments, even when they're the favorites. And they will absolutely have to earn it if we see them against Spirit, because this is no sleeper in Team Spirit, leveling up themselves to defend their title in these last two tournaments of the season. Karrigan punished again. They found him a couple of times in this T side, but it's a B hit brewing.
Suke first to arrive. Tessa's here to back him up. Swing out. Both players give the fight to Magic.
Got across.
A lot of damage taken though in these exchanges. TenZ will keep things in their favor. Brought down to 1 HP with that tag. Honestly suspicious. Doesn't know where the second man is. Really trying to bait a reaction out of the flank. You see he's always looking over his shoulder. AW hasn't been spotted throughout this round, but that nade dropped right there could prove to be a big problem. 1 point of health on TenZ. Nade's not going to find him. So MongolZ's going to have to hit one hell of a transfer. Nice. They swing him together.
Still got fundamentals for Magic, right? These guys are here for a reason. Nice to see them play that position as well as they possibly could, not allowing MongolZ to isolate a single duel. He has to face them together, even with the M4. It's too much. Magic, again, converting their second round off of the B side once more. It's the only position they've managed to find success in. That's often just due to Kiyasuke rotating out and supporting middle. Would like to just see hard anchoring here for the Falcons. It is the only site that you really can't concede. It's cost Falcons 2 rounds. No cause for concern, of course, but the Falcons still just trying to make this one a quick day in the office, make up for lost time last night.
It really would be, you know, both extremes. 100-round series versus FURIA, only to go on and breeze through this one in under 2 hours. BO3 yesterday, longer than any BO5 we've had this year.
That's Vitality's fault. Unaware whether Magic have crossed or not. There was a smoke down on the long side, so Falcons are feeling fearful. No block there. Kiyasuke is going to have to try and do this with the flash.
It was a flash for him. Kiyasuke sent out wide. MOUZ got the cover.
He's locked down. They've got to commit.
Honestly misses the timing on that first player getting in, but the spot there from Nico at least gets the gun on in the right place. What was that? MongolZ never even saw him. That's just a feeling.
Okay.
MOUZ in with the reply. Will he be able to match MongolZ? Thought about heading away. With how he's playing, he's been called back. Maybe the rest of the team egging it on to give it a go.
And you've got to give it to Magic right now. They are putting everything out there. They are grabbing every opportunity they can. Punish on Karrigan again on the long side. And this time Anti-Flash able to trade out effectively. Magic learning from their experience, massive stage experience, playing some of the world's best players, and still seizing a couple of rounds down the tail end of their T side. A chance here for Magic, an opportunity for a 4-round half. And here's that MongolZ flick, my God. Just feels it in his veins. Karrigan said this is the best AWPer he's ever played with.
Yeah. See it in his reaction to that shot. But all right, Magic have bought themselves a bit of breathing room and a chance now to play Falcons while they don't have that MONte AWP. Freedom for Moon. W tries to take space away on short. He's got a lot of ground very, very quickly. Flash to set him up for it. And you're putting a lot of pressure over here towards A. Falcons haven't entirely bit down on it yet, with 2 players floating around middle. Tessez still anchoring. They have more bodies available on this B side of the map than they do at the A bomb site. The Magic to somehow put that one together. They might feel like they've done enough.
No utility for Falcons. A single flash adorns this entire team.
Gonna be down to a big individual moment. Enough. This is the team meant to provide exactly that. Short left entirely open. They're playing retake on A.
Yeah, Falcons are hedging their bets. This triple setup, 2 on the car. Moon is looking for a kill and no one's giving him anything. He's gonna have to work it through the smoke. The timing could not be worse for Mazval.
You lose Mazval long, and with it, you want to go B now. You're going into this stack. You're playing right in to the hands of the Falcons. Tessez clamping down on the first. Kiyosuke swings after that contact. And every one of these peaks, there's so much intent behind them. Just decimate that B play and get out with a very clean half.
Reality hits hard here for Magic in this semi-final. It was always going to be an uphill battle, and the Falcons have leveled up. Clinical CT side on Dust 2. 6 straight rounds before we even see Magic show up. But it might be too little, it might be too late here in this playoff match.
And we'll have a lot more time to kind of digest, what this means for the Falcons. They're the team we'll see play again tomorrow in those finals if they're able to complete this domination on Dust 2. For the Magic run, I still think, even though this has been a rough showing in the semi-finals, you got to sit up and take note of what this team was able to accomplish here in Astana. Right? They were a game away from elimination back in the groups. They were playing in that dreaded 0-2 position all the way into the playoffs. They seized one hell of an opportunity in the quarterfinals versus 9Z. They recognized the chance that they had to make this deep run happen. Squad where the kind of most known quantity, kind of the most familiar piece was AW, the guy that wasn't good enough to be on PARIVISION. So it has been an impressive run. Let's see if they can stay on this stage any longer. MONte with the pistol out long side, whole team in behind him. Falcons looking for both pistols on Dust 2, and that would spell the end of this Magic run. It puts Falcons so close to those finals.
Oh, he saw him. Tessez waits, but Mazval with the jump does take his head off. There's a 2v2, but it's MONte, it's Nico, it's Tenzi maybe having the jump shot, denies Nico, MONte over the top, and he can put that bomb down, but does he even want to? Trying to find that final player. Mazval claws closer, and MONte looks for his 20th kill in just 13 rounds. Over the top, MONte awaits. Mazval, heart beating out of his chest. MONte oppressive over the top of the site, and you don't know where he's gone. Slips back, goes forward. MONte moves, and Mazval survives. A very scary pistol indeed, but Magic are still here.
To step in the right direction in what would have to be a marathon comeback for Magic.
You know, you mentioned Magic being 0-2 in the group stage and the tenacity it shows to even get into the playoffs from that point, let alone the semifinals. Keep in mind, this very team started in the online qualifier, right? How brutal they are. And this is a team that's talked about the difficulty of playing online, ping, having bad internet, the difficulties that have gone down there out of a shot. And so to not just do that in a single elimination format, but to make it to a semi, I think we'll be seeing more of this team, more of these players.
And home now on this CT side, feeling like you kind of have, you know, nothing left to lose. They hope to go out on their terms. This has been a ballsy start to this anti-eco round, running it up mid. Magic certainly feeling a little more tempered in their aggressive moves in this semi-final series. It comes with the occasion, comes with not wanting to feel like you throw this away, but at this point, the hour is desperate, the scoreline is against you, you weren't the favorites coming into it, and so I hope they elect to go out on their terms and they show some of these more aggressive tendencies.
MOUZ's time to shine. An A hit. Nico's even got a rifle on that long position. He's going to find his way through AW. MOUZ pressure on right now, but this could be Falcons finding an eco win unless MOUZ steps up big. That scout and the bomb in the smoke. MOUZ comes hunting and Karrigan hits a hell of a shot. Can Nico bail him out? Still got to win this fight on long. Tenzi sharp deals with him, and 10 seconds Karrigan. It's not realistic at all. Tenzi keeps this one under lock and key, and Magic, by the skin of their teeth, deal with the eco.
That was supposed to be the free round. Ends up getting a little uncomfortable down the stretch.
Gonna get harder than from here.
Odyssey gets his AWP. MOUZ relegated to the scout. Up until now, you've been riding the high of the success in the pistol. This is the real test.
Honestly, so confident in his speed. He's got an AWP with no helmet, not fearful of those A4s, A1Ss. As he is quicker on the trigger. Magic giving nothing, a nice gamble being made in a round like this. Putting 3 together. Even 2 on the bomb site. Karrigan lurking long. Will have no fight for now. Falcons uncertainty with Nico out mid and Tessa still back at B. This catwalk control could just be a fake. What's Karrigan cooking? Kiyosuke is selling something. Are they buying? He burns alive. You hear that tick as well. This triple B couldn't be better placed.
Is coming back, and with Karrigan out on the long side.
Oh!
All right, hell of a catch for MongolZ.
Gotta go back. Just gotta commit. No one watching.
Players here, but back turn there on Masval. Hands over another to Nico. The play still coming on up through the catwalk. Right now, Falcons are playing for all the space, all the fights. They'll take damn near all of them. S-Fade, the only guy left standing.
And really, it's those chaotic rounds that Karrigan excels in, right? They had multiple options available. They are just calling from the seat of their pants, grabbing the opportunity when it presents itself. That is not a setup strat. That is Falcons pure reactive, and they are able to bail out of both plans and still end up on catwalk in 20-second rounds. They clutch it out. Just all over the place. It's those rounds that Karrigan brings to this team, and full faith from Falcons to follow his plan. It's just so hard to get a handle on that if you're Magic. I think obviously having your back turned on the mid to B is a big problem. A lapse in communication lets that one come falling down. So give Falcons guns, they'll give you rounds.
And how expensive that round was versus the one scout pistols for Falcons. It's not like Magic get a triumphant second try here. That saved AK, they get one more rifle alongside it. They're all in this round. Falcons poised to deal the killing blow. Pass play down in towards lower. Carrigan leads the charge. Kiyosuke in behind him playing a trade. Might have lost out on this long control, but Tessez is floating around over there and
Flash.
Heard them take it. Flash play to try and bring you into a fight here.
Dodge.
It's an awkward engagement and one that Spade just doesn't want.
Hey, it's for the best. I mean, Tessez saw that one coming. Spade would not have gotten away with that kill. Poised on this mid control. Magic with a crossfire. Can't leave B open forever, especially with that lurk smoke down. But this is Falcons barely out middle. At a minute on the clock, they have more util and more opportunity to go wherever they want, and that mid to B is tempting. In fact, it's the weakest weaponry of Magic on this B side. 257s to stop all the Falcons. Here we go.
Need something on the first fight. If you don't get it, this becomes so claustrophobic. One man can't withstand this, and Tessez finds the perfect timing there. Spot for Carrigan. They know that Tenzi's here, so it's only a matter of time. They just choke out that B bomb site. And the two rifles, last to get to play, left to save on the extremities. Not even that's a guarantee.
Clinical for Falcons. Nice to see them looking comfortable on Dust 2 as well, right? If in a BO5 final, I mean, it's Spirit's first pick every match of this series. Oh dear, what a turn. So it's expected to see it very early in that BO5. Spirit are not going to feel scared of the Falcons on this very map. So Falcons know they need theirs looking good, looking strong right now. Dealing with some chaotic moments, but right now just pushing Magic out of this match. Magic, no money. They're going to take the eco, hand over final point. Moon's gone a little quiet, but he's not really had the opportunity to pull this orb into this game all too much. Picked first in this round.
I think this series has just been a matter of kind of getting to sit back and appreciate MongolZ, what he's capable of, and God, doesn't it feel good to see some of these big performances just not going to waste.
Almost did yesterday. But MongolZ still here, still playing, still surging towards a final, and we are just lucky we get to watch it. 25-6, it's just been deathmatch. And whatever we get out of this game, it's still nice to see another Kazakh player enter the arena from the obsession of some of the people we've met here in this city. Kazakhstan with a bright future in Counter-Strike. So many young players. But today they meet their makers, they met their heroes, and Falcons right there on grand final points.
And just to say they did it without even breaking a sweat. 12 rounds total for Magic in the entire series. Dealt a very rough set of cards by the Falcons. Comes down to this final buy round. Can Falcons close it clean on their map pick? The grand finals just a round away, just one MongolZ highlight away. very different game to that quarterfinal.
And a huge,
now, not jumping the gun, right?
Yeah.
Keeping it low, slow, know that they're in full control. They're not the guys feeling pressure here. As Falcons posture out towards A, that's going to keep 3 players here. Looking to be another solid call. A misdirect early, keeps attention on the wrong side of the map. And now bracing themselves for this mid to be hit. This is it, the beginning of the end.
Smoke's down. Svade might have to go through because his team are crumbling in that B bomb site. Masval's all that survives, and not for long. Falcons with all 5 coming in together. Nico double entry and an excellent map from Nico to match MongolZ as they 1-2 punch all their way to the grand finals. Falcons do it in 2. They do it with ease and they take down the Cinderella story of Magic.
Yeah, breezing into those grand finals, setting them up for a head-to-head versus the reigning champs of Team Spirit. This is their first outing with Karrigan and their first arena final all year. That's on top of showcasing that amazing resilience, the best they ever have in a playoff game just yesterday. Things are really starting to look up for the Falcons.
Yeah, 8 years on from Karrigan, deemed a problem and removed from the FaZe roster, reunited with Nico, looking like the solution on the stage, dealing with chaos, dealing with match points against them. Falcons stay resilient, they persevere, they go all the way. And this is a Falcons with a great head-to-head against Spirit, who get to take them on in a best-of-5 tomorrow for all the marbles.
Joining Spirit in the grand finals, it's the Falcons! Kioske, it was, I would say, a comfortable game for you guys, but looking at what you went through yesterday, coming back into this game, was there any worries for you or any nerves at all just because you went through so much and maybe not as much sleep or preparation?
No, I think it was just a usual game for us. It was a hard game yesterday, but today it was very comfortable for us to play. We had some a little bit mistakes and some mood issues, I would say, but we still managed to win.
Что ж, вчера была очень сложная игра. Конечно же, после такой каточки было вообще не сложно сегодня с точки зрения именно нервов и давления. Мы просто сыграли свою нормальную игру и показали класс, и обыграли соперника.
Now, I spoke to you when you qualified for the playoffs, right? This was off camera, but you were very happy. You were talking about Karrigan. You've now played with him on a stage as well. What is he like for you as an in-game leader? How does it help enable you more?
Bro, he's insane, I would say. He's a fucking crazy guy. I would say 2 things that I like about him. It's mid-round calling. I think he's really good at it. He can just recall everything. Like he see like micro detail and he can recall because of this detail. And second thing, I think it's the atmosphere and energy inside of the team. He brings a lot of jokes and energy, and I really enjoy to play with him. He's fucking amazing.
Awesome.
Karrigan просто невероятно хорош, он приносит очень много энергетики, очень много шуток и юмора, а также отлично дает колы посредине раунда, цепляясь за самые маленькие детали. Так что с ним играть самое удовольствие.
And looking at that, what you're talking about with Karrigan, how much does that help you, this mood, this understanding, and how much do you, as a young player, just believe in everything he's saying?
Bro, I believe him 100%. Everything he say, I just trust it. Everyone in the team just trusts him. In every mid-round, in every round, we just trust him, and it works.
It does work. It's been working.
Мы очень сильно доверяем Карригану по поводу всех его колов в любые моменты, всей команды на 100%.
And looking at this now, you're in the grand finals, you're facing Spirit. How ready is this Falcons? How ready are you for that challenge in a best-of-5, looking at this trophy tomorrow?
Bro, we are ready. 100% we are ready. It is going to be a good fight against Spirit. Yeah.
I'm sure it will be.
Завтра мы дадим шикарный бой против команды Spirit. Мы на 100% готовы к этой битве.
Now, I've spoken to you in other events and stuff before. I'm feeling a different energy right now. It's a very positive one. But what do you want to say to this crowd, to all the people at home, everyone supporting?
Я хочу сказать спасибо всем, кто поддерживает нас и мою команду. Мы очень вас любим. Спасибо за поддержку. Вы безумные ребята. Мы вас обожаем.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for support, everyone. Fun, you are crazy, guys.
We love a bit of craziness in this arena. So Astana, raise the roof for Kioske and Falcons!
They called him the next Donk. They said he was a superstar in the making. Massive amounts of money allegedly spent to get him on that Falcons lineup. And then we spent a good few months asking where he was. And now he stands on the stage smiling, confident, swearing into the mic, no issues. Suddenly talking, something we never really heard much from him at all, smiling. And all I want to say is mark this moment in your calendars, because in a year's time, if he does become the best player in the world, it will be this moment that we will remember when Karrigan took him under his wing and allowed him to fly.
Have you ever seen that spark in his eyes before in
No.
all the interviews we've seen from him?
Actually, I saw it only when they were in China dancing and that one after party.
Fair enough.
That's the only time I saw him this
And
happy.
that's the party night club vibes that Karrigan brings to the team, I guess. But I've never seen him so... Did you see how he immediately animated? He's like, all right, it was a good game. What do you think about Karrigan? Oh my God, he's fucking great. Like straight up, right? And I think that is exactly what we've been talking about, right? We're talking about a couple of things he brings to the table. Here's number one, the mood, and number two, just overall, just grabbing control, taking reins off these four lethal weapons he's got and trying to just rein them in and turn them into the force they were always destined to be.
I mean, if people want to say that we glazed Karrigan on the desk, that amount of glazing.
That's a real glaze.
Yeah, that is glazing. I don't know what to say.
I don't care what people say. I will glaze the hell out of Karrigan. There is a difference between an IGL. There is a difference between an IGL and a captain, and I think this is something that CS fans continually misunderstand. He is both, and what Falcons was lacking was a captain.
Yeah, I mean, and he looks also rejuvenated. I feel like he looks 3 years younger than he did 3 months ago when he was trying to qualify for the major.
That's what winning does.
Yeah, it does, and just
That's why
rejuvenated.
Apex looks younger every month.
And also the confidence. Kisuke talked about the confidence that he has in Karrigan. That confidence that Karrigan didn't have, FaZe didn't have in Karrigan anymore. It doesn't matter the fact that he left maybe unexpectedly and all of these things. Karrigan said as himself, he doesn't think he would last long on that FaZe roster. He comes over here and he brings something that was sorely needed, that injection of confidence, of mood, of vibes, of just being a guy that doesn't really care. I feel like everyone on this Falcons roster kind of has this aura of like, we're kind of cool. Karrigan doesn't need to be cool. He can be the idiot in the room, he can be the smartest guy, and he can do it both at the same time.
Honeymoons are romantic. That's where we're at. We're at that romantic stage. Everyone's in love. It's feeling really great. I'm curious about what happens when we get home and suddenly someone has to wash the dishes, because it's coming.
The event's not even done yet. Like, you're not supposed to bring this up, Sam. Just like let them enjoy it right now. I'm just looking at Kyosuke's face, looking at Nico smiling again. It's been seemingly ages since we've seen this from at least almost all these players, actually, right? Even Zonic being like, I can just sit down, relax, and be like, yeah, he's got this.
Yeah, I mean, just a great showing going into the grand final, right? We saw them be super resilient yesterday against FURIA, and then now against an underdog, just clear house.
Of course, Magic has had this miraculous run through this event. They were 2 games down in the group stages. They clawed themselves back and were able to make the semi-finals up against Falcons. We're also not saying goodbye. They could still finish 3rd in this event. I'd love to hear, though, how they felt about that matchup and how they felt about the experience so far.
And that's exactly what I will try to find out for you, Sam. I've got Mazval with me here from Magic. First of all, this is obviously a tough game for you guys, the hardest team you've ever had to face. What differences do you see and feel when you're going up against a team like Falcons compared to the other teams you faced in this tournament?
Конечно, очень большая разница между командами, которые мы играли до, и вот Falcons. Они не дают тебе вообще контроля карты, прессер постоянно над тобой. То есть очень сложно против них играть.
It is really difficult to play against Falcons, especially because they control the map, they are pressuring a lot, so it's so much difference between them and another teams that we played already.
Now looking at the run you've had here, you were 0-2 down. Now you made it all the way to the semi-finals. How has this experience been for you, and how much are you growing as a team from each and every game, just being on the stage, everything involving in this event?
По-любому это большой опыт для нас, очень много ошибок, которые мы пофиксили, много работы у нас появилось, чтобы пофиксить ошибки, а так все отлично.
We had a lot of experience from this tournament, a lot of spots that we find new mistakes for us, so we're going to fix it more, a lot of material to learn about.
And that's really vital for a new team, a younger team as well, trying to come up. Tomorrow, though, you still got one more game to go, a third-place decider against MOUZ. MOUZ is a team with a lot of experience. They've been in this situation before. Do you feel like your team and you are hungrier for that win? You want it more than them?
Конечно, мы голодные, мы можем их выиграть 100%.
Yeah, we are hungry, and we can beat them 100%.
Oh, I love that, man. I like that confidence as well. All right, anything you want to say to the final amount of fans in here and everyone at home?
Спасибо за поддержку, парни. Мы все слышим, мы все... Просто большое спасибо, парни.
Thank you very much. We hear everything in everyone.
I love it. I appreciate it. I like the confidence we're seeing from this young man as well. Sam, let's go back to you to close out the day.
It's the Mighty Ducks story that Blair has hated on since the group stages, and here it is. I mean, even though they are now technically fighting for third place, it's just as romantic, really, as the Falcons thing, considering their lack of experience.
I mean, it's a great run altogether, from the online qualifiers, going down 0-2 in the grand final to K23, winning that 3-2.
K27.
K27, not quite K23. K23 even cooler because it's a Kazakhstani team.
Indeed.
But yeah, then they come here, they go 0-2 down in the Swiss stage, make it to the playoffs, then beat 9Z, also a crazy game there. So top 4 and tomorrow potentially a chance to get some more VRS on the line. They are 46th in the world on VRS before this tournament, 22nd right now.
And that's such a overall cool story. And listen, I know you think I'm hating on Mighty Ducks. Mighty Ducks is one of my favorite movies ever. It's just that I just don't want us to get too carried away. But I agree with you, VRS points do matter, but also more importantly, just getting these reps against top-tier opposition in an arena like this, when it's going to be the next opportunity they can really get that, right? We don't really know. I'm sure they don't as well. So 100% going in tomorrow, they're not going to be rocking up being like, yeah, it's a third place decider. No, I think they're taking it very seriously and be looking to go in for the kill.
That's the beauty of VRS, right? Because if they do a deep run here, they set themselves up after the major, and then more opportunities on land become available to you. And that is kind of, I think, what Valve was hoping for when they introduced the system. Obviously, we've seen it be abused, Liquid, quite a bit. But for the most part, it is meant to allow these young teams to rise up.
Just catching strays, aren't they, all the time?
It's just so easy.
Realistically, like Magic played the same amount of arena games as FaZe this year. When you put that into context, it's a crazy thing to think about, to quantify. So obviously, happy to be here, and one more game to gain more experience tomorrow.
Let's take a look at what you can expect tomorrow. We've got 2 games. Of course, that big grand final, a best of 5, Spirits up against Falcons. That is the one that everyone's going to keep their eye on. Of course, can Karrigan lead those gents to victory? Will they be able to lift a trophy, or will Donk the Destroyer do just that? We'll find out. And then, of course, MOUZ up against Magic, that brand new lineup, facing off against these young guns. I think for both of those teams, a very important game. We sometimes write off that third place game, but it is actually extremely important for both of these teams. One for MOUZ from a confidence point of view, and for Magic, those illustrious VRS points.
And the VRS points for MOUZ as well. I think for a lot of teams, you saw the scramble of this season when the cutoff was coming in. We had even Aurora, who were guaranteed, you know, the stage 1 invite. They're like, oh no, we need to play a few more lands. So I think every game indeed does matter, but I think you also hit that nail on the head that for MOUZ, especially with this very young new lineup. I know they're going to be playing CSC in just like about a couple of days' time, but they want to get as many reps as possible, even if it is against a so-called lesser opposition.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some great games from them, but mostly it was just exertion, carrying them throughout the tournament. Where's the rest of the team? How can they activate the rest of the team? Because that's not a sustainable way of winning. We know exertion has a lot of potential. In the past was a great star for them. This year kind of fell off. But where's Spinks? How can we use that? Like, is JL the guy for this team? There's many questions to answer.
Lots of questions. We'll be able to talk about some of them tomorrow when we lead into that game. But for now, from all of us here at the arena, thank you so much for watching. We're giving you an early night so you can make sure you're well prepared for tomorrow as more Counter-Strike is underway. PGL Astana, make sure you're here and watching, and we'll see you then.